Chapter 41 Praying Rain Village Books. Holy crap. How is it, Sister Bai? Seeing the head in the jar. Lu Chengfeng felt his heart clench tightly. He never would have imagined that Bai Xiaoxiao's head would appear in this glass jar right before his eyes. The shock was indescribable. You have to understand. Bai Xiaoxiao was a veteran who had passed through many blood gates, and she had several life-saving ghost artifacts. If even she couldn't deal with the shamaness, what were they supposed to do? The two carefully examined the head in the jar. Even though they were extremely reluctant to believe it, they had to admit one fact: the head in this jar indeed belonged to Bai Xiaoxiao. Her charming face was now paler, and her usually languid, peach blossom eyes were now filled with emptiness. Ning Qiushui checked the bottom of the bottle. The severance at Bai Xiaoxiao's neck was extremely clean, likely cut directly by something very sharp. But there was a large patch of dark, murky substance at the wound. What could it be? Under normal circumstances, a person whose head was severed would have no chance of survival. But they didn't know what method the shamaness had used to keep Bai Xiaoxiao alive. Holding the jar, Ning Qiushui turned off the light. In an instant, the entire house plunged into darkness once more. The chirping sounds that had been there gradually faded away. Ning Qiushui carried the jar out of the empty room, then spoke to Bai Xiaoxiao's head inside. Sister Bai, can you hear me? What's your situation like right now? After about 3 seconds of silence, the head in the jar spoke. What time is it now? Ning Qiushui told Bai Xiaoxiao the time. It had to be said. This woman was truly extraordinary. She was definitely not just a pretty face, even in her current predicament. Bai Xiaoxiao remained calm. Good. It's not too late. Bai Xiaoxiao's weak voice sounded relieved. Listen. We don't have much time left. You must remember what I'm about to say clearly. Ning Qiushui nodded. Sister Bai. Go ahead. Bai Xiaoxiao was silent for a moment longer, as if speaking required a lot of her strength. The shamaness body has problems. It seems she's been suppressing the ghosts in the village for a long time using some dark arts, which has caused a backlash. Under her bedroom bed, there's a mechanism. Twist it open, and a hidden compartment will appear. Inside, there's a very important book, which contains the truth about this village back then, and a safe way to get to the mountain temple. You need to take this item. Also, absolutely do not confront the shamaness directly. You are no match for her. After she finished speaking, Ning Qiushui immediately asked, Is there still a way to save you? Bai Xiaoxiao was expressionless. In her current state, she couldn't make any expressions anyway. If you can find my body and bring it here before sunset today, I can live. My body is on the mountain temple. Ning Qiushui, all right. He was about to put the jar containing Bai Xiaoxiao's head back in its original place when he heard Bai Xiaoxiao's voice again. Oh, right. There are many bodies in the mountain temple. It might be hard for you to find mine directly. Ning Qiushui was slightly taken aback. And then he heard Bai Xiaoxiao whisper, I have a dagger-shaped birthmark on my left hip. It's quite noticeable. Seeing Bai Xiaoxiao's subtle shyness, Ning Qiushui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, both of them knew that in the face of life and death, such matters seemed less important. After putting Bai Xiaoxiao's head back in its place, Ning Qiushui checked several times to confirm there were no traces of their presence before carefully exiting the room. Beardy. Lock it up. Lu Chengfeng nodded. Not only did he relock the door, but he also completely restored the lock's position to its original state. Qiushui. What did Sister Bai tell you just now? Ning Qiushui was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Having a birthmark on her, but it was better not to tell others about such a thing. After all, Bai Xiaoxiao was a girl. First, go to the shamanist's bedroom and find the book that contains important clues. The two entered the shamanist's bedroom once again. They had been in this room before, but they hadn't expected the shamanist to be so cautious, even setting up mechanisms and tricks in a place where only she lived. Following Bai Xiaoxiao's instructions, they quickly found the mechanism under the shamanist's bed. With a gentle twist, a hidden compartment appeared before them. Just as Bai Xiaoxiao had said, inside this hidden compartment was a yellowed book. The book's surface was truly dilapidated. Even though it had been well preserved, it was still filled with the indelible marks of age, and some areas had unavoidable damage from frequent handling. Without thinking, Ning Qiushui picked up the book and then closed the hidden compartment. Immediately after, they walked out of the shamanist's bedroom and into the courtyard. But just as the two were about to leave, the courtyard gate slowly opened at that very moment. An old, wrinkled, familiar face appeared before the two of them. When their 6 eyes met, both the person outside and the people inside were clearly stunned. The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward, especially when the shamanist saw Ning Qiushui still holding the important book she had hidden. After a moment of silence, Ning Qiushui immediately turned and fled towards an archway in the courtyard. Beardy! Run! With a loud shout, both of them ran towards the west archway, one after the other, without looking back. The shamanist behind them, her face turning extremely ferocious, let out an angry roar and limped after them, leaning on her crutch. Chapter 42 Praying Rain Village Pursuit. Holy crap! We're really out of luck, Lu Chengfeng cursed. You'd think this old hag wouldn't come back early or late, but she just had to come back right when we were leaving. Ning Qiushui didn't answer him. The first thing that came to his mind was the map of the shamanist's residence. They had searched the place earlier, and Ning Qiushui had memorized the general exits of the shamanist's residence. Because the walls were too high and topped with sharp glass shards, there was no way to climb over them. They also couldn't confront the shamanist directly, so the only option was to go around. Fortunately, the shamanist was alone, and villagers didn't usually come to this place, so she was isolated and without help. Holy crap! Young man! Look! Lu Chengfeng glanced back and shivered in fright. He saw that the shamanist, who had been tottering earlier, was now chasing them at an astonishing speed. The shamanist threw away the dragon-headed crutch in her hand, her face incredibly ferocious. In her eyes, there seemed to be an unspeakable craving for them, and her running posture became increasingly twisted and bizarre. You dare to trespass into my home? I'll skin you and strip your bones, rip open your skulls, and pour hot oil into your brains. The shamanist roared wildly. Lu Chengfeng, running behind, felt his bladder extremely full, and cold sweat seeped from his forehead. He knew the shamanist was absolutely not joking. Judging by the ghostly things they had seen at Fangsuan Pond and the inexhaustible well, the shamanist was truly capable of such deeds. Holy crap! Holy crap! Why is she getting faster and faster? After finally following Ning Qiushui around to the main gate of the residence, they discovered it had been locked from the inside by the shamanist. Clearly, the suspicious and wary shamanist had long anticipated that someone might come to her residence and deliberately taken extra precautions. The lock on the main gate was an old-fashioned one, combined with a sturdy chain, tightly securing the doorframe. "Quick! Beardy! Open the door!" Ning Qiushui watched as the shamaness appeared at the corner of the archway at the end of the path, his heart involuntarily pounding violently, like a monk striking a bell, each beat feeling as if it would leap out of his throat. Lu Chengfeng saw the lock on the main gate and, without thinking, immediately pulled out the wire and fiddled with the keyhole. And at this very moment, the shamaness' terrifying figure was getting closer and closer to them. Both of them felt as if they could already smell the faint, unpleasant odor of the shamaness in the air. "I kindly invited you in. But you rude fellows. Not only are you ungrateful, you even thought to come to my house to steal things. Since you like my house so much, why don't you just stay?" Because Ning Qiushui was blocking her view, the shamaness couldn't see Lu Chengfeng behind him, struggling to pick the lock. She simply assumed the two had given up resisting and were standing there waiting to die. And in the shamaness' hand, at some unknown time and place, she had pulled out a strange object. It was a ghastly white bone knife. On the blade of the bone knife, there were still some black, unknown substances, looking somewhat viscous and quite disgusting. Upon seeing this bone knife, Ning Qiushui immediately thought of the black substance on Bai Xiaoxiao's neck. He estimated that Bai Xiaoxiao's head had been severed by this very bone knife. Watching the shamaness approach step by step, the lock behind them finally clicked open. Immediately after, Lu Chengfeng let out a deep shout, channeling his qi, and kicked open the main gate. Bang! Ning Qiushui was the first to run out. At this moment, there was no time for politeness or deference. Surviving first was what truly mattered. The two ran wildly, with the shamaness' angry roars coming from behind them. It seemed even the shamaness herself hadn't expected one of them to be a master at picking locks. But perhaps because the book in Ning Qiushui's hand was simply too important, the shamaness still didn't give up, continuing to chase them relentlessly. Damn it! How can this old hag run so fast? With such good legs? She usually leans on her damn crutch. After running about half a kilometer, Ning Qiushui didn't feel very tired. But Lu Chengfeng was panting heavily, his face pale. Due to years of high-intensity training, this level of physical exertion was completely within Ning Qiushui's acceptable range. But his ability to endure it didn't mean others could too. That shamaness isn't in good health. Don't let her chasing us like this fool you. Overdrawing her body like this will definitely come at a heavy price. Upon hearing this, a hint of something resembling joy, though not quite, appeared on Lu Chengfeng's face. "So, you're saying we can outrun her until she drops dead?" Ning Qiushui shook his head and slightly slowed his pace. The panting Lu Chengfeng also slowed down, finally getting a chance to catch his breath. "I can outrun her until she drops. But you probably can't. But it doesn't matter. I have this book." And from the shamaness' reaction, it must contain a very important secret. She won't give up easily. Now that her speed has slowed, will also pretend to slow down, looking exhausted. This way, she'll see hope of catching us and keep running. Lu Chengfeng looked back at the shamaness who was still relentlessly chasing them. This old hag was indeed formidable. After running for so long, he was almost out of breath, yet she still looked unfazed, not red-faced or panting. If the shamaness' speed hadn't already slowed down, he would surely feel utterly desperate right now. "Hey, young man, does this road look a bit familiar?" The moment Lu Chengfeng retracted his gaze, he finally noticed the problem. Ning Qiushui adjusted his breathing as he replied, "Of course it's familiar. This road leads to Fangtsuan Pond. As soon as he heard this familiar place name, Lu Chengfeng's eyes instantly lit up. Holy crap! You're amazing. Young man. So you're just going to lead her there? Ning Qiushui raised the book in his hand. These things are very important to her. The shamaness won't give up easily. The two continued to adjust their pace. And in this game of cat and mouse, they were getting closer and closer to Fangsuan Pond. The high platform had even pierced through the gaps in the dense forest, coming into view for both of them. Just then, Lu Chengfeng, who thought they were finally saved, glanced back at the shamaness once more. But it was that very glance that froze his smile. Chapter 43 Praying Rain Village, the Human Skin Female Ghost. After glancing back, Lu Chengfeng suddenly realized that the shamaness, who had originally been running on two legs, was now like a wild beast, with her upper body sprawled on the ground, using both hands and feet, chasing them frantically like a hungry wolf. Damn! Has she super-devolved or something? Lu Chengfeng let out a strange cry. His heart, which had just relaxed, suddenly tensed up again. The two saw that the shamaness, who had previously slowed down, picked up her speed again the moment her hands touched the ground. And she was even faster than before. The skeletal and muscular structures of humans and beasts are different, which dictates that most people cannot run on all fours like animals. Besides coordination, more importantly, most people lack sufficient arm strength and flexibility to quickly absorb impact. Running briefly like an animal is fine, but doing so for an extended period would injure the arms. However, the shamaness chasing them from behind, at this very moment, seemed to have truly transformed into a fierce beast. Her movements were very twisted, but her speed was astonishing. In just a few short seconds, the distance between the three of them closed by dozens of meters. At this moment, the shamaness was less than 20 meters away from Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng. We're in trouble. Young man. She's catching up. Lu Chengfeng had been running for so long that he felt a strong sense of suffocation in his lungs. He couldn't catch his breath, and his head felt heavy, sustained only by a powerful will to survive until now. Yet, even so, his body was almost at its limit. Even if he wanted to speed up again, his mind was willing but his body was weak. According to the current trend, the shamaness would probably catch up to him in less than 5 seconds. And he needed at least 20 more seconds to reach Fangsuan Pond. Just like that, the distance between them grew shorter and shorter. The shamaness' ugly and ferocious face gradually magnified before their eyes. Her features were almost distorted, her pupils filled with crimson bloodshot veins, utterly devoid of any human expression. Lu Chengfeng tried to squeeze out every last bit of strength from his body, like wringing a sponge, but his legs simply wouldn't obey, refusing to quicken their pace. Finally, the distance between the shamaness and Lu Chengfeng reached the kill zone. Watching the shamaness, who was pouncing on him like a wild beast or a demon, Lu Chengfeng felt utterly desperate. At this moment, he had only one thought: if he could survive and leave this blood gate this time, he would definitely practice long-distance running diligently. Hey! Are you looking for this? Lu Chengfeng was tackled to the ground by the shamaness. Just as the bone knife in the shamaness' hand was about to fall, Ning Qiushui's voice suddenly made the shamaness freeze. She slowly raised her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the book in Ning Qiushui's hand. The next moment, she saw Ning Qiushui suddenly throw the book that direction. was precisely Fangsuan Pond. The shamaness let out an angry and terrified roar, actually letting go of Lu Chengfeng beneath her, and quickly ran towards the book falling through the air, catching it just before it could plunge into the waters of Fangsuan Pond. The shamaness, upon getting the book, almost instantly reverted to her human form. She remained hunched, standing on the high platform, her back to the pond. Her eyes filled with intense killing intent as she looked at Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng. Game over. You insects. The shamaness' voice was incredibly cold, a brilliant smile spreading across her lips. What a pity. In the end, I still won. In fact, I've never lost. Never. Ning Qiushui pulled up Lu Chengfeng, who was lying on the ground, and step by step, they came to the edge of Fangsuan Pond. There, standing below the high platform, he looked up directly at the shamaness. Yes, the game is over. He smiled. The shamaness saw the smile on Ning Qiushui's face. Her expression stiffened slightly, and a very bad premonition suddenly filled her heart. And at this very moment, the Fangsuan Pond behind her suddenly erupted with the sound of surging water. The sound gurgled and bubbled, as if the entire pond was boiling. Hearing this sound, the shamaness' body involuntarily trembled. She lowered her head, looking at the blue stone beneath her feet. And immense fear appeared in her eyes. How did she end up in this place? Earlier, when she was chasing them, in order to get the book from Ning Qiushui, she had to enter that state. And in that state, the shamaness' rationality was limited. She wanted to leave the high platform, but some black algae suddenly began to writhe, climbing onto her body and firmly binding her. No! No! The shamaness screamed in terror, continuously using the bone knife in her hand to cut at the black algae. The bone knife in her hand was indeed powerful, capable of cutting through the female ghost's indestructible hair. However, there was simply too much black algae. No matter how much she cut, new strands would immediately fill in. Finally, even the shamaness' arms were completely immobilized. Gurgle, gurgle, louder and louder gurgling sounds emerged from behind her. Soon, the two standing below the high platform saw a woman's human skin slowly rise from the water's surface, standing behind the shamaness. The human skin woman extended her hand and lightly swiped, and the shamaness' fingers, holding the bone knife, immediately fell off, dropping in front of the two people below the stone platform. Ugh ugh, the shamaness cried out in pain. But black algae quickly appeared and sealed her mouth. This chapter is not over. Please click next page to continue reading. The human skin woman held the bone knife, examining it carefully. Not long after, blood streamed from the corners of her eyes, and a mournful, wailing cry emerged from her mouth. Brother Xiu, as the human skin woman softly called out. The bone knife seemed to come alive, trembling continuously as if responding to the woman's cries. The shamaness was still struggling fiercely, and she indeed had some abilities. Just as the human skin woman was rubbing the bone knife, she actually used one hand to violently tear open the human skin woman's hair. Then, the shamaness' withered hand grabbed the hair covering her own mouth and scratched at it relentlessly. Soon, that part of the hair was also torn away from the shamaness' mouth. Strange. Incantations began to pour out incessantly. As these incantations appeared, the human skin woman let out a wail, and the hair binding the shamaness actually began to burn, finally turning into nothingness. Below the high platform, Both of them were shocked to witness this scene. Damn it! This old hag is that powerful? Lu Chengfeng let out a strange cry, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Seeing the shamaness about to break free, he suddenly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully at the shamaness. Whether it was luck or fate, the small, unassuming stone landed perfectly in the shamaness' mouth, lodging in her throat. The shamaness' eyes widened. She clutched her throat, coughing incessantly. When she finally swallowed the small stone, the dense black hair behind her swept over once again. And this time, the female ghost gave her no more chances. Chapter 44, Praying Rain Village, The Truth, Part 1. The shamaness was completely enveloped by dense black hair. The black hair tightened, tightened, and tightened again. Amidst the black hair, the shamaness let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! The sound made the two people below the platform's scalps tingle. And later, it no longer sounded human. A large amount of fresh blood seeped out from the gaps in the black hair, flowing onto the bluestone floor of the high platform, and then continuously seeping downwards. Creak, creak. The sickening sound of bones shattering continuously rang out, irritating the eardrums of the two. They stared at the shamaness entangled by black hair, watching as the human form became smaller and smaller, until finally turned into a ball of flesh. The ball of flesh was less than half the shamaness's original size. Seeing this scene, both of them had the urge to turn and flee. The skin-wearing ghost was truly terrifying. The shamaness's screams ceased, but the air still lingered with a strong smell of blood and the ghost's muffled sobs. Ning Qiushui didn't leave immediately, not because he wasn't afraid, but because the ghost still held something very important in its hand. The book found in the shamaness's bedroom. Only by getting this book could they safely enter the back mountain and potentially save Bai Xiaoxiao, who was not yet dead. Ning Qiushui always cared deeply for his friends. Since Bai Xiaoxiao dared to risk entering their second blood door and bringing them along to complete the mission, he couldn't easily abandon her when she encountered danger. Looking at the crying skin-wearing ghost, Ning Qiushui stepped forward, gritting his teeth and saying, "We've brought you the person you wanted, and now you've had your revenge. Can you return that book to us? I need it to save my friend." After hearing Ning Qiushui's words, the crying skin-wearing ghost, clutching a bone knife, suddenly lifted its terrifying face. Two streams of bloody tears slid down its eye corners, and its eyes, dangling outside its face, stared fixedly at Ning Qiushui and the other man. Lu Chengfeng, seeing that something was amiss, quickly tugged on Ning Qiushui's sleeve and whispered, "Holy crap! Buddy, I think this woman's looking at us funny. Maybe we should get out of here. Let's figure out another way for Sister Bai's situation. Now that the shamaness is dead, we can go to her residence and search thoroughly again. There might be other important clues there. If we die here now, then Sister Bai is also doomed." No sooner had he finished speaking than the skin-wearing ghost, which had just been crying in place, suddenly appeared before them with a whoosh. Even though it wasn't the first time they had seen it, confronting the skin-wearing ghost at such close proximity, they could still distinctly feel their hearts pounding wildly, and their entire bodies tensed up. A terrifying chill, following the skin-wearing ghost's gaze, spread to every corner of their bodies. At that moment, despite the bright sun overhead, they couldn't feel the slightest warmth. Could it be that this skin-wearing ghost wanted to repay kindness with enmity and kill them too? As this thought emerged, even Ning Qiushui himself couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fortunately, after observing them for about 2 or 3 minutes, the skin-wearing ghost slowly extended its hand and returned the damp book to Ning Qiushui. Immediately after, it reached for the 2 dangling eyes on its face, and with a squelching sound, the skin-wearing ghost actually ripped out its own eyes and handed them to the 2. Looking at the 2 eyeballs on the pale palm, Ning Qiushui swallowed hard, but still gritted his teeth and took them. Clearly, the skin-wearing ghost didn't intend to harm them. Otherwise, they would already be dead. Since the skin-wearing ghost didn't want to harm them, it meant these 2 eyeballs must have another purpose. He gave one of them to Lu Changfeng. As the 2 put away the skin-wearing ghost's eyeballs, their vision suddenly blurred, and when they came to again, the skin-wearing ghost was gone. The dense black algae on the ground began to wither and decay, turning into powder within a few seconds, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ning Qiushui's heart stirred, and he slowly walked onto the platform of the Fangsuan pond. He watched the ghost's skin in the pond water continuously rot and decay, finally turning into a mass of sludge that settled at the bottom of the pond. "Buddy, what's wrong?" Lu Changfeng stood below the platform, facing Ning Qiushui and asking. Ning Qiushui shook his head. "Nothing. She left." Lu Changfeng naturally knew what Ning Qiushui meant by left. He let out a long breath, leaned against a tree, and closed his eyes to rest. "This ghost is quite clear about gratitude and grudges. When I was little, before my master passed away, he told me that sometimes people are much scarier than ghosts. Back then, I just thought it was a joke. But as I grew up and ventured out into the world alone, I found it really is true." The 2 recalled everything they had experienced in this village. And it seemed to be exactly that way. It was never ghosts that wanted to kill them, but the people of this village. Ning Qiushui suddenly let out a laugh. How ironic. He opened the book in his hand, read it carefully, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Lu Changfeng noticed Ning Qiushui's unusual behavior and quickly asked, "Buddy, what's wrong?" Ning Qiushui let out a long, turbid breath, calmed his emotions, and handed the book to Lu Changfeng. "My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. See for yourself." Lu Changfeng flipped through the book, reading about the truth of what happened back then, and instantly his eyes blazed with fury, and his fists clenched tightly. Damn it! These scumbags from the Yuan clan. How did they manage to live until now after doing so many heinous things? From the records in the book, the 2 learned everything that had happened in the village over the past 100 years. It turned out that over 100 years ago, the village indeed faced a severe drought and famine. At that time, the Guangzhou family, being the wealthiest in the village, had continuously distributed grain to aid the villagers. It was precisely because of their actions that the villagers' sentiments gradually began to favor the Guangzhou family. This was not good news for Ruan Kaihuang, who was about to run for the next village chief. But he had no other choice. After all, in an era where everyone could starve to death at any moment, he too had to rely on the Guangzhou family's charity to survive. However, good times didn't last. After half a year of distributing grain, even the wealthy Guangzhou family was running out of food. Seeing his wife, children, and elderly parents, Guangzhou had to make a painful decision to stop distributing grain. It was precisely this decision that gave Ruan Kaihuang, who had always harbored ill intentions, An opportunity. In fact, Ruan Kaihuang didn't need to do much to incite people. Most people in this world remember bad deeds more than good ones. As Guangxiu stood outside his home, facing a dense crowd of villagers, and announced his decision that his family also had no surplus grain and would no longer distribute it, the villagers' gazes towards him changed. It was the gaze of a wolf. You used to feed us, but now you won't. So won't we starve to death? Roughly speaking, aren't you killing us? The emotions of the crowd, fueled by hunger, gradually began to ferment. Suspicion, greed, hatred. 2 days later, when the crowd's eyes were blurred from hunger, and they had to start gnawing on tree bark and eating grass roots, Ruan Kaihuang stepped forward. He only said one sentence. A very concise sentence. Last night, I was peeking over Guangxiu's wall and saw his family eating meat. P.S. From now on, I'll post all at once, so you don't have to keep checking for updates. Today I'll write 4 chapters. I need to go with my girlfriend to get her ID card. Chapter 45. The Truth of Chiu Village, Part 2. By the time the crowd realized Ruan Kaihuang had deceived them, it was already too late. They had already become the cruelest executioners in the village. Their hands were stained with blood, which couldn't be washed clean. No villager dared to collect Guangxiu's body. He lay in his own courtyard, his body already battered beyond recognition by tools like hoes and sickles. Blood and scattered bits of flesh covered most corners of the yard. His sunken skull had only one eye left, staring blankly at the sky. In his gaze, besides fear, there was only incomprehension. He truly didn't understand. Why? After exhausting almost all his family's wealth to help these villagers, did they end up killing him? Of course, no one knew why, but on the very night Guangxiu died, the village's great drought ended. A torrential rain poured down from the sky. This life-giving rain, long awaited by everyone in the village, made them cheer, cry out, and shout. They forgot their recent crimes, forgot everything they had done to their former savior. Guangxiu was dead, and the great drought was over. At some point, rumors appeared in the village, saying that Guangxiu often did things that angered both heaven and man behind people's backs. On the surface, he built the Misty Rain Temple to worship the earth deity, but in reality, he used the temple to secretly hoard grain and valuables, thus enraging the heavens, which was why the great drought was sent. Of course, this rumor was also spread by Ruan Kaihuang. He needed such means to quickly destroy Guangxiu's influence over the villagers. In the end, he succeeded. The villagers seemed to truly believe him, and he became the village chief as he wished. Later, Ruan Kaihuang burned Guangxiu's son, Guangchuan, to death in the Misty Rain Tower, and secretly abducted Guangxiu's wife, Zhu Nanyu, intending to keep her as his concubine. Zhu Nanyu had been beautiful since childhood. Even after having children, her appearance and figure hadn't changed much. Coupled with her gentle and delicate wife-like demeanor, she naturally became a famous beauty within a 10-mile radius. Ruan Kaihuang, however, was different. He was born ugly. Not only were his facial features unattractive, but his teeth were also crooked. Before his parents died, they always worried that Ruan Kaihuang wouldn't find a wife, so they looked for matches everywhere for him. But when girls saw Ruan Kaihuang's appearance, they either shook their heads and left, or if they finally agreed, Ruan Kaihuang would look down on them. After a while, Ruan Kaihuang's parents also gave up. After Guangxiu's death, Ruan Kaihuang was instantly captivated by Zhu Nanyu's tear-streaked face. like pear blossoms after rain, as she wept over Guangxiu's corpse in the courtyard. For the next few nights, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind constantly filled with Zhu Nanyu's lingering, delicate face. Under the stimulation of unbearable lust, Ruan Kaihuang concocted a scheme. The heavens would rage, send down divine thunder, and burn down the misty rain temple, causing Zhu Nanyu and Guangxuan, who were staying inside, to be burned to death together. But in reality, only Guangxuan was burned to death. Zhu Nanyu, however, was secretly abducted by him and hidden in the basement of his home. Over the next few months, Zhu Nanyu suffered unspeakable torture and abuse. No matter how Ruan Kaihuang tried to persuade her, Zhu Nanyu refused to submit. Every time she saw Ruan Kaihuang, she would curse him vehemently until she was humiliated and tortured into unconsciousness. Finally, one day, Ruan Kaihuang found it boring. Or perhaps he had vented enough on Zhu Nanyu and felt that women were all the same. The next time Zhu Nanyu fiercely insulted him, Ruan Kaihuang finally became enraged. All his past anger and endurance erupted at that moment. He first cut off Zhu Nanyu's tongue, then poisoned her to make her mute, and simply used plant ash to stop her bleeding. Ruan Kaihuang, whose mind was already utterly twisted, came up with a new way to torment Zhu Nanyu. He specifically paid to build a small pond for Zhu Nanyu, and then called in the village's best butcher. First, he pierced Zhu Nanyu's hands and feet with chains to prevent her from moving, and then slowly began to debone her. Watching Zhu Nanyu's delicate face contort in immense pain, her mouth wide open but unable to utter a sound, Ruan Kaihuang smiled happily. He achieved an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. And so, Zhu Nanyu's body, immersed in icy water, was slowly deboned for most of her body before she finally bled to death. But this torture did not end with Zhu Nanyu's death. After Zhu Nanyu's death, Ruan Kaihuang had the butcher complete the subsequent work, and then skinned Zhu Nanyu alive. Looking at the pond full of crimson blood, Ruan Kaihuang tossed a gold piece to the butcher and turned to leave. About half a month later, Ruan Kaihuang, who was in the process of looking for a new wife, accidentally learned that the butcher who had helped him skin and debone Zhu Nanyu was dead. He died a very gruesome death. First, Ruan Kaihuang thought it was an accident. It wasn't until later, when he kept having terrifying dreams at night and strange incidents began to occur one after another in the village, that Ruan Kaihuang finally realized. They were in big trouble. The dead had turned into vengeful spirits, returning for revenge. People began to die in the village. Every deceased person died a horrific death, their eyes almost bulging out of their sockets, bloodshot, their expressions retaining unimaginable terror, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying just before dying. As more and more people died, a strange atmosphere gradually spread both inside and outside the village. Ruan Kaihuang knew that if this continued, it would eventually be his turn. But he was unwilling to give up the power and respect he had so painstakingly acquired. This chapter is not over. Please click next page to continue reading. Finally, Ruan Kaihuang paid a hefty sum to have a villager go to a famous temple dozens of miles away to seek help from the monks there. Of course, the monks did not accept the money. One of the young monks, named Fahue, followed the villager to Chiu village. As soon as he entered the village, he said one sentence to the villager. The resentment of the deceased is too great. It cannot be easily resolved. Either the villagers move away, or they will all die here. Upon hearing this, how could that villager dare to delay? He immediately took the young monk to find village chief Ruan Kaihuang. Master, is there really no other way? Ruan Kaihuang's face was pale as he continuously poured out his troubles to the monk. He told the monk that the Ruan family had been village chiefs for generations, and his ancestors had entrusted the position of village chief to him. He absolutely could not allow the village to be invaded by evil spirits. Perhaps his acting was superb, or perhaps the young monk was truly ignorant of the wickedness of human hearts. He believed Ruan Kaihuang's words and was moved by Ruan Kaihuang's spirit of being willing to sacrifice himself to protect the villagers. At that moment, he loudly chanted a Buddhist invocation. Amitba. If I don't go to hell, who will? Afterwards, the monk told Ruan Kaihuang that besides resolving the vengeful spirit's resentment in the village, there was another way to protect them and ensure their safety. This method involved cutting off the monk's head, reattaching it using special methods, then placing his body together with the bodies of the vengeful spirits from the village before their deaths, building a temple, and inviting monks to chant scriptures for 7 days and 7 nights. After his death, he could then suppress the evil spirits with the power of Buddhist Dharma. But this method had a very important prerequisite. The monk's head could not be separated from his body. Chapter 46. The Truth of Chiyu Village, Part 3. Once his head was separated from his body, his power would completely vanish, and the suppressed evil spirits would reappear. Back then, Ruan Kaihuang remembered this point firmly. So, until his death, he never allowed anyone else to approach the temple, and the monk's head never left his body. That period was probably one of the few peaceful times in the village. However, such times ended after Ruan Kaihuang's son took over as village chief. He lacked authority and felt the villagers' distrust towards him. Many in the village actually knew what his father had done back then, as they themselves were participants. However, out of fear of Ruan Kaihuang's methods and their own inner guilt, unable to face the past, no one ever brought up the matter again. It was only after Ruan Kaihuang's death, when his son Ruan Xian took over as village chief, that the true nightmare of Chiyu village began. In order to subdue the villagers and secure his position as village chief, Ruan Xian actually went alone to the temple in the back mountain of the village and took down the monk's head. With that, trouble started again in the village. As people died one after another, Ruan Xian finally realized he had caused a huge disaster. He frantically went up the mountain, wanting to reattach the monk's head. However, when he returned to the temple, something terrifying happened. Ruan Xian saw that the monk's body, which should have been sitting in the center of the temple, was gone. At this point, he completely panicked. Originally, Ruan Xian just wanted to use this method to get back at the villagers, to make them feel fear, and to remind them that it was his father who had brought them peace. But who would have thought that once this matter started, it couldn't be stopped? Panicked, Ruan Xian immediately found a villager, mimicking his father's actions, and had him take money to that temple again to seek help. However, this time, failed. Decades passed, and that temple had long since lost its incense offerings. The monks had either died or left, and by the time the villager arrived at the temple, he found that it had already become an empty temple. That villager returned to Chiyu village with a desperate heart. Horrible things continued to happen in the village. And finally, in utter helplessness, the villagers had made the worst preparations to move away from the village where they were born and raised. If there had been any other way, no one would have been willing to leave their homeland. especially since they didn't have much money. It was under these circumstances that a turning point emerged in the village. A woman appeared. She first inquired about the situation in the village. After understanding it clearly, she surprisingly told Xianxia that she could help him solve the village's problems for free. But on one condition. Xianxia had to marry her. Of course, Xianxia didn't know the specific reason. Of course, at that time, what right did Xianxia have to choose? He was unwilling to give up the power he held, so he could only agree, treating it as a last resort, to see what this woman was capable of. He hadn't expected that after marrying this woman, and not long after she moved in, the village actually became peaceful. Unfortunately, good times didn't last. Less than 2 years later, the woman died. She died in childbirth. But the child miraculously survived. It was a girl. This girl was the current shamaness. She was very intelligent from a young age, constantly studying the relics her mother left her, and also learned in detail from her father's mouth about what had happened back then. 11 years later, Xianxia died of heart disease, and the shamaness succeeded him. By this time, she had already gained considerable prestige in the village. However, after her succession, she became even more ruthless than her father. Not only did she spread various rumors to slander the deceased about past events, but she also heavily pressured villagers to hand over their finances and grain to build various temples. In reality, most of these assets ended up in her own pockets. Yet, even so, villagers would still die mysteriously from time to time. Seeing the village's population gradually thinning, the shamaness knew this couldn't continue. So, she came up with a method, and this method was to have outsiders become sacrifices in place of the villagers. This way, the resentment of the deceased could be temporarily appeased. From that year on, the village continuously developed its tourism industry. They spent a great deal of effort and money to create attractions, and opened them to visitors every year when sacrifices were needed. It must be said, this method was truly effective. Since the rise of tourism, no one in the village had died again. Oh, of course, they didn't refer to the outside tourists who came to visit as people. They called them sacrifices. This was the entire truth of Chiyu village. These people are truly living beasts, from top to bottom, from front to back. Not a single one of them is good. Lu Chengfeng cursed fiercely, his eyes bloodshot. He seemed to feel unsatisfied, so he ran up and gave the shamaness ball of flesh a fierce kick, scattering it directly. Bits of flesh and bone fell all over the ground. A strong smell of blood permeated the air, making the two uncomfortable, so they took the book and walked back. This method, not to mention whether it's morally reprehensible, is itself like drinking poison to quench thirst. Ning Qiushui sighed. Just imagine, with more and more innocent people dying in the village, the resentment will only grow stronger. One day, when it finally can't be contained, it will all be unleashed back upon these villagers. Remember what Sister Bai said? That shamaness had already started suffering from a backlash. Lu Chengfeng thought back to the red-dressed female ghost they had encountered behind the first blood door, and couldn't help but shiver. No wonder such terrifying, vengeful spirits were born. Not content with slaughtering one place, they had to run to other places to continue their rampant killing. The red-clad female ghost we encountered behind the first blood-red door must have absorbed the resentment of dozens, even hundreds, of people from Chiyu village over the past century. No wonder it was so brutal, wiping out everyone in the entire villa district. Damn it. Knowing what these bastards did, I don't even want to save them anymore. Ning Qiushui said, we weren't going to save them in the first place. Right now, we need to find a way to rescue Sister Bai first, and then help the monk find his head. I estimate that only the monk can suppress the resentment of Guangxiu and these unjustly deceased. But without his head, he's powerless. Chapter 47. Qiu Village Ascending the Mountain. By the time they returned to the guest house, it was already afternoon. The two had a quick meal and found the bespectacled man and his two companions there. Their faces were grim, and they had some injuries on their bodies. Fortunately, their injuries weren't serious. However, seeing Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng return without Bai Xiaoxiao, the bespectacled man's expression immediately darkened. After all, they had taken enormous risks to distract the shamanists this time, even nearly losing their lives, but ultimately gained nothing, which inevitably left them feeling somewhat dejected. Didn't you find Sister Bai? The timid girl, Zhongfang, asked weakly. Ning Qiushui was silent for a moment. We found her, but her condition is very bad. Also, the shamaness is dead, which is good news for us. Hearing that the shamaness was dead, everyone's expressions finally relaxed considerably. After all, it was the shamaness who had always wanted to kill them in this village. That's great. The bespectacled man vigorously clenched his fist. Now that the shamaness is dead, we're safe. Lu Chengfeng, who was standing by the room's window looking out, sneered. Safe? You're dreaming. The bespectacled man's face immediately froze at the taunt. Then he said, somewhat confused, isn't that right? It's always been the shamaness and the villagers who wanted to kill us. Now that the shamaness is dead and the villagers are leaderless, we'll naturally be much safer. Ning Qiushui said, why don't you think again? Why did the shamaness and the villagers want to sacrifice us to the dead? Hearing Ning Qiushui's words, the bespectacled man first froze for a moment, then seemed to realize something, and a layer of fine sweat beads immediately appeared on his forehead. That's right. Although it was the shamaness and the villagers of Qiu village who wanted to kill them, why would they attack outsiders unless they were forced to? Getting back to the most fundamental issue, their real crisis still came from those who had died in the village over the years. This book records a safe way to enter the village's back mountain. When the time comes, we'll split into two groups. You'll go look for the monk's lost head, and we'll go look for Bai Xiaoxiao's body. After Ning Qiushui finished speaking, the third member beside the bespectacled man spoke up. Do we really have to waste time and effort to save her? I mean, she's been decapitated. There's absolutely no reason for her to be alive. Right? At least there's that possibility, isn't there? If we take huge risks to bring her body out, only to find she's still going to die, wouldn't we have done something completely meaningless? This member was a man who usually kept quiet and said little within the team. Ning Qiushui and the other person barely had an impression of him, not even knowing his name. His questioning caused a slight shift in everyone's mindset. Indeed, this was a very heartless thing to do. Abandoning a companion, especially one who had contributed to the team. Everyone inevitably felt self-reproach. But this was no longer the time when they had just entered this blood-red door. They had witnessed terrifying sights several times and almost lost their lives here. Under such intense pressure to survive, they now only wanted to find a way out as quickly as possible and leave this blood-red door alive. As for guilt and remorse, Those could wait. They had to survive first. The reason you can say that here, without any psychological burden, is because someone else has already done the dangerous work for you. I hope that when you're in danger, you'll also have to watch your teammates leave without a backward glance. Lu Changfeng sneered. But the man merely replied indifferently. But I'm not the one in danger right now. Am I? Hearing this, Lu Changfeng couldn't hold back. He shot up, looking eager to fight. But Ning Qiushui held him back. We've told you the way up the mountain. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. No one owes anyone anything. The bespectacled man nodded. All right. We still have to thank you for this book. We'll do our best to find the head. As they got up to leave, the nameless man looked back at Ning Qiushui and the other, sneering. Two fools. With that, they left without looking back. Lu Changfeng was furious, pounding the table hard with his fist. Bang! That bastard! We shouldn't have shared the contents of this book with them. Ning Qiushui, however, replied unhurriedly. Whether they like it or not, they have to help us. After all, if that head isn't found, everyone will be in danger. Let's prepare a bit. Now is the perfect time to head to the back mountain. We must hurry back before dark and return Sister Bai's body to her. Lu Changfeng nodded. They quickly packed their ropes and backpacks, and after confirming nothing was left behind, they passed through the forest and arrived at the foot of the back mountain. This was their first time here. It was largely consistent with what was recorded in the book. The entire back mountain was shrouded in a faint red mist. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, Lu Changfeng couldn't help but shiver. Damn! Why did it suddenly get so cold here? He muttered, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings due to unease. This wasn't his imagination, because the moment they approached the back mountain, Ning Qiushui also felt the temperature plummet. The mountain was extremely quiet. So quiet it was even eerie. A long, neatly constructed stone staircase wound its way all the way up to the mountaintop. The two looked up, but their gaze could never penetrate the faint red mist, unable to see what was truly on the mountain. They just vaguely felt very uncomfortable. As if behind that red mist, something was coldly staring at them. But having come this far, neither of them had any intention of turning back. They stepped onto the stone stairs, ready to ascend step by step. It was at this very moment that the situation drastically changed. As their feet landed on the stone steps, a terrifying scene unfolded. The two clearly saw that fresh blood suddenly flowed down the previously clean and tidy stone steps. The nauseating, thick smell of blood also wafted into their noses. They looked up again, only to see the sky above them dim and covered by thick mist. The gurgling blood was flowing from the depths of the indistinct, pale red mist at the end of the stone steps. Even more terrifying, when they came back to their senses, the blood-covered stone steps were strewn with countless bodies, lying haphazardly. Chapter 48. Chiyu Village Searching for Bodies. Holy shit! Kid, what the hell is going on? The bearded Lu Changfeng beside him once again blurted out an expletive in fright. He first pinched his leg hard, then lifted his foot to carefully smell the sole of his shoe. Ugh! The pungent, viscous smell of blood almost made him vomit directly. Damn it! Is this an illusion? Ning Qiushui stared at the blood continuously flowing down the stone steps, shook his head, his expression grim. I'm afraid this is the true appearance of this back mountain. What we saw before might have been an illusion concealed by the power of ghosts. The bearded man cautiously followed Ning Qiushui step by step upwards, his eyes revealing unconcealed fear. Be careful. Don't step on these bodies. And stay as far away from them as possible. On the stone steps, all the scattered bodies were headless. When Ning Qiushui searched among these bodies, he merely gave them a quick glance and moved on. All these bodies were male. Damn it. How many people did that shamaness bitch kill? The two continued upwards from the foot of the mountain. And by the time they reached the mountainside, they had already seen dozens of bodies. These bodies weren't killed by ghosts. Ning Qiushui suddenly spoke. Lu Chengfeng, beside him, asked, "How can you tell?" "Kid." Ning Qiushui pointed to the severed neck of a body by the roadside. "Look closely. Isn't there black viscous fluid on it?" Lu Chengfeng looked. And indeed there was. Although these bodies had been decapitated, the wounds on their necks were very smooth, with not much blood flowing out, but instead covered by a layer of fine black fluid. In fact, the wounds on these bodies had already healed. Isn't this? Upon seeing this, Lu Chengfeng immediately thought of the human heads sealed in glass jars in the dilapidated hut at the shamaness residence. The necks of those heads were also like this, covered with a thick layer of black substance. The most terrifying thing was that these decapitated people were not yet dead. What exactly does she want to do? Lu Chengfeng's legs were already trembling. Fortunately, he had brought a stick as a cane when coming up, which allowed him to barely stand steady on the wet, viscous, and slippery stone steps. Ning Qiushui pondered for a moment, seemingly understanding something. Remember what Sister Bai told us? The shamaness body had already developed problems due to the backlash from vengeful spirits. When we first met the shamaness, I smelled a rotting odor on her, and there were large patches of dense red papules on her neck, looking as if that area had already started to decay. I'm wondering if the shamaness was trying to use some strange dark magic to get herself a new body, although there was no record of this in the ancient book found in the shamaness room. Ning Qiushui's guess made Lu Chengfeng gasp. He had also seen that ring of red papules on the shamaness neck. At first glance, it looked as if that area had been severed, leaving bloodstains. Ning Qiushui's guess was very likely the truth. Let's push on. Once we find Sister Bai's body, these things should become clear. Enduring their inner fear and disgust, the two finally reached the mountaintop. Fortunately, the headless bodies on the path did not reanimate or trouble them. They just lay quietly in the blood, motionless. Although the scene was extremely eerie, it posed no substantial threat to the two. At the end of the stone steps was a large platform in a dense forest, and amidst that forest stood a temple overgrown with vines and wild grass. The continuously flowing blood on the stone steps was gushing from the walls and tiles of this temple. Inside the temple, there were also many headless bodies, but these bodies were strung up like cured meat, hanging from the temple ceiling, swaying as if being air-dried. The freshness of these bodies was far greater than those lying on the steps. Clearly, the shamaness had created these not long ago. Ning Qiushui quickly found Bai Xiaoxiao's body by her clothing. Things went unexpectedly smoothly, but he always had a vague feeling that something wasn't quite right. Taking the body down from the ceiling to confirm the situation, Ning Qiushui still had Lu Chengfeng go outside, while he himself slowly pulled down the body's pants. Indeed, on the body's pale left buttock, there was a dagger-shaped birthmark. Ning Qiushui pulled up by Xiaoxiao's pants. Then he and Lu Chengfeng tied up by Xiaoxiao's body with ropes. They did this not out of any strange habit, but out of concern that Bai Xiaoxiao's body might suddenly move for some unknown reason while descending the mountain, obstructing or even threatening them. After completing this task, Ning Qiushui had Lu Chengfeng carry Bai Xiaoxiao's body on his shoulder, while he himself looked around the temple. The feeling of unease within him grew stronger and stronger. No. Something's wrong. Ning Qiushui forced himself to calm down, his eyes constantly searching around. He always felt something was amiss, but when he thought carefully, he couldn't pinpoint it. This feeling had suddenly appeared when he was looking for Bai Xiaoxiao's body. What exactly was wrong? Just then, Ning Qiushui's peripheral vision caught sight of a body in the corner. It was this glance that made his blood run cold. He finally knew what was wrong. That body had a head. Not only did it have a head, but its entire body looked as if it had been smashed, with flesh and blood gruesomely clinging together, making it extremely terrifying. And at this moment, this body lay in the corner of the temple, staring at the two with an extremely exaggerated and grotesque smile. Run! Ning Qiushui didn't waste another word, directly shouting at Lu Chengfeng behind him. But just as they turned around, the temple door slammed shut with a bang. The sunlight from outside couldn't penetrate at all, and the entire temple plunged into pitch-black darkness. Standing in the darkness, the two felt their bodies stiffen like ice, completely unable to move. And behind them, terrifying footsteps echoed. Pade, dada, pade. P.S. Still 4 chapters today. This dungeon is about to end. Chapter 49. Chiu Village Escape. Hearing these footsteps, the two in the darkness felt their souls almost freeze solid. Hey kid. What do we do now? Lu Chengfeng's voice trembled violently. He felt his mind was completely blank right now. Ning Qiushui didn't reply to him, but his hand was already clutching the bronze mirror Bai Xiaoxiao had left him. If there was anything that could save their lives now, could only be this bronze mirror. He had personally witnessed the power of this bronze mirror back at the inexhaustible well. Bai Xiaoxiao had only briefly shown the bronze mirror, and all the vengeful spirits at the bottom of the well were dispersed. Of course, Ning Qiushui also knew that the malevolent ghost in the temple at this moment was far beyond anything at the bottom of the inexhaustible well. This guy must be Guangxiu. His resentment is too immense. The footsteps growing closer behind them felt as if they were stepping on their hearts. Each step seemed to crush their hearts. Thump, tap, thump. The emotion of fear continuously fermented with these footsteps. Ning Qiushui gripped the bronze mirror in his hand tightly, the sweat in his palm already very sticky. Finally, the footsteps stopped behind him. Immediately after, there was a long, silent stillness. This feeling of waiting for judgment in the darkness was truly awful. Even someone with strong psychological fortitude like Ning Qiushui felt cold sweat continuously seeping from every pore of his body at this moment. He knew that the terrifying thing was right behind him, staring intently at him. Ning Qiushui desperately wanted to turn his head, but he couldn't move at all. The blood jade on his chest continuously emitted an intense heat, almost scorching Ning Qiushui's skin. Ning Qiushui didn't know how terrifying the ghost behind him was, to make the blood jade emit such high temperatures, as if it were about to melt. Hungry, it was a gurgling sound, squeezed from deep within a throat. Shrill, weak, and hoarse, yet it pierced their eardrums like steel needles. In that instant, Ning Qiushui felt his vision go black, almost fainting. At this moment, something cold and sharp pressed against his back. That thing cut through the skin on Ning Qiushui's back, causing him intense pain. It was also at this moment that the bronze mirror, which had been dormant in his palm, awakened. Woo-woo! In the darkness, a woman's mournful sobbing suddenly echoed. The moment the sound rang out, the two, who were already feeling somewhat cold, immediately felt a bone-chilling coldness. They suddenly shivered, and only then realized they could move. Beard. Quickly push the door. Ning Qiushui practically roared it out. Lu Chengfeng naturally knew that the female ghost wouldn't be able to buy them much time. He suddenly braced himself, ran forward with big strides, and then forcefully crashed open the temple door. The light from outside streamed in. The two, who had been on the verge of suffocation, finally caught a whiff of life. Without looking back, they burst out of the temple and ran down the mountain. Before descending, Ning Qiushui glanced back. He saw the female ghost in a wedding dress standing before Guangxiu, her red figure fading at a visible speed. Guangxiu remained rooted to the spot, as if held back by the female ghost. But on its terrifying, utterly shattered face, riddled with cracks, a pair of blood-red eyes stared intently at the two fleeing down the mountain. The venomous hatred in its eyes was practically overflowing. Faster! Ning Qiushui urged them on again with a loud shout. Lu Chengfeng, who was running at the very front carrying Bai Xiaoxiao's body, heard Ning Qiushui's urging and accelerated again. He gasped for air, not daring to look back, and sprinted wildly. Ning Qiushui, running behind Lu Chengfeng, suddenly heard something crack in his hand. He looked down and saw that the bronze mirror had completely shattered. The female ghost in the wedding dress, reflected in the mirror, also vanished at that instant. His heart sank to rock bottom. He had originally thought this item might be used a second time, but now it seemed its durability had reached its limit. If Guangxiu caught up now, they would surely die. At this thought, Ning Qiushui looked back again, and with just that one glance, his heart violently tightened. On the mountaintop behind them, Guangxiu had actually emerged from the temple, standing atop the blood-stained stone steps, coldly watching the two of them. Although its feet didn't move, every second, his body would appear on the small platform of the next 9 steps. This speed was undeniably fast. The two, sprinting down the mountain, didn't dare to run too quickly for fear of falling. Each set of 9 steps took them at least 2 seconds. Lu Chengfeng. Faster. It's catching up, Ning Qiushui shouted. Lu Chengfeng, running ahead, wailed shrilly. This is my fastest. Little brother. I can't run anymore. Ning Qiushui sped up and snatched Bai Xiaoxiao's body from Lu Chengfeng's shoulder. Although Bai Xiaoxiao wasn't heavy, and was missing a head, weighing a little over 100 jin, a normal person carrying a 100 jin object couldn't run for long. Fortunately, Ning Qiushui was in good physical condition. Carrying Bai Xiaoxiao's body was much easier for him than for Lu Chengfeng. As the distance between the mountaintop and the foot wasn't long, the two quickly ran down the stone steps. They didn't dare to look back or stop, plunging headfirst into the forest. Ahead, 3 figures suddenly appeared. Ning Qiushui looked up and saw it was Glasses Guy and his group. Run! Despite everything, Ning Qiushui still yelled at them. The 3 clearly didn't understand the situation. Seeing Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng running desperately towards them, they were momentarily bewildered. What's going on? Just as they stood there stunned, Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng had already brushed past them. Run! Ning Qiushui didn't look back but shouted again. This time, everyone moved. On one hand, a strong herd mentality ignited their inner fear. On the other hand, they saw Guangxiu, covered in cracks, with blood-red torn flesh exposed, looking as if it could fall apart at any moment. Damn it! Glasses guy cursed under his breath but still followed behind Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng. Because they were running behind, they seemed to have attracted Guangxiu's hatred. Guangxiu no longer pursued Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng directly but turned its attention to them. God damn it! Ning Qiushui! The man running at the very back roared at Ning Qiushui, his eyes revealing ferocity and terror. Unlike the others, this morning, they had sustained injuries in the village while trying to lure the shamaness. And he, unfortunately, had injured his leg. At this moment, coupled with his inner tension and fear, he couldn't run at all, only watching helplessly as the four people ahead got further and further away. Chapter 50 Praying Rain Village Physical Connection. Save me. Save me. I'm still behind. Lu Ting felt the increasingly cold aura drawing closer behind him. He fearfully stretched out his hand forward, shouting in panic. However, the people ahead were only concerned with saving their own lives. Who would still look back? Lu Ting finally understood what Ning Qiushui had said earlier. He had been unwilling to risk danger for his teammates. And now, his teammates were unwilling to risk danger for him. He was abandoned. Lu Ting gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with bitter resentment. These damned bastards actually abandoned him to save their own lives. He had contributed to the team too. How dare they? What right do they have? Damn it! Not a single one is reliable when it counts. He cursed indignantly in his heart. Yet he didn't dare to pause for a moment. Even with a leg injury, he hobbled forward. But as Lu Ting ran, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Felt like his body was becoming lighter and lighter. This feeling came very abruptly, and once it appeared, it never went away. Lu Ting was still struggling to run forward, but his body became lighter and lighter, until finally, felt like a weightless, floating feather. Lu Ting could no longer feel his body. He looked ahead in terror, staring wide-eyed, as if he had witnessed something utterly horrifying. He saw a headless corpse, identical to him in build and clothing, stumbling forward. That corpse didn't run for long before it tumbled to the ground, never moving again. Hungry, in his ears, a terrifying bubbling sound emerged. That wasn't a bubbling sound made by a normal human. It was more like the strange noise of a dilapidated machine suddenly starting up again, its knobs grinding against rust. A bloody, mangled hand was holding Lu Ting's hair, slowly turning his face around. Lu Ting finally saw the terrifying appearance of the one chasing him from behind. He opened his mouth wide in extreme terror, but couldn't make a sound. Hurry! It's getting dark. Ning Qiushui was panting, running for so long while carrying by Xiaoxiao's body. Even he was starting to feel the strain. But he dared not stop. The distant setting sun was slowly descending. The last remaining afterglow of the sunset was also gradually shifting towards the horizon. He had to rush to the shamaness residence as quickly as possible to return by Xiaoxiao's body to her head. Big Beard. Open the door quickly. Ning Qiushui shouted. And Lu Chengfeng immediately scurried to the front, kicked open the shamanist's front door, then went to a corner of the residence, outside an inconspicuous small room, where he inserted a wire into the keyhole, attempting to pick the lock. Fortunately, his skill was truly proficient, even without being able to see. Relying only on sound and feel, he quickly opened the iron lock. Ning Qiushui came to the corner, immediately took out the transparent glass jar containing Bai Xiaoxiao's head, and said to her, "Sister Bai, we've brought your body back. What do we do now?" Inside the transparent glass jar, Bai Xiaoxiao's charming, pale face appeared particularly stiff, her eyes gradually becoming hollow and stagnant. Compared to daytime, at this moment, she was more like a lifeless statue. Seeing her condition was not right, Ning Qiushui hurriedly slapped the glass jar hard and loudly called her name a few times. "Bai Xiaoxiao! Bai Xiaoxiao! Can you hear me?" Perhaps Ning Qiushui's slapping had an effect. Inside the glass jar, Bai Xiaoxiao's stiff eyes finally slowly moved. She stared at Ning Qiushui outside, and after a moment, spoke in an extremely weak voice. You're back." Ning Qiushui glanced back at the setting sun, and while panting, loudly said to Bai Xiaoxiao, "We've brought your body back. What do we do now?" Bai Xiaoxiao replied, "Smash the glass. Put my head back on my body." Crash. As Bai Xiaoxiao's words fell, Ning Qiushui immediately slammed the glass jar hard against the ground. The fragile bottle instantly shattered. A large amount of liquid spilled onto the ground, and Bai Xiaoxiao's head was held in Ning Qiushui's hands. Without a moment's delay, he and Lu Chengfeng hurriedly put Bai Xiaoxiao's head back onto her body. At that moment, as soon as the severed neck of the head touched the severed neck of the body, they immediately fused together. On Bai Xiaoxiao's slender neck, only a faint red mark remained, as if she had merely been choked by a rope. At the last moment before the sunset, she lay in Ning Qiushui's arms and finally opened her eyes. Her eyes, like water, first trembled slightly, as if a drop had fallen into a lake, disturbing its mirror-like calm. Then light and spirit emerged within them. With Bai Xiaoxiao's soft moan, the two finally relaxed, knowing she was alive. "Damn! You scared me to death, Sister Bai. We almost thought you wouldn't make it." Seeing Bai Xiaoxiao finally awaken, Lu Chengfeng vigorously wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead and gasped for air. Bai Xiaoxiao thanked the two and gently pushed herself up from Ning Qiushui's arms. She looked at the distant, already set sun and gave a bitter smile. "This blood door is indeed perilous. I thought I was already very cautious, but I still almost failed." After speaking, an inexpressible gratitude filled her gaze towards the two. People willing to risk their lives to save you, in the Ghost Inn, are truly rare. Of course, besides gratitude, she also felt a subtle, almost imperceptible shyness towards Ning Qiushui. She knew that, in the temple on the mountain, Ning Qiushui had pulled down her pants and seen her. But, of course, people who frequently experience life and death don't care about these things as much as ordinary people. So she quickly regained her usual composure. "What about the others?" Bai Xiaoxiao asked. "Most of them are dead. If nothing unexpected happened, there are probably only 5 people left now." As soon as the current number of survivors was mentioned, Lu Chengfeng's face became much grimmer. When they came in, there were 14 people, and in just 5 short days, less than half were already left. At this point, only the last 2 days remained. If in these last 2 days they still couldn't help the monk who granted peace find his head, then they would face reckoning from Guangxiu, who had become a malevolent ghost, and all the vengeful spirits who had died in the past 100 years. Chapter 51 Praying Rain Village Gathering. By the way, do you think Guangxiu will chase us here? Lu Chengfeng looked uneasily at the door behind him. His worries were not unfounded. The Guang family originally harbored deep hatred for the Yuan clan. Now that Guangxiu could leave the temple, its first action would likely be to seek revenge on the shamanists. I think what we need to worry about might not just be Guangxiu. After Lu Chengfeng's reminder, Ning Qiushui's expression suddenly turned grave. He looked around, as if searching for something. Qiushui, what's wrong? Bai Xiaoxiao also noticed Ning Qiushui's unease. Ning Qiushui slowly spoke, revealing something that sent shivers down their spines. Following your guidance, we found that book in the shamanist's bedroom. Just as we were about to leave, the shamanist happened to return, and what followed was an intense chase between us and her. When we escaped, the shamanist's residence door should have been open. In order to quickly snatch the book from us, she wouldn't have had time to turn back, close the door, and then continue chasing us. And villagers generally don't come to this place. So, during the time we left the shamanist's residence, who exactly came in? As Ning Qiushui's words fell, both of their hairs stood on end. They also vigilantly looked at the surrounding darkness, as if something could suddenly dart out from those inconspicuous small corners at any moment. Anyway, let's get out of here first. The three immediately left the shamanist's residence. On the way, Bai Xiaoxiao learned about the shamanist's death and said to the two, "Let me see the eyeballs that the human-skin female ghost gave you." Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng didn't refuse, directly handing the 2 eyeballs to Bai Xiaoxiao. After experiencing the events of these past few days, they had established a high degree of trust between them. Bai Xiaoxiao held the human-skin female ghost's eyeballs and examined them carefully for a while, then suddenly said, "It shouldn't be a ghost artifact. Ghost artifacts are generally singular. They aren't disassembled into parts." Lu Chengfeng asked, puzzled. "Not a ghost artifact? Doesn't this mean it's useless?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head and said seriously, "That's not necessarily the case. Things that aren't ghost artifacts just can't be taken out of the blood door. But these eyeballs should have a very important function. Otherwise, the female ghost wouldn't have given them to you before leaving. Moreover, since they are special items given to you by the female ghost, only you can use them. Even if others get them, they'll be useless." He returned the eyeballs to the two. Ning Qiushui held the eyeballs in his hand, examined them carefully, and fell into thought. Soon, they returned to the guest house, which was once the Misty Rain Temple. "Are we really going back to this haunted place? Didn't we say this place was haunted? Should we just make do in the dining hall for a night?" It was their first time standing in the open at night, looking at their accommodation. It was a very strange feeling. The three only felt that the place they were staying was terrifyingly eerie. Those dark windows, one by one, always felt like countless mouths, eager to devour them alive. Glasses Guy and his companions haven't returned either. Glasses Guy's room wasn't actually far from theirs. Ning Qiushui glanced at the window and found that there was no light inside, and the curtains and windows hadn't been touched at all. He guessed that either Glasses Guy and the other two were all killed by Guangxiu, or they discovered something and left this place. "We still shouldn't go back. It should be unsafe inside." Ning Qiushui took out the blood jade, The closer they got to the guesthouse Misty Rain Temple, the more intensely the blood jade glowed with red light. Clearly, there was something unclean in the guesthouse. Let's go to the dining hall. If nothing unexpected happened, the others are also there. At this moment, it was completely dark, and strange things were wandering everywhere in the village. If they continued to wander outside, it would be very unsafe. So the three decided to go to the dining hall, which was the original guest house, to make do for a night. After arriving at the dining hall, they saw lights on inside from a distance. This gleam of light added a rare touch of life to the entire dead and empty dining hall. After arriving at the dining hall, they entered the lit room and saw Glasses Guy and the timid girl Zhong Fong silently staring at each other. Bai Xiaoxiao, seeing Bai Xiaoxiao appear vividly before him, Glasses Guy was somewhat surprised and delighted. He hadn't seen this woman for some time, and with the current critical situation, having one more person was always better than one less. What's more, Bai Xiaoxiao was meticulous, had good psychological fortitude, remained calm when facing problems, and was a capable member of the team. First, tell us how things are on your end. Facing Bai Xiaoxiao's question, Glasses Guy nodded, his face turning slightly pale, and said, "He's dead." At that time, that terrifying malevolent ghost chased us down the mountain. We each ran for our lives. No one paid attention to him. Later, we returned to the guest house. Waited a long time, but he never showed up. Instead, we encountered a charred, half-bodied imp. Mentioning the scene they experienced in the guest house Misty Rain Temple, Glasses Guy and Zhong Fong were both trembling slightly, clearly not yet recovered from that terrifying experience. Fortunately, that ghost didn't have much murderous intent towards them. Its main purpose was to wander the building, searching for something. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. The current situation is very clear. With the shamanist's death, the malevolent ghosts in Praying Rain Village, which were originally suppressed, now have many fewer restrictions on them. They can no longer hold back and want to carry out a terrible massacre in Praying Rain Village. Hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's words, Zhong Fong's tears immediately streamed down from the corners of her eyes. She tightly covered her mouth, trying her best not to make a sound. Despair spread through everyone's hearts. So, aren't we doomed? Lu Changfeng slumped onto the stool like a pile of mud, his eyes somewhat vacant. Not necessarily doomed. Bai Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, and her next words brought hope back to everyone. The time limit for the mission behind the blood door is 7 days. This means that the ghosts in this world will definitely be bound by the blood door's rules within 7 days. They can't truly unleash themselves and massacre us. Otherwise, with Guang Xiu's abilities and malevolence, we wouldn't have survived until now. The current problem is how to find the lost head of the monk, the compassionate one, as quickly as possible tomorrow and the day after, and then return it to him. Only when the compassionate one gets his head back can he grant peace to the village. Chapter 52, Praying Rain Village, Searching for the Head. Whoa! You say it so easily. The village is so big. How are we supposed to find the head? Who knows where his head was thrown? With just 5 of us now, how can we possibly find the monk's head in 2 days? We won't find it. We're doomed. Whoa! Under the torment of intense fear and despair, Zhong Fong, this little girl who was not very brave to begin with, began to break down emotionally. Everyone remained silent and didn't blame her. Actually, this little girl gave them a good impression. Although she was very timid and often tearful, she never flinched. whether it was going to scenic spots to find clues or going up the back mountain. Even though she was very scared, she always bravely followed Glass's guy. And given the current situation, Zhongfang really couldn't be blamed. Zhongfang is right. If we just search aimlessly like this, it's impossible to find the monk's head in 2 days. Ning Qiushui, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this moment. Regarding the monk's head, there must be a clear clue pointing to it. We must have missed something very important. Everyone, think hard. The room fell silent for a while. Though not holding out much hope, everyone still tried to recall everything they had experienced since entering the Blood Gate. Was anything missed? Apparently not. Not only had nothing been missed, but they even felt as if they hadn't done much in these 5 days. Thus, the atmosphere of frustration grew thicker in their silence. Finally, at one point, Ning Qiushui once again pulled out the eye given to him by the human-skin female ghost. The female ghost hadn't told him how to use this item, nor would the Blood Gate give him any hints. But at this moment, Ning Qiushui seemed to understand something, and as if by a supernatural impulse, he placed the eyeball on the table. No one understood what he intended to do, but they watched him nonetheless. After a brief silence, the female ghost's eyeball that Ning Qiushui had placed on the table actually began to roll gulu-gulu. Seeing this, everyone immediately perked up. Quick! Big Beard. Give me the other eyeball too, Ning Qiushui said to Lu Chengfeng, who nodded and quickly took out the other eyeball, handing it to Ning Qiushui. Ning Qiushui placed the 2 eyeballs together. After a series of rotations, they noticed that the pair of eyeballs simultaneously looked in a certain direction. And that direction was surprisingly the interior of Qiyu village. Is this telling us that the monk's head is currently in Qiyu village? Zhongfang asked softly. Ning Qiushui shook his head. Not entirely clear, but it's possible. After all, what we can't see, ghosts might. We helped the female ghost fulfill her wish for revenge, and these eyes might be her reward to us. In any case, we all have to go to Qiyu village tomorrow morning. Everyone nodded. Having a goal is much better than aimlessly searching around like headless flies. After all, Qiyu village is not small. If they really had to dig 3 feet deep, let alone 2 remaining days, even 2 more months wouldn't be enough. Everyone arranged for a night watch, and Ning Qiushui was on the first shift. After everyone else had fallen asleep, Ning Qiushui, bored, took out the ancient book he had previously found in the shamanist's residence. He carefully flipped through it for a long time before finding some details within the ancient text. The art of transplanting flowers and grafting wood? The first time he saw these words, Ning Qiushui felt his eyelids twitch. He carefully read through the ancient book, and the more he read, the more his heart pounded. It turned out that the body the shamaness was currently using was not her original body at all. Through this evil method, she grafted her own head onto another person's body. Then through the headless body, which already carried her strong aura, onto the mountain for Guangxiu to vent on, making Guangxiu briefly believe he had killed her, thus slightly appeasing his resentment. Although ghosts are products born after human death, they are not as simple as human souls. Most of them possess far less intelligence than humans. At least, Guangxiu had been deceived by the shamaness in this way for over 20 years. Of course, paper cannot forever wrap fire. No matter how foolish Guangxiu was, after being fooled for over 20 years, He should have noticed something amiss. Moreover, as the shamaness continuously used this evil art of transplanting flowers and grafting wood, she was horrified to discover that her own head was gradually rotting. Every time she replaced a new body, her head would become more corrupt and sluggish. The shamaness believed this was due to the mismatch between the head and the body. Thus, from that moment on, she frantically searched for more suitable bodies, and the jars of human heads piled up in the residence grew more and more numerous. No wonder the villagers are so afraid of her. A very soft female voice suddenly appeared from behind Ning Qiushui. He turned around and saw that it was Bai Xiaoxiao. She had been standing behind him for who knew how long, watching for a while. "Sister Bai, aren't you sleeping?" Bai Xiaoxiao sat down in the seat next to Ning Qiushui, took out her phone, lit up the screen, and waved it in front of him. "It's already 2 in the morning. It's my turn to stand watch. You should go to sleep." Ning Qiushui looked at Bai Xiaoxiao's phone screen, which displayed a very beautiful young woman. This woman's beauty was even greater than Bai Xiaoxiao's. She was an extremely rare beauty. Moreover, her temperament was vastly different from Bai Xiaoxiao's, lacking Bai Xiaoxiao's alluring maturity and possessing more of a mischievous youthfulness. My lord/lady, there's more to this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Is that Zizi? Ning Qiushui blurted out. Bai Xiaoxiao seemed not to have expected Ning Qiushui to ask this question, nor that he would know who Zizi was, and she was momentarily stunned. After a moment, she softly hummed. "Yes, can you tell me her story? I'm not very sleepy right now." Bringing up this familiar old friend, an unmaskable pang of pain surfaced in the depths of Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes. She knew Zizi was a very emotional girl, but she never imagined that a lively and cheerful girl like Zizi would actually commit suicide for love. She used to be very timid, much like Zhongfang, but she was very proactive in everything she did, including searching for clues to survival. I entered the blood gate with her back then, and it was mostly Zizi pulling me along to find survival clues. Even if she sometimes cried from fright, she would still bravely push forward. Everyone loved her humor and liveliness. At that time, there were quite a few people in the ghost dorm, 15 of us. I was very shy and afraid of them, and it was Zizi who helped me quickly integrate into the group. Because of that, I've always been grateful to her. We quickly became good friends. Her adaptability was very strong. She was truly suited for the mist world. Back then, I had severe fear of ghosts, and almost every other day, Zizi would drag me into low-difficulty blood gates to complete missions, helping me overcome my inner fears. She told me it was the fastest way to improve oneself. Thanks to Zizi's tireless help, I gradually adapted to this bizarre world. Those were my happiest times. We ate together, watched TV together, chatted together, and went to clear dungeons in the world behind the blood gate. Bai Xiaoxiao spoke softly, unhurriedly, her voice flowing like water as she recounted, completely immersed in her memories. A faint smile also hung on her delicate face. The light from the phone screen shone on her face, and Ning Qiushui could see a surging emotion called nostalgia in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes. It was clear that she truly cherished that past time. We originally thought such wonderful days would continue forever, but later, something unexpected happened in the ghost dorm. P.S. 4 updates today. This dungeon should conclude tomorrow. I'll try to make the next story even more eerie. Chapter 53, Qiu Village Night Talk. As she mentioned what happened in the ghost dorm back then, Bai Xiaoxiao's expression began to change. It was a look of fear. Ning Qiushui, witnessing Bai Xiaoxiao's expression, couldn't help but feel curious about what had happened in the ghost dorm back then. In his understanding, Bai Xiaoxiao was a very calm and composed woman. She had faced many life or death crises. And regardless of her experience, her mental fortitude alone was far beyond that of ordinary people. Yet, even someone as calm as Bai Xiaoxiao felt fear at this moment. However, Bai Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, seemed reluctant to explain the matter too clearly, only speaking vaguely. After that incident, most of the people in the ghost dorm died. The older members were almost all gone, and we had to take their places, inheriting their will at the same time. Occasionally, we would go into dangerous blood gates to complete missions. Although Bai Xiaoxiao didn't specify what exactly that incident was, Ning Qiushui could guess that it was likely related to the puzzle piece in the ghost dorm. Were they after that puzzle piece? Bai Xiaoxiao was silent for a long time before finally nodding slowly. She sighed. What happens if one doesn't deliberately pursue this puzzle piece? Ning Qiushui asked another question that concerned him. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at Ning Qiushui, a hint of bitterness appearing at the corner of her lips. I know what you want to ask. You probably think that as long as everyone keeps participating in low-difficulty Bloodgate missions, their survival rate will be greatly guaranteed, especially after acquiring ghost artifacts, where it's almost impossible to fail. Right? Ning Qiushui nodded. Indeed. Bai Xiaoxiao sighed. In the Mist World, every chosen person must go through 9 blood gates. The first 3 blood gates are spaced a week apart, the 4th to 6th are 6 months apart, and the 7th to 9th are a year apart. And within this, the difficulty of each blood gate will be higher than the last. Of course, your special situation is an exception. According to statistics, the death rate for the 7th gate is already as high as 95.796%, not to mention the 8th and 9th blood gates, which are almost certain death. So every member of the ghost dorm tries every possible method to collect puzzle pieces in order to leave this place and escape the curse before the 7th blood gate arrives. And puzzle pieces only appear after the 4th difficulty blood gate. Only a ghost dorm that obtains a complete puzzle can qualify to go to the end of the Mist World. Ning Qiushui frowned. What exactly is at the end of the Mist World? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, and a look of bewilderment appeared in her originally clear eyes. I don't know. No one who has entered the end of the Mist World has ever come out. If that's the case, why are you so sure that entering the end of the Mist World will break the Blood Gate's curse? Facing Ning Qiushui's sharp question, Bai Xiaoxiao remained silent for a long time. Actually, sometimes, you don't necessarily have to be certain that things are exactly that way. Humans are very fragile creatures. We always need a reason to live. Don't we? Ning Qiushui and Bai Xiaoxiao looked at each other for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, indeed. Rather than facing the almost 100% death rate of the 7th blood gate, it's better to find a way to collect all the puzzle pieces and go to the end of the Mist World to see what's there. Even if they die, at least they can satisfy their curiosity before death. For the cursed people in the ghost dorm, the puzzle pieces are more of a psychological comfort, a hope for survival. For a group of people living in despair, nothing is more precious than hope. Ning Qiushui didn't ask much about the later disputes between Bai Xiaoxiao's group and other ghost dorms. Firstly, he couldn't help them at the moment. Secondly, Ning Qiushui didn't like to casually get involved in messy situations. As for whether Bai Xiaoxiao would need his help, that was another matter. All right. It's almost 3. We've talked for so long. You should go to sleep quickly. There's another tough battle to fight tomorrow. Ning Qiushui nodded. He roughly understood some of the situations he would face later. He got up and went into the room, preparing to rest. Behind him, Bai Xiaoxiao rested her chin on one hand, tilting her head to watch Ning Qiushui's retreating figure, her eyes slightly lost in thought, wondering what she was thinking. Finally, the dawn of the 6th day arrived. Everyone's mental state wasn't particularly good, because they had to stand watch last night, and because Xianxia, the suspected big boss of this bloodgate, had come down from the back mountain's peak. Everyone had a knot in their hearts and dared not sleep too soundly. At dawn the next day, everyone arrived early at the cafeteria hall, waiting. They wanted to have a good breakfast before heading into the village to search for the head of the monk, the compassionate one. But today, something was strange. The cafeteria uncles and aunties, who should have come to work early, were unexpectedly absent today. Everyone waited from past 5 in the morning until 9, but no staff members came to the cafeteria. This sudden strange situation made everyone feel as if their hearts were covered in a shadow. Everything felt wrong. What's going on today? How come even the cooks haven't shown up? After the shamaness died, they're not even bothering to put on a show anymore, are they? Lu Chengfeng, who hadn't slept well all night and was hungry, glared and cursed unhappily. He walked to the cafeteria entrance, glanced down the road in the distance, and after confirming no one was coming, he seemed to lose his remaining patience and went to the kitchen himself. Before long, Lu Chengfeng came out carrying a pot of porridge. Hey! That's all that's left in there. Just make do with it. Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, then burped. The smell of braised food. Seeing everyone's strange looks, Lu Chengfeng coughed a few times, his old face flushing slightly. I just ate an extra braised egg. I really had to rummage through everything for ages to find that. No one blamed him, after all. If it weren't for Lu Chengfeng, they wouldn't have had this breakfast. After a simple meal, everyone packed their belongings and headed towards the interior of the village. The weather today wasn't good. It was already a bit gloomy. As everyone entered the woods, thunder suddenly rumbled overhead, and then a light rain began to fall. Drip-drop, the light rain hitting the leaves in the forest created a dense pattering sound that made everyone feel a bit uneasy. They pushed through thick bushes and finally reached the village entrance, only to be stunned by the terrifying sight inside. Chapter 54. Qiu Village entering the village. Standing at the village entrance, everyone discovered that the village was engulfed by a downpour. The raindrops poured down like a deluge, as if to submerge the entire village. Even more terrifying, both the crimson color and the scent blowing towards them indicated that the downpour in the village was blood. Holy hell! Lu Chengfeng finally couldn't hold back and cursed in his hometown dialect. Although the others didn't understand, they knew he was cursing. I don't want to go in. At this moment, Zhongfang, who was already a bit nervous, saw the village shrouded in blood rain and immediately felt her legs go weak. She squeezed her legs together tightly, trying not to wet herself. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned extremely pale. The kind-hearted shed all their blood, turning into sweet rain. At this moment, everyone recalled the hint on the blood gate before they entered it. Guangxiu. Is he inside the village? At the mention of that name, not just Glasses Guy and Zhongfang, but even Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but shiver. Clearly, yesterday's events had left them with severe psychological trauma. Holy crap! Young man, you need to think this through. If that thing is in there, us going in would be like sheep entering a tiger's den. Ning Qiushui didn't reply immediately. The village before them was now stained with terrifying crimson in almost every corner. Clearly, Guangxiu had already been to the village. If Guangxiu had left, why was it still raining blood in the village? If Guangxiu hadn't left, wouldn't going in be a direct suicide mission? For a moment, too many thoughts intertwined in his mind. Ning Qiushui took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He then took out the pair of eyes given to him by the human skin female ghost and placed them in his palm. Gurgle. Gurgle. The pair of eyes kept rolling in Ning Qiushui's palm, eventually looking in one direction within the village. Seeing this, no one spoke. Going in together might be too risky, Ning Qiushui thought for a moment and said, "How about this, I'll go in first to check. If I don't come out after 2 hours, you all think of another way." Hearing Ning Qiushui say this, everyone's gaze towards him changed somewhat. Especially Zhongfang. Her gaze was almost like that of a fangirl idolizing a star. "Brother Ning, you're truly amazing. You dare to enter this village alone. Aren't you afraid of death?" At this moment, Zhongfang felt not only admiration but even a hint of jealousy. If she had such courage, she wouldn't always be so anxious, and she would have slept well for at least 1 day since coming through this door. A hint of surprise also appeared in by Xiaoxiao's eyes. She had long experienced Ning Qiushui's mental fortitude, but only at this moment did she realize she had still greatly underestimated this newcomer. She even began to wonder if Ning Qiushui was truly a normal person. Recalling her embarrassing past of wetting the bed from fright the first time she entered the blood gate, Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. She had gone through several life and death crises before finally overcoming her fear of ghosts. Yet this Ning Qiushui fellow seemed to be born with an inhuman amount of courage. Going in alone is still too dangerous. "I'll go in with you." Lu Chengfeng was still the same. Firstly, he trusted Ning Qiushui's abilities and luck. Secondly, he truly wasn't at ease with Ning Qiushui going in alone. "I'll go in with you too," Bai Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment, then added, "So far we have no other clues. What's certain is that the eyes given to Qiushui by the human skin female ghost are very important, and the place they look towards must hide something crucial. Even if it's not the head of the monk, the compassionate one, it will be of significant help to our survival. This village is now on the brink of chaos. Every minute we stay longer, the more dangerous it becomes. Instead of standing here waiting to die, it's better to go all out. Having more people search for things will definitely be faster than having fewer." With Bai Xiaoxiao's words, Glasses Guy and Zhongfang hesitated for a moment, then also decided to follow them into the village where blood rain was falling. Ugh! The intensely overwhelming smell of blood made 2 members of the team almost vomit the moment they stepped into the village. It took them a while to adapt before they could barely tolerate the smell. Ning Qiushui kept the pair of eyes in his palm. Interestingly, although no one had an umbrella, thanks to the pair of eyes given by the human skin female ghost, a vacuum-like area formed around them, isolating them from the blood rain. Although this area wasn't large, it was enough to cover everyone. "This is much better than we expected," Bai Xiaoxiao smiled. While she could accept being drenched in the blood rain, it didn't mean she liked it. In most cases, girls are a bit more fastidious than boys. Everyone proceeded deeper into the village, carefully observing their surroundings. The sky outside wasn't dark, but sunlight couldn't penetrate into the village. Those who entered felt everything was hazy and very eerie. As they ventured deeper into the village, Lu Chengfeng seemed to spot something. He pointed a finger into the distance and gasped softly, "This chapter is not yet finished." Please click next page to continue reading the exciting content. Look quickly. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and their breaths froze in place. They had never seen such a bizarre and terrifying scene before. Deep within the blood rain, on both sides of the village road, outside the doors of every household, hung several broken corpses. All these corpses were tattered and torn, as if crushed by various tools, with crimson muscles exposed, organs hanging from their bellies, and ghastly white bones faintly visible. Most terrifying of all, these corpses, strung up from the eaves, all bore extremely eerie smiles on their pale faces, staring fixedly at the people entering the village. They seemed to be silently and warmly welcoming this group of visitors entering the village. In the team, Zhongfang, the most timid, couldn't bear the dreadful gaze. She shrieked, covered her head with both hands, and directly squatted on the ground. Seeing this, Ning Qiushui pulled her up with a grab. If you're scared, don't look, and don't squat on the ground. If danger strikes, you won't even have time to run. Zhongfang, her hand held by Ning Qiushui, felt a little calmer, but still kept her head down, not daring to look into the distance. She was trembling so violently that Ning Qiushui even felt that if he hadn't supported her, she probably wouldn't have been able to stand. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao, who was by their side, suddenly stepped forward discreetly and supported Zhongfang. I'll take over. You can focus on finding the way. Ning Qiushui nodded, and following the direction indicated by the eyes, continued to lead everyone deeper into the terrifying village. Chapter 55. Prayer for Rain Village. The head. Damn. These corpses are too creepy. Good thing they don't move. As everyone ventured deeper into the village, their fear somewhat subsided, because they soon discovered that the villagers hanging outside their homes were not actually alive. They had merely been killed and then deliberately arranged in that manner. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ning Qiushui suddenly stopped in front of a small building that had been abandoned for a long time. This small building was constructed with bricks mixed with some cement, from top to bottom. Inside, it was covered in cobwebs, and a thick layer of dust carpeted the rooms, suggesting it had been uninhabited for a very long time. Here, there were no hanging corpses. This is it, Ning Qiushui said. They arrived under the eaves. To ensure safety, Ning Qiushui specifically took out the blood jade from his person. It emitted a red glow, neither strong nor weak. Ning Qiushui walked around, but the blood jade in his hand suddenly developed cracks. Ning Qiushui didn't say much. He knew that the blood jade also had a limited number of uses. Bai Xiaoxiao had already told him that any ghost artifact obtained from behind the blood gate had a limited number of uses. Generally, powerful ghost artifacts would not be used more than 3 times. However, a very few special ghost artifacts, such as the blood jade, could be triggered more often, but they were not unlimited. There shouldn't be any ghosts inside. Otherwise, the blood jade's glow would change. Ning Qiushui's tone was relatively steady, but he wasn't actually that certain, because this malevolent spirit named Guangxiu was truly terrifying. Couldn't be ruled out that the opponent had the ability to conceal its aura. Let's go in together. Everyone be careful. Bai Xiaoxiao spoke, and was the first to push open the door. Creak, a grating friction sound, enough to set teeth on edge, rang out, and the old wooden door was pushed open just like that. There was a strong scent of dust in the room, and the squeaking of mice. After everyone entered the room, they seemed to be startled, turning into a black shadow and disappearing into the corner. This small building was considerably larger than normal village houses. In such a poor village as Prayer for Rain Village, anyone living in such a building should have a special status. In the left corner of the first floor hall hung a photograph covered in thick dust, depicting a family of 3. A man, a woman, and a little girl. Ning Qiushui had seen a photo of this man in an ancient book in the shaman's room. It was Ruan Kaihuang's son, Ruan Xian. Ruan Xian was the shaman's father, and also a crucial link in how Prayer for Rain Village had fermented into its current state. It seems this is Ruan Xian's home. After a search, everyone finally found a coffin in the room on the south side of the first floor hall. The few of them exchanged glances. Bai Xiaoxiao, holding a wooden comb, stepped forward first and opened the coffin. Inside the coffin, nothing suddenly jumped out as everyone had expected. There was only a reclining skeleton and a perfectly preserved head. This head had its eyes tightly closed. Although its complexion was pale, it didn't give off a sinister feeling. Instead, there was an indescribable serenity. Besides that, everyone noticed there was not a single strand of hair on this head. They were greatly agitated. Bai Xiaoxiao tried to take the head from the skeleton's hands in the coffin. But the moment she touched the head, the skeleton's pale hands suddenly gripped Bai Xiaoxiao's wrist. Seeing this, everyone was about to step forward to help. But they heard Bai Xiaoxiao say, "Wasn't it enough that you ruined the village like this when you were alive? Look for yourself. What a terrifying hell it is outside the village now. Having done wrong in life, must you continue to err even after death?" It was unclear whether Bai Xiaoxiao's questioning had an effect, causing a trace of guilt in Ruan Xian's skeleton, or if it originally only had a lingering obsession and wasn't a true malevolent spirit. In any case, after Bai Xiaoxiao's words fell, the skeleton indeed released its hands. Everyone saw 2 dark finger marks on Bai Xiaoxiao's slender, snow-white wrist. "Sister Bai, are you all right?" Lu Chengfeng asked with concern. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Let's leave quickly. I always feel uncomfortable in this village." Everyone nodded. No one would feel comfortable staying in a village where blood rain was falling. But the moment everyone walked out of the house, they suddenly heard Zhongfang scream. They saw Zhongfang, who was walking at the very front, drenched by the torrential blood rain pouring from the sky. Zhongfang hastily retreated under the eaves, hugged herself with both hands, and squatted on the ground, crying loudly, as if her life was short-lived. Ning Qiushui felt something was wrong and quickly took out the pair of eyes given to him by the human-skinned female ghost. But when he placed these eyes in his palm, everyone saw that the female ghost's eyes were turning into a puddle of clear water at a visible speed. What's going on? Lu Chengfeng was stunned. They had all relied on this pair of female ghosts' eyes to move freely in the blood rain. Now that the female ghosts' eyes were gone, didn't it mean all of them would be drenched like drowned rats by this blood rain? No one wanted to get wet from this eerie blood rain. "Look for an umbrella in the room." Ning Qiushui reacted immediately. He was already starting to feel that something was wrong. He couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong, but the feeling was very bad, as if something terrifying was about to happen, forcing him to leave this place quickly. Everyone searched the room but didn't find an umbrella. Damn it! How come there isn't even an umbrella in this house? Ah! Prayer for Rain Village. You hear the name of this village and you know how much the villagers love rain. So it's reasonable not to have umbrellas. The bespectacled man smiled palely. Left with no choice, everyone could only brace themselves and walk into the blood rain. They all knew the village was dangerous. For every minute they delayed, their chances of dying increased by a point. As the blood rain poured down, the moment everyone entered this curtain of congealed blood, they felt a bone-chilling cold. They also understood why Zhongfang's reaction had been so extreme just now. They dared not delay for a moment, bracing themselves all the way, enduring the blood rain overhead, and ran towards the village entrance. Chapter 56. Prayer for Rain Village Blood Rain. After the 5 people came out of the room, they headed towards the village entrance, with Ning Qiushui leading the way. He deliberately didn't run fast. Ning Qiushui knew that the psychological pressure brought by this terrifying blood rain was immense. Under such high pressure, if he, as the leader, were to run first, it would only cause greater panic among the others, and uncontrollable chaos might arise. As the leader, he had to control his own pace, moving quickly without panicking. Without the female ghost's gifted eyes to shield them from the blood rain, everyone had to raise their hands above their eyes, barely blocking the viscous blood falling from the sky, just to see the path ahead. As they ran to the main road in the center of the village, Lu Changfeng actually let out a strange cry. Damn it! As his strange cry ended, everyone quickly noticed the abnormality in the village. The corpses hanging outside their homes, which should have all been facing the village entrance, had at some point turned around, now staring fixedly at the 5 people in the middle of the main road, with hollow smiles on their faces. This scene almost directly caused Zhongfang to collapse. She screamed, covered her head, and ran frantically in an unfamiliar direction. The blood rain was too heavy, and there was also a faint mist, obscuring everyone's vision. Ning Qiushui was basically relying on memory to head towards the village entrance. As Zhongfang collapsed, Ning Qiushui had tried to pull her back, but he failed. Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't hold onto Zhongfang, and neither could he. Zhongfang, the bespectacled man shouted, wanting to chase after her, but was quickly stopped by Lu Changfeng. Snap out of it. We can barely protect ourselves right now. We can't save her. Go to the village entrance first. Quickly, the bespectacled man, held back by Lu Changfeng, felt a pang of sadness. Although he hadn't known the young girl named Zhongfang before, her performance during their team-up these past few days had left a very good impression on him. He really wanted to save this timid but sensible young girl, not wanting her to die within this blood gate. However, accidents always strike so abruptly. Just as they were on the eve of dawn, the young girl Zhongfang still fell into the darkness behind them. She hadn't run far before an extremely shrill scream rang out. No one could clearly see what she had encountered, only vaguely glimpsing a black shadow through the dripping blood curtain. They all knew that Black Shadow was Guangxiu. Faster! Ning Qiushui roared, fixed on the direction of the village entrance, and ran towards it. Everyone followed closely behind him, running wildly, but no matter what, they couldn't shake off the terrifying black shadow behind them. Guangxiu seemed motionless, yet within the blood curtain, its figure was getting closer and closer to everyone. Something's wrong. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao cried out. Stop quickly. Hearing this, everyone immediately stopped. This stemmed from their absolute trust in Bai Xiaoxiao. What's wrong? Sister Bai. Lu Changfeng wiped the blood from his face and asked. Bai Xiaoxiao turned back, staring at the black shadow continuously approaching them. Her eyes filled with a fierce glint. A moment later, she gritted her teeth and said, "Run towards it." Everyone was startled. Quickly, Bai Xiaoxiao offered no further explanation, leading the way and running towards the black shadow. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng exchanged glances, and with almost no hesitation, followed behind Bai Xiaoxiao. The bespectacled man had also been following them. Although at this moment, reason told him that their actions were suicidal, his trust in the three made him grit his teeth and do the same. Just like that, everyone ran recklessly towards the black shadow. As they got closer and closer to the black shadow, their hearts pounded in their throats, as if they could burst out at any moment. They didn't know what Bai Xiaoxiao intended to do, or what she had discovered. They only knew that if Bai Xiaoxiao's judgment was wrong, then all of them would die. Guang Xiu's shattered, terrifying face appeared in everyone's eyes. It grinned sinisterly at them, its eyes glinting with dreadful malice. It stretched out its hand towards Bai Xiaoxiao, who was running first, and opened its gaping maw. The sight made everyone's breath catch. "Don't stop. Don't look back," Bai Xiaoxiao shouted once more just before making contact with Guang Xiu. Immediately after, her body passed through Guang Xiu, running towards the blood curtain ahead, completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, everyone's confidence greatly increased, and they, too, braced themselves and charged towards Guang Xiu. Everyone passed through Guang Xiu's body unharmed, running wildly along with Bai Xiaoxiao. The black shadow behind them turned around, staring malevolently at their retreating figures, but remained motionless. "Holy crap! Sister Bai, what's going on?" Lu Chengfeng, as always, was full of questions. Bai Xiaoxiao, slightly out of breath, replied, "Within the blood gate, there's a very strange rule. This rule only applies to the first 3 gates, which is that a ghost can only kill one person at a time within a short period. Although the difficulty of this blood gate far exceeds that of a normal second gate, it is still essentially a second blood gate, and thus must adhere to this rule." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. Zhongfang had just been killed by Guang Xiu, so for a short period, Guang Xiu couldn't attack them. Even though it knew it couldn't attack us, it still eagerly appeared and chased us. The only explanation is, it wanted to drive us in this direction. Dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Therefore, this is definitely not the exit. As Bai Xiaoxiao finished explaining, Ning Qiushui frowned. If my memory serves me right, that direction just now was indeed the way out of the village. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Qiushui, you're very capable, but still a bit rigid. This village is an open one. There are ways out everywhere. It doesn't necessarily have to be that particular direction. And didn't you notice? The path we came from had no blood rain." Upon hearing this crucial clue, everyone froze in place. They looked down at the crimson blood on their bodies, seemingly understanding something. "This is Guang Xiu's malevolence. Before, we were protected by the female ghost's eyes, which is why we didn't get caught in the blood rain. Now that the female ghost's eyes are destroyed, we are completely enveloped by Guang Xiu's malevolence. In this situation, leaving the village only has 2 possibilities. First, we die immediately after leaving the blood rain. Second, we can never leave the blood rain." Lu Chengfeng understood. "Sister Bai, Do you mean that this blood rain is actually Guangxiu's ghost domain? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. You can understand it that way. And I secretly tested it with a ghost artifact. Which is why I stopped you in time. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Especially Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng. They had already deeply experienced the terror of this blood gate. To put it another way, if Bai Xiaoxiao hadn't come in with them this time and guided them through the gate, they would most likely have died there. How are we supposed to escape? The bespectacled man asked this heavy question. Panting. If what you say is true, then no matter what, we can't leave this blood rain. Doesn't that mean we're doomed? Chapter 57. Prayer for Rain Village Compassion. It's not that serious. Bai Xiaoxiao pointed to the blood rain in the distance. Everyone strained to look, only to discover with horror that the area covered by this blood rain extended far beyond the village. After the shaman's death, the restrictions on Guangxiu were completely lifted. His malevolence began to release, and wherever he passed, blood rain would start to fall. We just need to follow the other paths to the temple on the back mountain. Lu Chengfeng asked curiously, but aren't we going to look for the body of the monk, the compassionate one? Just having the head won't do any good. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. The body has already been found. Just follow me. The blood gates rule restricting Guangxiu won't last long. We need to hurry. Everyone nodded and followed Bai Xiaoxiao, heading towards the temple on the back mountain of the village, along the route Guangxiu had previously taken. They walked quickly. After all, no one knew how long the blood gates rule restricting malevolent spirits could buy them. At this moment, Guangxiu, hidden within the blood rain, became a guillotine hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain once more, the blood flowing down the stone steps had startlingly turned into a small stream. Everyone stepping on it would slip and fall if they weren't careful. Quick, they stumbled upwards. And when they reached the mountainside, Ning Qiushui glanced down the mountain, his heart tightening. Guangxiu is catching up, he roared. And everyone looked, seeing the black figure standing at the foot of the mountain, coldly gazing up at them. Just one glance, and everyone felt their hands and feet turn cold. The next moment, the black figure suddenly appeared on the small platform of the second stone step. This was less than 2 seconds. Don't look. Hurry up and go. Bai Xiaoxiao cried out, gritting her teeth, and led everyone scrambling up the mountain to the temple, which was almost soaked in blood. Sister Bai, where's the corpse? Lu Chengfeng looked at Guangxiu, who had blocked the doorway at some unknown point behind them, and screamed in terror. But at this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao showed no fear. Instead, she seemed to let out a huge sigh of relief, a smile appearing on her pale face. The monk's body. Hasn't it been with us all along? The three of them froze at her words. After speaking, under their astonished gazes, she actually handed the head she was holding to the bespectacled man. Haven't you been looking for your own head? Now, we found it for you. The bespectacled man lowered his head, staring at the human head in his arms for a long time, and a clear expression emerged in his previously bewildered eyes. I remember now, he smiled. Thank you all. With that, the bespectacled man's figure in front of them suddenly blurred, and when he reappeared, he had become a headless monk's body. The three of them were no strangers to this monk, because just a few days ago, they had personally witnessed the monk retrieving human heads by the side of the inexhaustible well. However, Neither Ning Qiushui nor Lu Chengfeng had expected this monk to transform into one of their group and hide among them. Lu Chengfeng's mouth hung open, staring in shock at the monk before him. His throat moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. The monk slowly placed the head onto his neck, and after twisting it twice, the head seemed to be fixed in place. He pressed his palms together, looked at the three people before him with a serene expression, and bowed deeply to them. "Thank you, benefactors, for helping this humble monk find his head. As for what comes next, leave it to this humble monk." After speaking, the monk turned around and walked step by step towards Guangxiu at the doorway. Guangxiu, emanating terrifying resentment, showed a hint of confusion in his eyes the moment he saw the monk. The monk extended his hand and gently pressed it onto Guangxiu's forehead. "Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt its debtor. Benefactor Guang. You've killed those who deserved it, and those who didn't even now. Can you not let go of the hatred in your heart?" Guangxiu's eyes were no longer as muddled as before, much clearer, but still filled with immense rage. It reached out and fiercely grabbed the monk's wrist. However, the monk seemed to be protected by Buddhist scriptures, completely unafraid of Guangxiu, and the two ghosts remained in a stalemate. Just then, Ning Qiushui suddenly spoke. "Guangxiu, do you remember when we first entered the village? How none of us were stained by the blood rain? Do you know why? Because at that time, we were carrying the eyes of your wife, Zhu Nanyu." Guangxiu's aura paused at these words, and his blood-red eyes, filled with intense malice, stared fixedly at Ning Qiushui. But the latter didn't stop because of this. Continuing, "The monk's head was found by your wife, Zhu Nanyu. For us, it's not that we want you to let go of this hatred, but that your wife, Zhu Nanyu, doesn't want to see you tormented by it any longer. She's tired, so she thinks you should be tired too." Hearing Ning Qiushui's words, Guangxiu suddenly clutched its head and let out an extremely mournful scream. Ah! Just then, in the heavy rain far from the temple, a woman in red appeared. She floated in the air, holding the hand of the child who was only half a body, charred black. The mother and child ghosts stood in the blood rain, quietly watching Guangxiu. The monk raised a hand to point, and Guangxiu slowly turned its head. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. It stared into the blood rain for a long time, until the red color of the blood rain finally faded completely, transforming into a true sweet rain. From Guangxiu's mouth suddenly came the wistful voice of a middle-aged man. I've been waiting for that rain for a very long time. The monk pressed his palms together and recited a Buddhist chant. Yes, but perhaps your wife and child have also been waiting for you for a long time. Guangxiu let out a long sigh, stood up, and turned to leave the temple. He walked step by step towards his wife and child, embracing them. And then, all three ghosts vanished into the pouring rain. Witnessing this scene, the three people inside the temple finally let out a breath and collapsed onto the ground. They had survived. Master, thank you. They sincerely thanked the monk before them. If not for this monk, they would surely have died today. The monk shook his head and smiled slightly. If I don't go to hell, who will? My wish here is fulfilled, and there are no longer any lingering grievances. I should also depart. After he finished speaking, The head on his neck fell directly to the ground. And then, both the monk's head and body decayed at a visible speed, eventually turning into dust. The wind from outside blew in. It was very cool. Ning Qiushui, having recovered his senses, dragged his tired body out of the temple, looked up, first washed his face with the rainwater, and then gulped down the cool, sweet rain. P.S. The storyline for this instance ends here. Tomorrow will be about the aftermath. For the next instance, I'll try not to have such a lengthy plot. It'll be relatively shorter and more thrilling. I hope everyone reads it late at night, preferably while holding their pee. Chapter 58, Return. Without the interference of vengeful spirits, the three returned to the outside of the guest house amidst a clear, pouring rain. After 5 days, the three actually felt as if an eternity had passed. They vaguely remembered that when they arrived, 11 companions stood in the open space outside the guest house. But in just 5 short days, only the 3 of them remained, while all the others who had entered from outside the blood gate had died in this village. This feeling of emptiness and dead silence even made the 3 of them somewhat uncomfortable. Sigh. Lu Chengfeng sighed, his gaze complex. A trace of guilt lingered in his heart. Because Lu Chengfeng felt that the reason these people entered this blood gate was inextricably linked to them. Just blame their bad luck. Don't overthink it. As if guessing what Lu Chengfeng was thinking, Bai Xiaoxiao spoke a word of comfort. Lu Chengfeng nodded. By the way, Sister Bai, how did you know that bespectacled man was the monk? Bai Xiaoxiao shrugged. Do you remember what you encountered on the first day you arrived? Lu Chengfeng thought back. It had indeed been a while. After all, they had experienced so much in between, and these small details were easily overlooked. After some recollection, Lu Chengfeng remembered that when he first entered this blood gate, he had appeared at the foot of the back mountain. At that time, he had personally seen a headless person mingle among the crowd. Lu Chengfeng suddenly understood. The 3 of us are certainly not the merciful one, and the true merciful one was already dead and wouldn't die again. So those who died couldn't have been the merciful one either. The answer is already self-evident. Speaking of this, Bai Xiaoxiao let out a soft sigh. It's a pity that girl couldn't withstand the pressure. She was just 1 step away from leaving this gate. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng did not reply. They naturally also felt regret for the girl named Zongfang. Someone who strove to survive, searched for clues to life, and didn't drag the team down, was on the verge of successfully leaving the blood gate alive. But something went wrong at the very last step. This incident also warned the 2 of them just how cruel the world behind the blood gate truly was. For the next 2 days, aside from eating less, they rested exceptionally comfortably. This sense of security, knowing they were 100% safe despite being in a world of ghosts, even gave them a subtle, inexplicable excitement. During this time, Lu Chengfeng even voluntarily ran into the corpse-strewn village to look for food. Of course, he found nothing except a few sprouted, rotten potatoes. In the middle of the 7th night, a bright moon hung high in the night sky. Just then, a dilapidated bus, honking its horn, appeared outside their guest house, seemingly out of nowhere. The 3 sleeping in the guest house became alert. They put on their clothes, gathered their belongings, and then directly boarded the bus after coming out. Dense fog had already appeared around the area. As the bus slowly drove into the thick fog, the heavy fog over the village quickly dispersed. But the dilapidated bus had already vanished, as if it had never been there. The bus stopped at the entrance of the ghost dorm, and as the three got off, they saw a cute and handsome young boy's face. It was Tiansun. After seeing the three return alive, Meng Jun, who had been leaning by the ghost dorm's entrance, turned and entered the room without looking back. Tiansun's face, however, was full of excitement. Awesome! I can't believe you actually came back alive. He was a little excited. His small face flushed bright red, looking rosy and very cute. Tiansun stepped forward and gave Bai Xiaoxiao a hug. Ning Qiushui stood by, asking Tiansun with some curiosity, "How did you know we were back?" Tiansun shrugged. The flow of time in the world behind the blood gate is different from that in the fog world. No matter how long you stay in the world behind the blood gate, you will return to the ghost dorm promptly at 12 a.m. on the day you entered the blood gate. Provided, of course, that you return alive. Ning Qiushui suddenly understood. Back in this dark villa once again, Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng actually felt a long-lost warmth. Liang Yan, dressed in a suit, was still warming himself by the brazier. "How rare," he said. "As newcomers, you actually managed to survive a blood gate of this difficulty." Liang Yan's eyes held admiration. Meanwhile, Tiansun, who was peeling a banana nearby, pouted and mumbled, "Isn't it because our sister Bai was willing to go in and lead them? A ghost world capable of spawning spirits beyond even earthbound ghosts. Just thinking about it is terrifying." Bai Xiaoxiao, however, shook her head. "Don't even mention it. I almost died in there too. I owe it to the two of them for risking their lives to save me. Otherwise I wouldn't be back now." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the few people in the room subtly changed. "That blood gate world is that dangerous?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. "Yes. The most dangerous part isn't actually the ghosts there, but that in this world, it's not just ghosts who want to kill people. People want to kill people too." She described in detail their experiences in the Bloodgate world, and everyone listened with bated breath, especially when Bai Xiaoxiao was entangled with the shamaness alone late at night, which truly made the listeners break out in a cold sweat. This subchapter is not yet finished. Please click next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. And Tiansun, who was standing nearby, about to eat a banana, stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, completely engrossed in Bai Xiaoxiao's narration, not even taking a single bite of the banana he had peeled. Only after Bai Xiaoxiao finished speaking did he swallow, looking at Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng with a shocked expression. The young man knew that these two people, whom he had always underestimated, seemed to be quite strong, especially Ning Qiushui. In Bai Xiaoxiao's account, he was truly audacious and meticulous. Such a person would be considered top-tier, even among veterans who had entered and exited the blood gate many times. Holy crap! Brother Qiushui, you're so awesome. What did you do outside before? Police? Assassin? Seeing everyone's gaze shift to him, Ning Qiushui shrugged. A veterinarian, he said so. Of course, whether others believed him or not was their business. All right. It's good that you're back. After chatting for a while, Liang Yan stood up, seemingly preparing to rest. In 1 week, your third blood gate will open. The difficulty of this blood gate should be considerably lower than your second one. But it still shouldn't be underestimated. Many blood gate boosters, I know have crashed in the first 3 gates. So while you relax, you must also remain vigilant. Once you pass these 3 gates, you'll have 6 months to fully understand everything about the fog world and the blood gates, and prepare for the 4th blood gate. By then, you'll have plenty of time. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng nodded, indicating their understanding, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao, Liang Yan, who was about to go upstairs, suddenly called out to Bai Xiao. The latter, who had been staring blankly at the brazier, looked up. What is it? Uncle Yan. Liang Yan replied, There's a very special job the day after tomorrow. You'll enter the blood gate with me. Bai Xiao nodded, understanding implicitly, and said nothing more. And so, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. After Ning Qiushui finished washing up and was about to go to bed, he felt something in the clothes he was sitting on. He reached in and felt around, unexpectedly pulling out a book. Chapter 59, Jigsaw Puzzle. Ning Qiushui remembered this book. He had found it in a secret compartment under the shamanist's bed. Ordinary items can't be taken out of the blood gate. Doesn't that mean this book is a ghost artifact? His eyes lit up. In the previous blood gate, Ning Qiushui had profoundly experienced the power of ghost artifacts. The survival rate of someone with a ghost artifact versus someone without one, in the world behind the blood gate, was completely different. If Ning Qiushui and the other 2 hadn't had ghost artifacts with them in the previous blood gate, they would have died countless times over. Their next blood gate would arrive in a week. If Ning Qiushui had an extra ghost artifact, his chances of survival would be very high. After flipping through it for a while, Ning Qiushui put the book away. He didn't know what purpose it served, so he'd have to try it later. A night passed, and the next day, Lu Chengfeng woke up early and made breakfast for everyone. It must be said, his cooking skills were truly excellent. With ample ingredients, just a bowl of mashed potatoes and lean meat congee successfully captured Tianxun's stomach. The young man devoured 3 bowls in a row, then burped, lay on the sofa, patted his round belly, and comfortably squinted his eyes. Big beard, your cooking is amazing. How many stars are you? Do you work for Michelin? Lu Chengfeng, slowly sipping his congee, yawned and said with a smile, Me? I don't cook for a living outside. You guys are lucky to get to eat this. Outside, I don't really have time to cook. Tianxun, hearing this, tilted his head. So, Big beard, what exactly do you do outside? Lu Chengfeng put on the expression of an otherworldly master. Fortune-telling. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned a bit strange, and Tianxun, after holding it in for a long time, couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha! Lu Chengfeng was puzzled. He looked at the only person eating calmly and asked, What's going on? Don't I look like a fortune-teller? Young man. Ning Qiushui raised his eyes and smiled slightly. I think they might be laughing because, in this day and age, someone is still out there swindling people. Tianxun chimed in. Exactly. Big beard. What era are we in? Still playing the charlatan? Lu Chengfeng glared at him. Go on. Go play. What do kids know? Charlatan? That's so rude. I'm a cultural inheritor. Tianxun shook his head. Perhaps because he thought the 2 wouldn't die so quickly. He shed his previous aloof demeanor and became much more lively. Big beard. Let me ask you, how much can you earn a month as a charlatan? Lu Chengfeng thought carefully. usually 1 or 2,000 a month, sometimes a few hundred. Hearing this, Tianxun couldn't help but laugh again. No. Big beard. With your skill, if you became a chef, you could easily earn several tens of thousands a month. Right? Why bother being a charlatan? Lu Changfeng shook his head. This time, he didn't refute Tianxun, but merely replied faintly, perhaps because fortune-telling is more free. Naturally, no one believed this reason. But Lu Changfeng didn't elaborate, and they didn't press further. This was basic respect for how people conduct themselves. Almost everyone has their own secrets, and since they are secrets, they naturally cannot be easily shared with others. However, Ning Qiushui subtly raised his eyes and scrutinized Lu Changfeng. The handsome youth Tianxun was right. With Lu Changfeng's skill, if he opened any restaurant, as long as he got through the difficult first month or two, he could easily earn several tens of thousands a month afterward. This was neither an exaggeration nor a joke. Lu Changfeng truly possessed this ability. But he chose to forego so much money and instead became a destitute charlatan. His motive was truly thought-provoking. After breakfast, Liang Yan left early. He always seemed very busy. Ning Qiushui watched Liang Yan's departing back and curiously asked Tianxun, who was playing with a Rubik's Cube on the sofa. Tianxun, what does Uncle Yan usually busy himself with? Tianxun replied without lifting his head, looking for puzzle pieces. Ning Qiushui paused slightly, then heard Tianxun say, Uncle Yan is incredibly capable. There are a total of 6 puzzle pieces for our ghost dorm, and he found half of them. Tianxun's tone was filled with deep admiration and gratitude. Ning Qiushui was pensive. Uncle Yan is already approaching the 7th blood door. Tianxun shook his head, and a strong sense of admiration reappeared in his eyes. The 9th. Ning Qiushui was stunned. The 9th. Tianxun nodded. Uncle Yan is due to enter his 9th door in half a year. After seeing the hints about his 9th blood door, he believes he will most likely die inside that door. So he's been frantically taking on missions and brushing doors, hoping to collect all the puzzle pieces before then. Ning Qiushui understood. If it were me, I'd do the same. After a long silence, Tianxun suddenly said in a low voice, You don't understand. Although Uncle Yan never said it, we all know. He's worried about us. Uncle Yan has never been afraid of death, nor has he planned to skip his 9th door. Those puzzle pieces, he's collecting them for us. However, everyone secretly knows that collecting all the puzzle pieces is probably just a hope. After all, so far, we've only heard that some seniors once collected all the puzzle pieces. But in reality, no one has ever seen a ghost dorm with all the puzzle pieces assembled. Dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even better. Ning Qiushui looked up, carefully observed the puzzle hanging on the wall, and casually asked, Is it very difficult to collect them all? Tianxun sighed and introduced Ning Qiushui to a new puzzle rule. Very difficult. Because people are always dying. If you collect 2 puzzle pieces, but you die, then those 2 puzzle pieces belonging to you in the ghost dorm will disappear, and others will need to collect them again. And puzzle pieces are produced from the 4th to the 6th doors, with a probability of about 1/10. But this is just the production rate. In reality, even after they're produced, those who clear the door inside aren't necessarily able to secure them. You can imagine, within high-difficulty blood doors, you not only have to guard against ghosts, strive to survive, and complete the tasks assigned by the blood door. But you also have to guard against the people who entered the blood door with you. Tianxun didn't continue speaking, but Ning Qiushui could already intuitively grasp the difficulty of acquiring puzzle pieces through his description. Many wolves. Little meat. Behind every puzzle piece, there was undoubtedly a fierce open and secret struggle. Ning Qiushui was silent for a moment, then suddenly remembered something from before and asked in a low voice, "Uncle Yan's friend. Did he also die because of a puzzle piece?" When Uncle Mang was mentioned, Tianxun shook his head. "I don't know. They didn't tell me. Perhaps they thought I was too young and didn't want me involved in their struggles." Ning Qiushui expressed understanding. He reached out and gently ruffled Tianxun's hair. "I won't be eating lunch here. I have things to do outside, so I'm heading back first. If they ask later, please tell them for me." Tianxun responded with an "okay." After saying goodbye, Ning Qiushui walked out of the villa gate and took a bus, leaving the misty world. Chapter 60. The Request of Osprey. Returning to his own house, Ning Qiushui cleaned up the interior. He carefully wiped his parents' photo frames clean, then placed them back in their original positions. After the thorough cleaning, Ning Qiushui took a shower, then sat back in his room, opened his computer, and checked the message Mole had sent him. Coffin. The post office really couldn't find any information about that letter. Later, I got in touch with a very capable friend, Osprey. She seems to have found some clues. When are you free? I can arrange for you two to meet. Looking at the content of this email, Ning Qiushui's heart stirred. He had always been very concerned about those two mysterious letters, always feeling as if someone was secretly watching him. This feeling of being monitored was very unpleasant, and Ning Qiushui only wanted to quickly find out who sent him the letters and what they intended to do. So, he immediately replied to Mole, "I'm free any time this week." His gaze swept over Osprey, and Ning Qiushui frowned slightly, recalling carefully. He had heard of this person. Both Mole and Washing Machine had mentioned this person named Osprey to him before. Due to his special profession, Ning Qiushui didn't have many friends, but each of his friends was an outstanding figure in their respective fields. Washing Machine was another friend of Ning Qiushui's, but they didn't contact each other often because Washing Machine, besides helping Ning Qiushui solve some personal problems, also worked for the military. Since he worked for the military, many secrets were involved, so their opportunities to contact each other were actually few. Moreover, Ning Qiushui knew Washing Machine well. Ordinary people wouldn't have the chance to get to know him. What was so special about this woman named Osprey that she could actually get to know Washing Machine? Mole quickly replied, arranging for Ning Qiushui to meet Osprey tomorrow at an old-fashioned cafe called Liang Muyuan. The next day, Ning Qiushui arrived at the agreed location. Not long after, he saw a slender woman clicking her high heels, walking over with a dong-dong-dong sound. She wore sunglasses and exuded an indescribable coldness. Unlike Bai Xiaoxiao, this woman, though equally beautiful and alluring, was clearly not to be trifled with at first glance. She quickly spotted Ning Qiushui, walked straight over, and sat opposite him. "You are Coffin?" the woman asked. Ning Qiushui frowned, but quickly relaxed his expression. "I still prefer you to call me Veterinarian." Osprey smiled. "Veterinarian? If I didn't know what you've done in the past, I'd actually believe you." Ning Qiushui smiled, said nothing, and gently picked up the coffee on the table, taking a sip. Did you find the source of that letter? Osprey shook her head. I didn't find it, but I have another piece of news that you'll definitely be interested in. Ning Qiushui raised an eyebrow. Another piece of news I'd be interested in. Tell me about it. Osprey unhurriedly took out a lady's cigarette and put it in her mouth. With a slight kick of her long leg, the private room door closed. Then, she lit the cigarette, exhaled a light puff of smoke, and calmly looked at Ning Qiushui. Let me state up front. I'm not here today simply to serve you, but for a transaction. Ning Qiushui nodded and said straightforwardly, What do you want? Osprey scrutinized Ning Qiushui from head to toe. And after a long while, she said, Help me bury a wolf. Ning Qiushui asked, What did he do? Osprey calmly replied, Cheating. Murder. After speaking, she took out a photo and handed it to Ning Qiushui. The latter took the photo and looked at it. It was a very handsome man. Who did he kill? Ning Qiushui asked casually. Osprey remained calm and said something that greatly surprised Ning Qiushui. He killed me. What do you mean? Tonight, you won't hide. No. After Osprey finished speaking, a pale smile appeared on her face. After I die tonight, you kill him. Ning Qiushui put away the photo. What if you don't die? Osprey was silent for a long time. I will definitely die. And it will be a terrible death. He will use every means to torture me. However, tonight, before I die, do not enter the room. Ning Qiushui sighed. All right, so, what news do you have to tell me? Osprey didn't speak, seemingly organizing her thoughts. A moment later, she said, Actually, you're not the only one who received a mysterious letter. Ning Qiushui suddenly raised his eyes, which held an indescribable emotion. What do you mean? Osprey said, the literal meaning. After speaking, she carelessly tossed the cigarette butt into the ashtray, then stood up, preparing to leave the place. When she reached the door, Osprey stopped. There's another person who, just like you, received a mysterious letter. It's impossible to trace where this letter came from. There's no signature, and the post office has no record whatsoever. The letter simply appeared out of thin air. This section is not yet finished. Please click next page to continue reading the exciting content. About a week ago, it approached me and asked for help with an investigation. Ning Qiushui raised an eyebrow. Male or female? Osprey didn't give Ning Qiushui an answer, only saying, Its name is Red Bean. It only contacted me 3 times. I briefly investigated it but found no information. If you're interested, tonight, after I die, you can take my laptop and look for clues yourself. After speaking, Osprey swayed her slender figure and leisurely left the place. Ning Qiushui sat alone in the private room, looking at the unfinished coffee in front of him, silent for a long time. Night fell. Ning Qiushui changed into a black hoodie, gathered his tools, and left his room. Arriving at Jiangning Residential Complex, he followed the information Osprey had left him, entered Building 11, took the elevator to the 27th floor, and stood at the door of apartment 2704. Here, there was a deathly silence. Ning Qiushui took out a stethoscope and placed it on the door. Through the stethoscope, he immediately heard the woman's piercing screams and the man's curses from inside. Ugh, damn bitch. Die! The soundproofing of this room was excellent. Without a stethoscope, people outside the door would not have been able to hear any sounds from inside. Ugh. Ha ha ha. Gao Pan. Don't worry. The money my parents left me. I won't give you a single cent. Bitch. Bitch. I loved you so much. Why are you doing this to me? Love me? You gambling addict. You clearly love my money. Don't you? Poor me. Young and naive back then. To actually believe your nonsense. Ah, cough, cough, cough. As the woman spoke, she began to scream and cough again. Then, after a dull thud of a blunt object hitting flesh echoed from the room, the woman's screams completely ceased. About half a minute later, Ning Qiushui heard the man's low whispers again from the room, as if he was talking to himself. If you don't give me the money, they'll kill me. You killed me. I'm just getting my revenge in advance. Wake up. Wake up. Ha ha ha. Are you dead? It's good that you're dead. When Xian, I'm your husband. Now that you're dead, all that money will be mine. Right. The man's deranged laughter echoed for a while before he realized that his anti-theft door had been opened. A slender man wearing a hoodie and a black mask, with only his eyes visible, stood outside his door. Chapter 61. The third blood door delivering the letter. The sight that met his eyes in the room was indescribably horrifying. The originally exquisitely decorated and beautiful living room was strewn everywhere with gruesome, bloody red. That was Osprey's blood. In the center of the living room, Ning Qiushui saw a naked osprey tied to a chair. Her head was tilted back, her eyes lifeless. Her skull looked as if it had been cut open by a specialized electric saw, and her brains were scattered by something, spilled all over the floor. Her body was covered in gruesome wounds, yet a smile played on Osprey's lips. This smile was bizarre and illogical, as if mocking the man, and also mocking herself. The moment he saw Osprey's smile, Ning Qiushui understood. She deeply loved the man before her, but also hated him. Unable to be with him, yet unable to leave him, she chose mutual destruction. Gao Pan, who had been seen by a stranger at the crime scene, after a moment of shock, immediately revealed a ruthless look in his eyes. He absolutely could not let Ning Qiushui leave this room alive. Watching Gao Pan approach him step by step with an electric saw, Ning Qiushui turned around and slowly closed the door. This action made Gao Pan, holding the electric saw, suddenly freeze. After turning around, a homemade nail gun appeared in Ning Qiushui's hand. Such a device was much easier to obtain than ordinary firearms. At close range, it not only had significant lethality but also didn't produce much noise. Seeing the other party point a gun at him, Gao Pan, holding the electric saw, immediately felt his legs go weak. Are you from Lan Kuaifeng? I told you. Give me one more week, and I'll definitely pay back the money after a week. Your manager also agreed. We signed a written agreement. Ning Qiushui calmly said, Don't be so nervous. I'm not from Lan Kuaifeng. I am a veterinarian, specializing in treating or cleaning up the beasts in this city. You can also call me Coffin. Gao Pan was slightly stunned. The next moment, Ning Qiushui pulled the trigger, not giving him another chance to speak. The steel nail fired from the nail gun's muzzle pierced Gao Pan's frontal bone, leaving a small blood-filled hole. His lips fluttered twice. His body fell to the ground, and after a brief spasm, he stopped moving. Only after Ning Qiushui confirmed his death did he approach Zhuzhou. The woman's death was truly horrific. Just as she had told Ning Qiushui during the day, this man would use every means to torment her. Her once pristine body was densely covered with stab wounds, cuts, burns. There was a circular wound on her forehead, left after a small electric saw had opened her skull. The woman's hair and skull were thrown onto the nearby sofa, still bearing fresh blood. In the kitchen, a kettle of water was boiling. It seemed it might have been prepared to pour over Zhuzhou's brain. But Zhuzhou's words provoked the man, causing him to smash her brains with a hammer, killing her instantly. After tidying up the scene, Ning Qiushui meticulously fabricated a scenario where the man killed his wife and then committed suicide with a gun. He did all this very skillfully, as if he had done it countless times, systematically erasing every detail related to himself. Finally, he took Zhuzhou's laptop. It was already 3 in the morning when he returned home. Ning Qiushui took a shower, cleaned off the smell of blood, and then slept soundly until noon the next day. When he woke up, opened Zhuzhou's computer, and looked for the person named Red Bean inside. This person had created a new account. There was nothing in it, including gender information. But what was interesting was that this person's signature had been changed. Stubbornly diluted, these 4 nonsensical words seemed to describe their current mental state, or perhaps indicate a certain resolve. The last time Red Bean contacted Zhuzhou was 4 days ago. The content of the communication was very simple. Found anything? Not yet, just these 2 short lines. Ning Qiushui sent this screenshot to Mole. Mole, help me find this person. Red Bean. Mole quickly replied, no problem. After the conversation ended, Ning Qiushui washed up and went out to eat. Zhuzhou's body was discovered 3 days later. After the police went to investigate, Washing Machine contacted Ning Qiushui. Coffin. Did you do this? Ning Qiushui didn't hide it. It was part of his job. Yes, Zhuzhou asked me to do it. Washing Machine came to Ning Qiushui's home. He was a middle-aged man with handsome features, yet exceptionally disheveled. Unkempt. Tell me the details. I need to make a record and report it to air conditioner later. Ning Qiushui didn't hide anything, telling Washing Machine all the details. After he finished recording, he went out with Ning Qiushui for a plate of stir-fried rice noodles, then quickly left in a black sedan. In the following days, Ning Qiushui received no news from Mole. It seemed this person named Red Bean was as hard to find as that letter. On the 7th day, when Ning Qiushui woke up in the middle of the night, he drew open the curtains and looked outside the room. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Sure enough, outside was once again covered by an impenetrable thick fog. Ning Qiushui opened his door and went outside. The old, dilapidated bus had been waiting there for a long time, and faint snoring sounds could be heard from inside. Zzz. Ning Qiushui boarded the bus. And sure enough, that kid Lu Chengfeng was sound asleep on the bus, wearing sunglasses. Beside him was a special flat golden fan, on which 8 large characters were written. Fortune-telling. Find me. 5 yuan per session. Ning Qiushui shook his head, a little exasperated. This guy. He casually found a seat on the bus, and the bus slowly started moving, driving into the fog. Before long, they reappeared outside the eerie residence. Ning Qiushui woke up Lu Chengfeng, who was still drooling, and the latter shivered. Great mighty heavenly dragon. Great Luo Dharma spell. Mommy Hong. What demons and ghosts dare to provoke your Dao? Ah. Aha. Zhu. Big bro. When did you arrive? Why didn't you call me? Ning Qiushui looked at the gesticulating Lu Chengfeng, shook his head, and smiled. You were sleeping so soundly. I didn't have the heart to wake you. Get off. We're here. Lu Chengfeng nodded, quickly gathered his belongings, and followed Ning Qiushui to the entrance of the eerie residence. After they took out the key and opened the door, they found two people still sitting in the hall. One was the handsome youth Tiansun, who was intently watching a wicked ghost on TV. The other was Bai Xiaoxiao, wearing a bathrobe. Her fair, slender legs were casually crossed, exuding a breathtaking allure in the flickering light of the brazier. Seeing the two, Bai Xiaoxiao showed a friendly smile. I thought you two weren't coming. Ning Qiushui shook his head. It's hard not to come. The car was practically at the door. Bai Xiaoxiao's tone carried a hint of languor and weariness. This time, do you still need me to accompany you? Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng both said no. Sister Bai. The difficulty of this door isn't high. The big bro and I alone will be enough. Unlike Ning Qiushui, Lu Chengfeng seemed somewhat wary of the mature and beautiful Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at the two of them. Well then, be careful yourselves. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed first. She got up, ruffled Tiansun's little head, and then walked towards the villa's backyard. As she left, she glanced back at the two going upstairs, a slight smile playing on her lips. Tiansun didn't say much, still intently watching the horror movie. In his perception, since the two of them could return alive from such a terrifying second blood door, then this third blood door shouldn't be a problem either. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng arrived on the third floor of the villa and saw the bloody words left on the wooden door in the middle. Task: deliver the letter to the person behind the iron door. Hint 1. Bloody letters cannot be delivered to women. 2. A man can receive a maximum of 3 letters. 3. After correctly voting to identify the killer, the task ends. Only one chance to identify. P.S. Tomorrow is the third instance. This instance won't be very long. I'll try to make it a bit more hellish. Chapter 62, Delivering Letters. Mysterious serial numbers. When he woke up again, Ning Qiushui was in an absolutely sealed space. This place was more like a prison. Or rather, they were all confined in a large tin cage. Pale, large lamp hung overhead. But even with the bright light, Ning Qiushui couldn't see where the ceiling was. He could only watch these pale lights disappear into endless darkness. In their 4 cardinal directions, east, west, north, and south, there were 2 rust-stained iron doors each. In the center of each iron door was a special, vertically sliding flap, about the size of a human head. In the very center of this prison, there was a steel table. On the table were 8 letters, all very clean. Next to the letters was a clock, its second hand ticking incessantly. Although the sound wasn't loud, in this cold, dark, and silent environment, could be clearly heard. Of course, there was one more thing on the iron table in the center of the prison that made everyone's scalp tingle. It was an infant's corpse. There were 8 people present in total. They looked at each other, fear in varying degrees in their eyes, and for a moment, no one dared to step forward. Big bro, should we go over and take a look? Lu Chengfeng whispered. Ning Qiushui nodded. The spot was a bit too far from the iron table in the middle, and coupled with the dim lighting in the prison, he couldn't clearly see the details of the infant's corpse. So he and Lu Chengfeng were the first to walk towards the large iron table in the center. Ning Qiushui didn't immediately look through the letters on the table. Instead, he carefully examined the infant's remains. Although he wasn't a forensic pathologist, he had encountered many corpses. After a brief examination, Ning Qiushui came to a conclusion. Strangled to death, he said it calmly, and Lu Chengfeng, beside him, frowned and replied, "It seems the killer the task wants us to find must be the one who killed this infant." After seeing that the two were fine, the others slowly came forward. "No. What's going on? Aren't we supposed to deliver letters? Why are we in a prison?" "I don't know. I thought the mission location behind this blood door would be quite large and a bit backward, which is why we'd be delivering letters. I never expected it to be in a prison," everyone discussed animatedly, with a hint of panic in their voices. The reason for their panic was simple. Their current situation was completely different from what they had anticipated. They had absolutely no psychological preparation for it. Amidst the clamor of these people, a young man who appeared relatively calm stepped forward and asked Ning Qiushui, "Hey, friend, have you figured anything out?" This young man was named Su Gang. After exchanging names, Ning Qiushui said, "The infant on the table was strangled to death." He pointed to the infant's neck. Everyone looked and saw deep black marks there, even visibly indented. Clearly, the infant's throat bone had also suffered some trauma. The person who killed the infant used a lot of force, clearly intending to kill. It's hard to imagine who would be so cruel to a helpless infant. After experiencing the first two doors, everyone's psychological resilience had improved somewhat. Upon seeing the infant's remains on the table, they didn't have the overly strong reactions one might expect. But it could also be because there were more people present, and the infant's appearance wasn't particularly terrifying, so the pressure on everyone wasn't as severe. All right. Everyone has seen the current situation. Let's all come over and discuss it. The young man named Su Gang raised a hand and loudly called out to the others. Everyone glanced at him, said nothing more, and gathered around. Everyone should have seen the hints on the blood door. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. This time, the task is to deliver letters, and the path to survival has been very clearly marked for us, to determine who killed this infant by delivering letters. In this task, everyone is a comrade in arms on the same front. Any good ideas or thoughts should be voiced immediately. If anyone encounters difficulties, others will try their best to help. Everyone looked at each other. No one stood up to object, tacitly agreeing to Su Gang's proposal. There are 8 letters on the table, and there are 8 of us. Does this mean we each send one? A girl spoke weakly. She was a pretty girl named Xianxia, holding the arm of the man next to her, seemingly very familiar with him. We're all here, so it doesn't matter who delivers them, right? A man with a goatee spoke. But he was quickly refuted by another person. It doesn't matter who delivers them? Fine. Then you deliver all the letters. Why should I? Didn't you say it doesn't matter who delivers them? The two argued for only a few sentences before falling silent again. Clearly, none of them were fools. Each had their own thoughts, and they all knew that delivering letters definitely carried unpredictable dangers. Ning Qiushui still didn't check the letters on the table. He looked around, then left the central area and went to examine the iron doors. Lu Chengfeng also imitated him, going to the iron door on the other side to examine it, occasionally stroking his chin and making tisk tsk sounds. The other few people in the central area seemed a bit timid and didn't dare to approach the strange, rusty iron doors. They always felt that behind these iron doors there was something bad. After some investigation, Ning Qiushui quickly discovered that a red number was marked on the upper right corner of each iron door. They were 1 to 8, respectively. The 2 iron doors on the north side were numbered 1 and 2, west 3 and 4, east 5 and 6, south 7 and 8. And everyone was in the middle of these 8 iron doors. Besides the serial numbers, Ning Qiushui also found that the iron doors had the names of the people imprisoned behind them. The people's names were easy to understand, likely related to the clues for sending and receiving letters. But what was the purpose of these serial numbers? Just as Ning Qiushui was pondering, a scream suddenly came from the crowd. Holy crap! Su Gang! You! Behind you! What's that? Chapter 63 Delivering Letters Timer. The person who screamed was named Xie, a man who had entered the blood door with Su Gang. After he screamed, everyone immediately focused their attention on Su Gang's back. They saw his back, gradually becoming soaked with blood. This scene terrified everyone present. They took several steps back, looking at Su Gang with uneasy and suspicious eyes. Su Gang naturally also noticed that something was wrong with everyone. He didn't dare to turn around, but merely tilted his head and asked the people behind him, "What's wrong with you all?" Xiecheng, hidden among the crowd, swallowed hard and cautiously asked Su Gang, "Su Gang, do you feel something sticky on your back?" After Xiecheng's reminder, Su Gang also seemed to feel it. He gently twisted his body, and his face instantly changed dramatically, because he clearly felt a stinging pain. However, Su Gang's reaction was calm enough. He didn't scream or act impulsively. Instead, after taking a few deep breaths, he said to the people behind him, "Xiecheng, I'm going to take off my shirt now. Whatever you see, tell me directly." "Understood." Xiecheng nodded. "Okay, then." Su Gang rustled as he took off his thin t-shirt. Everyone saw his back and immediately froze. "Xiecheng, did you see clearly?" "What exactly is on my back?" Su Gang asked immediately. As he took off his t-shirt, the people behind him finally saw what was on his back. It was a bloody red number 5. The reason Su Gang felt a stinging pain on his back was that the part of the skin where the number was written had been completely peeled off. After understanding his body's condition, Su Gang first frowned. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard Ning Qiushui's voice. "This shouldn't be an exception. Everyone has a number on their back." After he finished speaking, everyone finally came to their senses. After a careful check, they realized they also had a stinging and sticky sensation on their backs. But strangely, although large patches of skin were missing from their backs, there wasn't much pain, nor did they bleed much. The seeping blood was just enough to dampen a thin shirt. Soon, they learned each other's serial numbers. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng were numbers 1 and 2. Chu Liang and Xiangying were numbers 3 and 4. Su Gang and Xiecheng were numbers 5 and 6. And Shi and Lu Meng were numbers 7 and 8. "What are these serial numbers for?" Someone voiced their confusion. No one answered him, because no one knew the answer. But as soon as they knew they had blood-red numbers on their bodies, everyone's heart sank. This number was definitely not just a simple numbering by the blood door. It must have a special purpose. Who knows what this is? Could it be? Could it be our order of death? After someone proposed this conjecture, those with lower numbers looked less pleased. Holy crap. So you're saying this old man is going to be the second to die? Lu Changfeng glared, looking more and more like an old charlatan. Xianxia, the girl who was number 4, bit her lip tightly, looking as if she might burst into tears at any moment. At this moment, Ning Qiushui stepped forward. No need to worry too much. This number shouldn't be the order of death, because in the corners of these iron doors, there are also Arabic numerals 1 to 8. And even if it really is the order of death, then I'll be the first to die. Ning Qiushui finished speaking calmly, and several surprised glances were immediately cast his way from the crowd. Through the first 2 doors, they had met all sorts of people, but hardly anyone as composed as Ning Qiushui. Ning Qiushui's composure calmed everyone's nervous emotions. If it's not the order of death, then what's the purpose of this number? Xianxia posed the question, but everyone fell silent. Yes. If the number on them had nothing to do with the order of death, then what special function did it serve? Is it a hint? What could a few simple Arabic numerals be trying to tell them? Just as everyone fell silent, Ning Qiushui suddenly noticed something. His gaze fell upon an inconspicuous small spot on the central iron table, and his expression drastically changed. Immediately after, he suddenly pulled Lu Changfeng closer, and discreetly pulled out an ancient book from his pocket. Lu Changfeng didn't understand why, but seeing Ning Qiushui's expression was off, he immediately stood obediently beside him. What's wrong, buddy? He whispered his question to Ning Qiushui, but the latter shook his head slightly, signaling him to keep quiet. Sticky sweat seeped from the palm of the hand clutching the ancient book. Just as Lu Changfeng was feeling confused, the clock on the iron table suddenly rang. Ding, ding, ding. The sound was neither fast nor slow, somewhat like an alarm clock ringing. In the already dead silent, empty room, this ringing seemed particularly noisy and jarring. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the alarm clock. But soon, the doubt in their eyes turned into fear, because as the alarm clock continued to ring, they suddenly saw a pair of ghastly pale hands reach out from the darkness above. Those bluish arms, of unknown length, had slender fingers and sharp nails. They suddenly grabbed Ensure, the man with the goatee directly below. Then, before the man's terrified eyes, he was dragged directly into the darkness above. Everyone was terrified, staring up at the pitch-black darkness above them. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoed from not far above. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Immediately after, large drops of bloody rain fell from above, also containing dismembered limbs. Just like that, the man with the goatee was dismembered in front of everyone. About 10 seconds after Ensure's death, the alarm finally stopped. Xianxia, drenched in blood, immediately covered her face and shrieked. Ah, what's going on? A man asked frantically. Everyone present had grim expressions. They all knew that the appearance of those inhuman hands from above was related to the alarm clock on the central iron table. But none of them wanted to approach the clock in the middle. Who knew if they would trigger a death rule again? After waiting for half a minute and confirming there were no issues, Ning Qiushui discreetly put away the book in his hand and walked towards the central iron table. His gaze fell upon the alarm clock. The surroundings were covered in blood that had fallen from above. Yet this alarm clock alone was perfectly clean. Ning Qiushui examined it carefully, then slowly spoke. We were all misled by its appearance. This isn't a clock at all, but a countdown timer. Chapter 64. Delivering Letters Analysis. A countdown timer. As soon as these 7 words were uttered, everyone present tensed up. Countdown? A countdown to what? Our lives. Someone looked around frantically, staring intently at the darkness above, not daring to relax in the slightest, as if fearing those ghastly pale, slender arms would reach out from it again. Ning Qiushui, standing in the middle, spoke to everyone. There are 8 minutes left on the countdown. I suspect this is our countdown for delivering letters. If we don't deliver a letter within these 8 minutes, then after the countdown ends, it's highly likely another person will die. Xia Cheng's eyes widened. Damn it! There's a countdown for delivering letters too. Everyone's expressions darkened. Less than 8 minutes remained. After these 8 minutes ended, if they hadn't delivered a letter, another person would die. Is it to create intense pressure through the countdown, making our analysis and judgment more prone to error? Ning Qiushui stroked his chin, his gaze falling on the 8 letters on the table. The number of letters had not decreased due to the deaths. He took out each letter one by one and read through them. Afterward, everyone quickly stepped forward and browsed through the 8 letters as fast as they could. This didn't take them too long, as the content of the letters was very sparse, basically just 1 or 2 sentences. After reading the letters, their expressions changed again. These letters only have signatures, but no recipients. Another tall girl, Lu Meng, who was already flustered, said this. She and Ensure were from the same ghost dorm. Having experienced the first 2 doors, Lu Meng knew very well that people from other ghost dorms couldn't be fully trusted. Now that Ensure was dead, it was almost as if she had to fight alone. Indeed, all these letters only have signatures. After carefully looking through them, Su Gang also sighed. Originally, it was already troublesome enough for them to determine who the infant's murderer was based on the letter content, as they didn't know who might be lying in their letters. Now, on their path to finding the killer, there was another obstacle. Ning Qiushui once again carefully examined the letters. The contents were as follows. 1. The dean said that this matter should not be blown out of proportion if possible, as it affects the hospital's reputation. Besides, we didn't do anything wrong in the first place, so there's no need to continue helping them with the investigation. Is there? Signature Yun Wei. Nurse. No. 1 foot. 2. I like your feet. Paint your nails red and send them to me along with your socks. I'll be as silent as a stone. Signature Lu Jiu. Patient. No. 6 foot. 3. I delivered her 7 years ago, but the family wasn't particularly excited at the time. I thought they didn't like children, so I never expected that after 7 years, they would choose to have a second child. Signature Wang Yu. Doctor. No. 8 foot. 4. Woo-woo. Officer. Please, you must catch the killer. Otherwise Mom will go crazy. She looks really terrifying now. Signature Li Yu. Victim's sister. No. 2 foot. 5. If you can find the killer of my child and bring him to justice, I am willing to pay any price. Signature Wan Liang. Victim's mother. No. 3 foot. 6. What a difficult case to investigate. I was still on vacation and got called back. This little boy was strangled to death at such a young age. How pitiful. Let me see your hospital surveillance footage. Maybe we can find something. Signature, Dong K. Superintendent. No. For foot. 7. Don't worry. Signature, Guangzhou. Patient. No. 5 foot. I just wanted a son. Is that so difficult? Please help find this killer. I am willing to pay any price. Signature, Li Feinan. Victim's father. No. 7 foot. Above are the complete contents of these 8 letters. And currently, none of these 8 letters are stained with blood. The content on these letters is so messy. There's no way to know who wrote to whom. Someone couldn't help but mutter. But soon, someone else noticed a clue. No. There are still clues to follow. It was Su Gang who spoke. He pointed to the 4th letter on the left. For example, this letter, although the envelope doesn't specify the recipient, the letter itself mentions officer, so it's clearly written to an officer. Then he pointed to the 5th and 8th letters. These 2 are the victim's parents. Although they didn't specify in their letters, judging by the tone, they should also be written to Superintendent Dong Quebec. As Su Gang 5 finished speaking, a hint of joy immediately appeared on everyone's faces. The chubby man 3 Chu Liang, wearing a shirt, chuckled. In that case, we just need to deliver these 3 letters to the superintendent first. He and Xianxia 4 were a team. Perhaps because he was too nervous. He hadn't spoken much before, so people didn't have a deep impression of him. Just as he was about to reach for the letters, Ning Choshue 1 spoke up. I advise you to think carefully before you act. The chubby man Chu Liang 3 froze. Think carefully? What more is there to think about? Could there be a trap in these letters? Ning Choshue shook his head and sighed. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I really don't know how you people managed to survive the first 2 doors. Do you remember the hint on the blood door? It said that a man can only receive 3 letters. If Dong K is a man, does that mean after giving him all 3 of these letters, we won't be able to send him any more? At the same time, we won't be able to get any more useful information from him. The chubby man was speechless. Su Gang's friend, Xianxia, spoke up then. Hiss, thinking about it that way, it seems to make sense. Ning Choshue glanced over everyone and continued. In fact, these 3 letters are a trap left for us by the blood door. Su Gang wasn't angry that Ning Choshue refuted his point. Instead, he adjusted his glasses and asked, Ning Choshue, could you elaborate? Ning Choshue said, don't forget, among this group of people, there is a killer who murdered the infant. If you were the killer, what would you do to prevent us from finding out the truth? Of course, you'd muddy the waters with lies. And among these people, the only one who can definitively be said not to be the killer is this officer named Dong K. In other words, he is a very, very important character. Whether it's for punishing the killer or providing us with clues. In the crowd, Xianxia frowned, seeing that the countdown on the alarm clock had only 3 minutes left. Feeling anxious and annoyed, she gritted her teeth and said, how can you say he's not the killer? Just because he's a police officer. That's ridiculous. What if he is the killer and he's lying? You automatically excluded him from the possibility of lying from the start. Of course you think he's not the killer. After Xianxia finished speaking, the thoughtful Su Gang, however, spoke up. No. He's right. This police officer named Dong Ke cannot be the killer. Chapter 65. Delivering letters, the first letter. Hearing Su Gang's equally firm assertion, everyone's gaze collectively turned to him. No. Are you guys crazy? You trust the police that much? What if the blood door is just exploiting our psychology like this? Xiangying's expression was not pleasant. Su Gang gave her a faint glance, his hands in his pockets. Firstly, the signatures on the letters absolutely cannot be fake. This is a deduction game. If even this detail is faked, then we won't get any useful clues at all. From the form of address in the letters, it's clear that this family is not familiar with Superintendent Dong Ke. Otherwise, the little girl's address in her letter wouldn't be officer, but Uncle Dong Ke or Superintendent Dong Ke. Based on this, if I were this police officer and I were the killer, I would first need a motive. What would be my motive for killing the child of a family I'm completely unfamiliar with? From these 2 points alone, Superintendent Dong Ke can be completely ruled out. He has no motive for the crime. Xiangying's gaze darted back to the countdown on the central round table. Only 2 minutes left. Hurry up and send a letter to someone. Anyone. Or else someone else will die, she urged impatiently. Seeing her like this, everyone felt uncomfortable, but they didn't voice it. After all, if the countdown ended and no letter had been delivered, there was no telling who would die. No one would gamble with their own life. Do you have any ideas? Ning Choshue. Su Gang frowned, pondered for a moment, felt completely lost, then looked at the man across the round table. The first letter must definitely be sent to a woman, Ning Choshue said calmly. None of our current letters are stained with blood. Men only have 3 chances to receive letters, so if possible, we should save those. Also, it's best to send letters one by one, which can maximize our survival time and give us enough time to think. I'm no. 1. I'll deliver the first letter. With that, he picked up a letter. This letter was the second one. I like your feet. Paint your nails red and send them to me along with your socks. I'll be as silent as a stone. Signature Lujio. Patient. No. 6 foot. It came from a psychopathic patient, but it's unknown who it was addressed to. Ning Choshue chose to send it to Yun Wei, the nurse behind door No. 1. He took the letter to the northern iron door and gently knocked on the iron door marked 1. Thump, thump, thump. Soon, a sound came from the flip-up cover in the middle of the iron door. Everyone watched the spot nervously, holding their breath. They wanted to see what kind of being was behind that door. As the flip-up cover opened, the 6 people standing behind Ning Choshue couldn't help but take a step back. Their expressions were utterly terrified. Behind the iron door's flip-up cover was a dead silent, pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see their own hand. No one knew what lay beyond. And in the depths of this darkness, there was a pair of blood-red eyes. Seeing these eyes, even the audacious Ning Choshue was startled. But he quickly composed himself and said to the being inside, "Here is a letter for you." With that, he handed the letter through the flip-up cover in the center of the iron door. After 2 seconds of silence, a ghastly pale hand reached out from the opening of the flip-up cover. The hand was as white as if it had been painted. Its nails hadn't been trimmed for who knew how long. The 5 fingers were bony and emaciated, like withered wood, and adorned with vibrant red nail polish. This ghastly pale hand didn't do anything to Ning Qiushui. Instead, it took the letter from his hand and obediently retracted. But in less than 3 seconds, the pale hand from inside reached out again. Clutched between its fingers was a blood-stained letter. And an iron tray. Seeing what was on the iron tray, everyone's breath hitched. It was a pair of bloody, female feet. They were still wearing thin white stockings, completely soaked through with blood. These feet were severed from the knees, and blood seeped out from the wounds. Clearly, the person inside had just cut them off. Ning Qiushui first took the letter Yunwei handed him, then picked up the iron tray containing her feet and placed it on the central iron table. The sound of the flap being fiddled with came from behind him. When Ning Qiushui turned around again, the flap in the center of the iron door had already been closed by the person inside. Without the terrifying crimson eyes staring at them, everyone's hearts were no longer as tense as before. Looking at the bloody feet on the table, they all subconsciously walked around them, moving to stand opposite Ning Qiushui. Ugh! Xianxia and the fat man named Chuliang couldn't hold it in, bending over and throwing up. A strong smell of blood permeated the air, and everyone's expressions were grim. Young man, quickly look at the letter that female ghost gave you just now. Lu Chengfeng, on the other hand, had experienced so many bloody scenes in the previous 2 doors that these feet were merely a drop in the ocean. He felt almost no discomfort. His attention focused instead on the blood-stained letter Yunwei had given Ning Qiushui inside iron door No. 1. Ning Qiushui nodded, said nothing more, and directly opened the envelope, which contained only a few simple words. 9. Please don't say anything. It's very important to him/her. This subchapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. As expected, a glint flashed in Ning Qiushui's eyes. This nurse named Yunwei clearly knew something important. But for some reason, she didn't say it. Not only did she not say it, but she even wanted to hide it. What did she want to hide? And why hide it? Who was the him/her in the letter? Just as Ning Qiushui was deep in thought, the countdown bell on the iron table rang out once again. Ding, ding, ding. Everyone's bodies tensed up almost instantly with the sound. Their faces filled with fear. They immediately looked up at the boundless darkness above. And even their breathing stopped. But this time the terrifying, slender arms did not reach out. Until the alarm stopped and the next 10-minute countdown began. No one died. Seeing this, everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief and grew excited. It really is like this. That's great. Yes, that's great. If it's just like this, we're still very safe. Yes. Yes. Looking at the joy on everyone's faces, Ning Qiushui and Su Gang felt no happiness at all. They stared intently at the blood-stained letter on the table, which they had received from Nurse Yunwei at door No. 1. Their expressions somewhat grave. P.S. On second thought, I'll skip it. I'll save that underworld dungeon for the next one. I still feel it's quite scary, but it might just be my illusion. If you all don't find it scary, then I suggest lighting a red candle in front of a mirror at midnight while listening to the audiobook. Chapter 66. Delivering the letter surveillance. Amidst their excitement, everyone saw that Ning and Su's expressions were off, and they calmed down a bit. Lu Meng asked tentatively, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Ning Qiushui pointed to the letter on the table and said, "We give the bloodless letters to the people behind the doors, and they return blood-stained letters to us. If this is a fixed rule, then it means we don't have many opportunities to communicate with the woman behind the iron door, as the woman cannot receive blood-stained letters. These bloodless letters in our hands will soon run out. It seems the rules are very restrictive this time. We don't have many chances to communicate with either the man or the woman behind the iron doors. Furthermore, each letter can only be used once. So the use of every single letter is crucial. In the crowd, Xianxia cried out again. I think that nurse is definitely suspicious. Maybe she's the killer. Otherwise, why would she be so afraid of no? 6 saying something? A simple letter scared her so much that she cut off her own stinky trotters. Doesn't that prove something? Su Gang shook his head. It's not that simple. You're not wrong about one thing. This nurse definitely knows something. Perhaps even the truth, but personally, I don't think she's the killer. The 9th letter mentions another person. Although we don't know whether that person is male or female yet. They must be connected to the killer. As he finished speaking, Xianxia also stepped forward. Staring at the pair of blood-stained feet on the iron table, he couldn't help but shiver. I'd like to add something, he said through gritted teeth. I think there's something wrong with number 6. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about the number 6 behind the iron door. He seems mentally unstable and like a pervert. So, is there a possibility that this person is a smokescreen deliberately put out by the blood door for us? That he actually knew nothing from the start, but just pretended to know something to make us waste our currently useful letters on him? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Ning Qiushui also felt a slight surprise in his heart, thinking that not everyone they met this time was an idiot. Xiaqiang's perspective was excellent. No. 6 indeed might do something like that. So should we give him this blood-stained letter and know one's feet? Lu Chengfeng scratched his head. If, with the previous blood door, he could still figure things out based on social dynamics. Then with this blood door, he was truly clueless and utterly bewildered. From a certain perspective, the difficulty of this blood door was even higher for Lu Chengfeng than the previous one. In fact, many people present were in the same boat. Things like investigation and solving cases were originally for the police. They weren't good at it at all and had no clue. Ning Qiushui was also the same. He had never participated in police investigations and could only speculate as much as possible with the limited information available. Beardy, go give this letter to No. 7. Li Feinan, the deceased's father, but don't give him these feet. Ning Qiushui thought for a moment, then handed the bloodstained No. 9 letter to Lu Chengfeng. The latter was slightly startled. This letter for Li Feinan? Ning Qiushui said, yes, originally. I wanted to see the doctor's attitude first. But the problem now is that we don't know whether this doctor is a man or a woman. Judging solely by the name would be too risky. Lu Meng, standing in the corner, asked weakly, shouldn't we give the letter to No. 6. Lu Jiu, the patient? This letter and these feet should have been written by No. 1 for No. 6. Right? Ning Qiushui replied, the letter was indeed written by No. 1 to No. 6. But if we give this letter to No. 6. We won't find out anything. If you give him those feet, the letter he returns will either be a continued demand or silence. If you don't give him those feet, he will definitely continue to threaten and demand them. Either way, the possibility of us getting useful information from him is very small. So there's no need to waste more time on him for now. Of course, the biggest problem is still that we don't know whether this No. 6 is a man or a woman. Although his current behavior suggests he is a very psychopathic man, we have no clear evidence to prove it. And given the current room for maneuver, there's no need to risk a gamble. Any other questions? If not, Beardy, go deliver the letter. Everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads. Most of them had brains full of mush, understanding nothing and knowing nothing. Seeing a leader step forward, looking calm and composed, they naturally wanted to follow along. Lu Chengfeng naturally trusted Ning Qiushui 100%. Without thinking, he took the letter from Ning Qiushui's hand and went directly to the door of No. 7. Li Feinan, the deceased's father, standing before the iron door. He took a deep breath, and mimicking Ning Qiushui's earlier manner, gently knocked 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. As the flap on the iron door opened, a man's ghastly pale face appeared inside. That face had a nose and eyes, and its features were normal, but it gave off an unsettling, chilling feeling. This subchapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. He looked at the letter Lu Chengfeng handed him and smiled faintly. He opened his mouth. There were no teeth, no tongue, only a vast expanse of blood red. After taking the blood-stained letter, the man quickly handed out another letter stained with blood. Then, he closed the flap. Lu Chengfeng let out a long sigh of relief. Even though he knew there would be no danger in this process, he still felt a chill down his spine. He was truly afraid the man would suddenly reach out from the flap, grab him, and drag him behind the iron door. Returning to the iron table, everyone opened the blood-stained letter. 10. I don't know what you're trying to warn me about, but I will definitely catch the murderer who killed my child and personally take off his head. I suspect it was the nurse, only she frequently approached my wife and child. As for myself, Dr. Wang and I are good friends. He wouldn't do anything to betray me, nor does he have any reason to kill my child. The hospital should have surveillance, right? Why not retrieve the footage and take a look? The 10th letter had many words written on it. After reading it carefully, everyone immediately focused their attention on the word surveillance. The hospital has surveillance. If we guide the people behind the doors to retrieve the footage by sending letters, won't the truth be revealed? Amidst the general clamor, Su Gang suddenly thought of something and pulled out the previous police letter. That was the 6th letter. Chief Inspector Dong Ke also seemed to want to check the hospital surveillance footage immediately. Chapter 67. Delivering the letter accident. What do you think? Su Gang looked up, gazing at Ning Qiushui, who was deep in thought. Ning Qiushui said, only 2 people should be able to view the hospital's surveillance, a nurse and a doctor. No sooner had he finished speaking than Xianxia couldn't help but cross her arms and say, such a simple matter. Why don't we just send 1 letter each? We happen to have 1 bloodless letter anyway. Ning Qiushui said, I don't really recommend sending this letter to the nurse. Xianxia frowned. What's with all the recommendations and not recommendations? You say this is no good. You say that's no good. Can't you just affirm us once? Do you think that by denying others, you can show off your own intelligence? That's a chief inspector. When a chief inspector is handling a case, would a nurse dare to stop them? After she finished speaking, she scoffed and directly picked up the 6th letter. Chu Liang. We'll deliver these 2 letters together. You give the blood-stained letter to the doctor. The fat man Xianxia called Chu Liang hesitated. Holding the blood-stained letter in his hand, he tilted his head slightly to look at Ning Qiushui and Su Gang. Seeing both of them silent, he then nervously took the letter to door No. He and Xianxia were both from the same ghost dorm, so their relationship couldn't become too strained. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get along later. After all, they'd be seeing each other constantly. And so, under the gaze of the remaining 5 people, they took the 2 letters and went to doors No. 1 and No. 8 respectively. Looking at the rusty, mottled doors before them, the 2 realized that delivering letters wasn't so simple after all. Because they both knew that the people behind the doors were not human. Even with an iron door separating them, facing such monsters still made them feel an inexplicable tension. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's just delivering a letter. It's all within the rules, nothing will happen. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia continuously gave herself mental prompts. But no matter how she tried to comfort herself, she still felt very nervous. Xianxia reached out, about to knock on the iron door, but then stopped, carefully checking the letter in her hand repeatedly to ensure it hadn't been stained with any blood. She felt a vague unease within her. And as she approached iron door No. 1, this feeling of unease grew stronger and stronger. Her subconscious told her that the letter in her hand could not be delivered to the nurse behind door No. 1. But her stubbornness refused to listen to her subconscious. She had already walked all the way here with the letter, and her earlier words had been spoken. If she were to back down now, she would no longer have any say in the future. Therefore, this iron door, she had to open it. She reached out and gently knocked on the iron door. Knock. Knock. Movement came from inside the iron door. It sounded like something was being dragged forcefully across the floor, making a harsh scraping sound, creaking and grating, which made one's scalp tingle. Xianxia took a step back, the hand holding the letter trembling violently. What's happening? Her face turned pale. She didn't understand why something had gone wrong when it was her turn. That nurse earlier cut off her own feet, so she must be crawling on the floor now. Xie Cheng's abrupt remark almost made Xianxing's legs go weak, causing her to collapse onto the floor. The scene behind the iron door had already appeared in her mind. A female ghost, having lost both legs, was constantly scratching the floor with its sharp nails, slowly crawling towards her. FCK, FCK, she cursed wildly in her heart. It took about a minute for the nurse behind the iron door to open the sliding flap. This wait was nothing short of torture. Everyone could even vaguely see that Xianxing's back was completely drenched in cold sweat. Finally, with a slight sound, the sliding flap on iron door No. 1 was opened. But what appeared was not a hand, but a ghastly pale, bloodless woman's face. His crimson eyes rolled around, but they didn't look at Xianxia. Instead, they stared at the iron table behind Xianxia. Did he agree? The woman behind the door suddenly revealed a morbid smile. My feet, they tasted quite delicious. Didn't they? Very fresh. Just cut off. After he ate them, he shouldn't say anything, right? Xianxia was so terrified by this horrifying voice that she stumbled back a few steps. At this moment, her face was already drenched in cold sweat. At this very moment, facing this pale woman's face that could emerge from behind the iron door's flap at any second, her mind went blank. She even forgot to hand over the letter in her hand. Only when Chu Liang, behind her, cried out, did she snap back to reality. Don't mind it. Quickly give it the letter. This shout brought Xianxia back to her senses. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward and handed the letter in her hand to the person behind the iron door. The nurse's terrifying eyes stared at Xianxia for a long time before slowly shifting to the letter in her hand. This is your letter. The nurse extended a pale hand, grabbed the letter, and then pulled it back. Seeing the nurse retrieve the letter, everyone finally let out a breath. Good. As long as the nurse took the letter, there should be no problem. For a moment just now, they were truly afraid the nurse would crawl out from that narrow sliding flap. Xianxia continued to stand outside the door, waiting quietly. According to the previous rules, after the person behind the door received a letter, they would soon return another letter to them. This subchapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. However, this time, her wait seemed a bit long. Just as Xianxia was starting to feel impatient, the sliding flap on the door was pulled open once again. She was about to step forward to receive the letter, but a pale, bony woman's hand reached out from behind the iron door and gripped her tightly. A bone-chilling cold continuously spread from this hand up Xianxia's arm. The latter let out a terrified scream. "FCK, you fking let go of me right now." She struggled frantically, continuously slapping the pale arm and kicking it with her feet. If not for fear, no one would doubt she would have bitten it directly. But all of it was futile. The arm from behind the door clamped onto Xianxia's wrist like a steel vice. "Fuck your mothers. What are you still standing there for? Come save me." In her panic, Xianxia, whose temperament wasn't great to begin with, immediately started cursing loudly. However, no matter how she screamed and cursed, no one stepped forward from behind her. Everyone stood rooted to the spot, silently watching the pale arm pull Xianxia, bit by bit, into the iron door. "Quick! I beg you! I beg you! Someone come save me!" After her entire arm was dragged into the iron door, Xianxia finally broke down and cried hysterically. She was too scared. However, she wasn't the only one who was afraid. No one dared to step forward and save her. Or perhaps, those who dared to save her were unwilling to step forward. Everyone's faces were grim. At this moment, Xianxia's entire arm had already been pulled behind the iron door, but it seemed the person behind the door had no intention of letting her go. Xianxia was still being dragged into the door. Chapter 68. Delivering the letter shielding. As Xianxia was continuously dragged inward, her frantic screams gradually turned into wails of agony. Xianxia shrieked hysterically, her throat almost hoarse. But the tearing pain from her arm and the fear of death grew ever more intense. Her legs kicked frantically, and her neck and head were twisted into an unnatural angle from being stuck outside the flip-up opening. Creak, creak, crunch. Suddenly, a bone-shattering sound, making one's teeth ache, came from Xianxia's body. Her eyes still held immense terror and resentment, but they were gradually losing their light. Because as she was continuously pulled into the iron door, Xianxia's spine broke. The flip-up panel in the middle of the iron door was square and not large, just enough to accommodate an adult's head. A human body could not freely pass through this opening. Yet, Xianxia was brutally pulled in by the hand inside the door. As terrifying bone-cracking sounds echoed, Xianxia, by the time she was dragged into the iron door, had almost become a mud doll stained red with blood. From behind the iron door, a strange woman's murmur could be heard. I'm sorry, but I can't. I really can't. I can't let her know the truth." This was Yun Wei's voice. She muttered to herself for a long time, almost entirely repeating these few sentences. Finally, Yun Wei fell silent. The sliding panel of iron door number 1 also closed. Only at this moment did the people standing in the center of the hall awaken as if from a dream. Thump! Chu Liang, the fat man who was on Xiangying's team, immediately fell to his knees. He clutched his head with both hands, his lips white, muttering incessantly, How could this be? How could this be? She clearly held a letter that wasn't stained with blood. Why did she die? Why? The faces of the others were also grim. They finally discovered that simply delivering letters according to the instructions on the blood door was not absolutely safe. We should have thought of this earlier. Su Gang gritted his teeth. The hints on the blood door are just important clues. It won't tell us all the rules of the dungeon world. It seems that even if we don't deliver a blood-stained letter to the woman, we still face the risk of death. Ning Choshue's expression, however, was very calm, as if he had long anticipated this outcome. It has nothing to do with whether the person behind the iron door is a man or a woman. It's simply related to the recipient of the letter. I had already warned her not to deliver this letter. Silence fell among the group. After Xiang Ying's death, Ning Choshue's standing in everyone's minds was elevated to a very high position. They finally realized that this person named Ning Choshue wasn't just calm. He genuinely had something special. Can you elaborate a bit more? It was Lu Meng who spoke. Ever since her partner Ensure was killed by the pale arms above, she had become extremely cautious. Ning Choshue explained, there's a subtle death rule at play during our letter delivery process. Don't forget. The people behind the iron doors are not real people. They are a group of malevolent spirits. I don't need to tell you what happens if you anger a malevolent spirit. You must be wondering how delivering a letter could anger a malevolent spirit? Of course it can. For example, Yun Wei behind iron door number 1. We can infer from the known contents of the letter that she particularly wants to hide the truth to protect someone. Therefore, if she knows that we are particularly intent on investigating the truth, she will choose to kill us to achieve her goal of hiding the truth. Another example is the police officer Dong Ke at door number 4. He is responsible for investigating and uncovering the truth of this incident. If we hand him a letter that indicates a desire to hide the truth, he might very well imprison or kill us. Furthermore, after the malevolent spirit behind the door kills someone, it won't return a new letter to us. Everyone understood with a sudden realization after hearing this. Damn it, this blood door is too sinister, Chu Liang cursed under his breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He and Xiangying had been responsible for delivering letters just now. If their letters had been swapped, he would be dead now. Ding ding ding, the alarm clock on the table rang again. But no one paid attention, because they knew that as long as they had delivered a letter, they would be safe for this 10-minute round. By the way, Chu Liang, take out the letter you just got from the doctor, Ning Choshue said to the fat man. Chu Liang nodded, took out the letter, and spread it open on the iron table. This letter was also stained with crimson blood. 11. I checked the surveillance, but I wavered. I'm not sure if I should reveal the truth. I suppose that's why the old dean and Nurse Yun Wei didn't want this matter to be investigated further. Would it be too selfish to tell the truth? Perhaps. I should destroy the hospital's surveillance footage. What should I do? The contents of this letter plunged everyone into silence. The surveillance indeed captured the truth of the murderer's crime. But those who had seen the surveillance footage seemed to no longer want to pursue the investigation. Why? They all seemed to feel, without exception, that investigating the truth might not be good for this family. This is a very useful letter. Su Gang's expression was a little excited. After seeing the truth, both the doctor and the nurse were in similar states. Their behavior didn't suggest they were the murderers, but rather that they wanted to shield the murderer. Who would make the hospital want to cover up for them? Could it be that the murderer is one of the 3 family members? Lu Chengfeng, who had been standing silently like a block of wood, suddenly spoke. Everyone looked up at him, and Lu Chengfeng, startled by their intense gazes, took half a step back. I just said it casually. Just casually. Ning Qiushui, however, said, "No, you're not wrong. The murderer is very likely one of the 3 family members." Upon hearing this, Lu Chengfeng was also stunned. "No, I was really just joking earlier." Ning Qiushui smiled. "I wasn't joking. P.S. 3 updates today. Many more tomorrow. This dungeon will conclude within 3 days. Then we'll move on to the next exciting project." Chapter 69. Delivering the letter, taking a risk. "Young man, have you discovered something?" Ning Qiushui was silent for a moment. "Do you still remember the numbers on our backs?" When the numbers on their backs were mentioned, the group, still shaken by the previous bloody scene, finally remembered something they had long forgotten. Actually, apart from special circumstances, the first 3 doors aren't very difficult, as long as one is a little careful. When I first noticed the numbers on our backs, I was wondering what they meant. If they were just simple serial numbers, the blood door wouldn't have left such a large wound on our backs to emphasize the importance of the numbers. Then I compared our situation with the situation of the doors. There are exactly 8 of us for 8 doors. So do we have anything in common with the people behind the doors? Ning Qiushui spoke slowly and methodically, and everyone listened intently to his explanation. First, gender. This point can be ruled out. My gender and Yunwei's are different. If we were to reverse it, the deceased number 7, and Sure, and the deceased's father, Li Feinan, behind iron door number 7, also don't match. Therefore, the correspondence between us and the people behind the iron doors is not gender. After ruling out gender, I noticed another point. There are a total of 4 teams that entered the blood door this time, each consisting of 2 people. If you carefully recall the numbers on yourselves and your teammates who entered the blood door with you, then look at the iron doors. You'll understand. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly complied. After a brief recollection, they quickly discovered the crucial issue. The numbers of the 2 people entering from each ghost dorm were connected, and they happened to correspond to 2 iron doors in each of the 4 cardinal directions: east, west, south, north. Ning Qiushui, do you mean the 2 people locked behind the iron doors in these 4 directions are also a team? Prompted by Ning Qiushui, Su Gang seemed to grasp something very important. You can simply understand it as them having the same objective. Let's assume this deduction holds true for now. And then look at this. Nurse 1 and the deceased sister 2 both do not want the murderer to be caught. Police officer 4 and the deceased's mother 3 want the murderer to be caught. The 2 patients 5, 6 foot do not want the murderer to be caught. Doctor 8 and the deceased's father 7 want the murderer to be found. Please note, the above situations represent their initial psychological states before we exchanged any letters. Now, through several letter exchanges, let's work backward to see if the above deductions hold true. Ning Qiushui tried his best to simplify his thoughts for everyone to understand. First, The doctor and the deceased's father initially must have wanted the murderer to be investigated. We can clearly feel this reflected in the later two letters, letter 10 and letter 11. However, after the doctor checked the surveillance, he hesitated and wavered, and his opinion began to diverge from the deceased's father's. But that's a later development. Let's ignore it for now. Next are patients 5 and 6. Both of them likely don't want the murderer to be found. First, patient 6 is a psychopath who wants to satisfy his pathological urges through the current situation. Once the murderer is found and the matter concludes, he will no longer be able to blackmail the nurse or certain insiders using this incident. So, from his perspective, he definitely doesn't want this matter to end so quickly. Next is patient 5. His reply letter was very brief. Why brief? Because saying too much makes it easy to make mistakes. Clearly, he also wants to hide something, and in this case, the only thing to hide is the truth. From this, it's evident that he also doesn't want the culprit to be caught so quickly. So, looking at it this way, patient 5 and patient 6 also have the same objective. After Ning Qiushui finished speaking, Lu Meng bit her lip and asked, "That's not right. If what you're saying is true, wouldn't that create a paradox? The nurse at door number 1 doesn't want the truth, but the deceased sister at door number 2 wants the police officer to find out the truth as soon as possible." As she spoke, a sudden cold sweat broke out on her back. Lu Meng herself seemed to have figured something out, slowly raising her stiff head and swallowing. "Do you mean that little girl lied in the letter, and she actually doesn't want the truth to come out?" The third letter on the table was written by the doctor at door number 8. 7 years ago, he had delivered a baby for this woman once. Presumably, the one born then was the deceased's biological elder sister. In other words, the girl behind door number 2 is only 7 years old this year. The little girl shouldn't be the murderer, right? She's only 7 years old, and she has no reason to kill her own younger brother. The fat man named Chu Liang felt an inexplicable fear at the thought that suddenly popped into his head. A 7-year-old girl personally strangled her newborn brother? It's not certain if it's her, but she's a major suspect, and she indeed has a motive for murder. Su Gang took out the 8th letter on the table. The father of this family has a severe preference for sons over daughters. It's uncertain whether this girl was neglected or abused at home. If that's the case, then she would have a motive to kill her younger brother. Inferring from this point, I largely agree with Ning Qiushui's earlier view, that for some reason, this girl indeed doesn't want the police officer to find out the truth. My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. She either knows the truth, or she is the murderer herself. Everyone looked at the letters on the table and fell into silence. So, who should I deliver the letter to next? Su Gang asked this question. It was as if he was asking the group, and also asking himself. He stared at the letters on the table, his gaze flickering between contemplation and bewilderment. At this moment, Ning Qiushui, who was standing beside him, suddenly said, "Do you dare to take a risk?" Su Gang turned his head and looked at Ning Qiushui. "How do I take a risk?" Ning Qiushui said, "You take a relatively dangerous letter to the little girl. If you survive, it means our previous deduction was entirely correct." Su Gang's heart stirred. He understood which letter Ning Qiushui wanted him to give to the little girl. "You want to give the first letter to the child at door number 2? Ning Qiushui nodded. "Speaking very frankly, I cannot guarantee the danger level. If my previous deduction is wrong, then you risk being killed by her. I have no right to force you to risk yourself for everyone's benefit." So you can also choose to deliver a safer letter. Su Gang seriously considered Ning Qiushui's suggestion. This was indeed a very risky action. If their deduction was correct, then the little girl at door number 2 also wouldn't want the truth to be investigated. In that case, if he gave Yun Wei's letter to the little girl, expressing his strong desire for the truth not to be investigated, the little girl wouldn't kill him. But conversely, if their deduction was wrong, and the little girl desperately wanted the truth to be investigated, then this letter could very well cost him his life. Just as he was silent, Xiecheng, who was beside him, suddenly took the first letter. Damn it! I'll do it! Xiecheng gritted his teeth. Old Su, in the last door, I owed you a life. If I die, it'll just be repaying you. If I don't die, then we'll be one step closer to the truth. Su Gang grabbed his wrist, shaking his head slightly, signaling him not to be impulsive. It's not yet at a point where we absolutely must take such a risk, Xiecheng replied. None of us are professional criminal investigators to begin with. As time passes, who knows what dangers we'll encounter later. The longer we drag this out, the worse it will be for everyone. Have you forgotten what we experienced at the first door? When their first door was mentioned, Su Gang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Chapter 70. Delivering the letter A way out. That door was still fresh in Su Gang's memory, sometimes replaying in his dreams at night. Their first door was also a hardcore deduction type. Although there was only one murderous ghost among them, and its actions were quite restricted, they wasted 3 days wandering in the dungeon world without anyone dying. But on the 4th day, 5 people died all at once. Later, after they left the blood door and returned to the ghost dorm, they only understood after listening to the elders explain. It turns out that in many deduction-type dungeons, the abilities of the ghosts gradually unseal over time. Initially, the blood door might have only had 1 killing rule, or even none. But as time passed, 2 or even 3 or more killing rules might appear behind the blood door. The 2 of them didn't know if the current dungeon world was also like this. They also weren't in a position to gamble. Don't worry, Old Su. This young Master Ning is right. The numbers on our backs definitely have a special meaning. We've already ruled out several unlikely scenarios. What's left should be the truth. I won't die that easily. Hearing Xiecheng's reassurance, Su Gang finally released his hand. Be careful. Run immediately if you sense something is wrong. Those ghosts shouldn't be able to come out from behind the iron door. Hearing Su Gang's warning, Xiecheng smiled slightly. All right, he took the letter directly to the second iron door, took a few deep breaths, calmed his heartbeat, and then knocked on the iron door. Knock, knock, knock. The little girl behind this iron door opened the flip-up panel exceptionally quickly. Upon seeing the little girl's face, Xiecheng froze on the spot. It was as if he had witnessed something incredibly shocking. He stood rooted to the spot for a long time, like a wooden dummy. Xiecheng, give her the letter quickly. It wasn't until Su Gang behind him started to remind him that Xiecheng finally snapped back to reality, hastily handing the letter in his hand to the little girl. Little girl, this is your letter. The little girl timidly stretched out her thin arm and took the letter. Looking at her arm, Xiecheng once again confirmed the thought in his mind. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, now quieted down. Xiecheng knew clearly that the little girl in front of him would not kill him. Sure enough, after only a few seconds of waiting, the little girl took out another blood-stained letter and handed it to Xiecheng. Thank you, little girl. Xianxia suddenly uttered these 6 words. The little girl behind the door showed a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. But soon, she closed the flap. Xianxia took the blood-stained letter and returned to the central hall. Seeing that he was fine, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. Your speculation was correct. That little girl suffered severe domestic abuse. She has scars all over her body, on her face, arms, neck, everywhere. And the fact that I'm alive means she truly doesn't want the mastermind to be found out. Xianxia's tone was somewhat grave. He seemed to understand why the doctors and nurses at the hospital weren't so keen on catching the killer. If this little girl truly suffered domestic abuse for years, and she was also the one who killed her brother, then once the truth is exposed, the little girl's reaction confirms our previous hypothesis. Numbers 1 and 2 behind the iron doors share the same objective. As a little girl from a victim's family, yet unwilling for the killer to be found out, it seems she is the killer. Ning Qiushui stroked his chin, his gaze sharp. Since these were the first 3 doors, the difficulty wasn't high without mutations. The numbers on their backs and on the iron doors could be said to be a backdoor to the truth, largely opened by the blood door to reduce the dungeon's difficulty. But do we really have to reveal the truth? It was Lu Meng who spoke. She lowered her head, her hair obscuring her face, so no one could see her expression or know what she was thinking. But they all detected the hesitation in Lu Meng's words. Why not? Fatty Chu Liang mumbled. As long as we vote for the killer, we can leave this game. No sooner had he spoken than he was interrupted by Ning Qiushui's cold voice. I need to correct you on one point. The 3rd hint on the blood door states, after voting for the correct killer, the mission ends. But mission ends doesn't mean we can leave here alive. One thing at a time. These are 2 different matters. Chu Liang was stunned, and most of the people present had similar stiff expressions, not quite understanding Ning Qiushui's words. Only Lu Chengfeng, who had experienced the 2nd door with Ning Qiushui, knew what Ning Qiushui was talking about. It's a word game again, Lu Chengfeng murmured to himself. Ning Qiushui nodded. Yes, it's a word game again. Although the first 3 blood doors for newcomers aren't too difficult, with the blood door opening such a big backdoor for us, deducing the real killer behind the scenes is simply too easy. Look at the letters on the table. How many have we used? Don't you think this game is too simple? A bit too simple. Abnormal. Everyone fell into silence. Su Gang's eyes flashed. Our mission for this blood door is to deliver the letter into the hands of the person behind the iron door. So, when we identify the correct killer, mission ends means we no longer have to continue delivering letters. It doesn't mean we can leave this place and return to our original world. Everyone finally understood. Damn it, they actually tricked us here too. Cold sweat seeped from the backs of those who had realized. They recalled the previous blood doors, which all had time limits. But this one didn't. It turned out the blood door was setting a trap for them. If that's the case, then when the mission ends, what will happen? Lu Meng asked weakly. Ning Qiushui stroked his chin, looking at the surrounding iron doors, his gaze deep. I don't know, but I suspect we will face the final reckoning. The way out isn't here. Finding the correct killer is related to the way out, but it's not the way out itself. Only if we find the way out will we have a chance to survive the final reckoning. Chapter 71. Delivering Letters the Puppet. Having experienced the second door, Ning Qiushui had thought of this early on. Even if they truly found the mastermind and identified them, Would the trial of this dungeon be over? Probably not that simple. So Ning Qiushui carefully re-examined the hints the blood door had given them. Originally, identifying the killer through a few simple letters would have been a very troublesome task. At least for people like them, it was. But with the hints from the numbers on their bodies and on the iron doors, as long as they could confirm the commonalities among these numbers, they could very quickly find the killer of the infant. Because in the comparison of all the people's identities and motives, the little girl was the only person who, despite being a victim, was unwilling for the truth to be uncovered. If simply identifying the little girl was enough to clear the level, then the difficulty of this blood door would be too low. For the first door, this might be possible. But if it were the third blood door, there were clearly other traps hidden within. As everyone remained silent, time passed by minute, and many people's eyes kept glancing towards Iron Door 2. They were getting anxious, because the countdown had reached its final 2 minutes. If they didn't make an identification, they would have to send out the next letter. At this moment, Ning Qiushui finally spoke slowly, directly identifying the little girl as the killer should be a dead end. His eyes were exceptionally sharp. Everyone was startled, and Lu Meng asked, "Did you find anything?" Ning Qiushui said frankly, "Intuition. I trust my intuition. It has saved me many times. If we identify the little girl as the killer, then when the 8 iron doors open, she might die. And we might die too." One point everyone can intuitively grasp. If this blood door's ultimate goal was to identify the killer of the infant, then this should be our mission. Yet the blood door placed it in the hints instead. Everyone nodded. This point was easy to understand. Working backward, this means our ultimate mission isn't to find the killer of the infant. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. This line of thought gave them new ideas. If identifying the killer of the infant were the ultimate goal, then the blood door wouldn't have put it in the hints. In that case, what we need to identify might not be. Su Gang's mind was sharp. He quickly grasped the key point. The hint says, correctly identify the killer, not identify the correct killer. There's a difference between the two. The correct in the former could be about us surviving, while the correct in the latter is solely about the truth. Ning Qiushui shook his head, not understanding what this guy was babbling about. He really disliked nitpicking over words. "Hurry up. There's less than half a minute left," Xiacheng reminded everyone. Ning Qiushui pondered for a moment, then said to Su Gang, "Su Gang, deliver the letter from the little girl to her mother." The little girl's letter? The fourth one. All right, Su Gang nodded. Ning Qiushui's previous actions had already earned his trust, so he didn't hesitate, directly picked up the fourth letter, and went to door 3. "Pay attention to observing that woman," Ning Qiushui instructed him from behind. Su Gang made an okay gesture and knocked on door 3. As the flap was pulled open, Su Gang handed the letter to her. At the same time, he kept observing the woman behind door 3. She was tall and thin, with a vacant expression and pale skin, giving off an overall impression of malnutrition. Perhaps thinking he was too far away, Ning Qiushui actually walked over himself, standing closer to the iron door, observing the woman inside. After a brief silence, the woman handed out a blood-stained letter. Then she closed the sliding cover. During this time, Ning Qiushui kept staring at her arm. As the alarm clock rang, a harsh chiming sound once again filled the hall. Clang! A strange sound suddenly came from above everyone's heads. This immediately reminded them of what had happened before. The man named Xianxia had died so inexplicably at the hands of the tall, thin figures in the deep darkness above. When they looked up following the sound, they were greatly startled by the sight above them. They saw that the darkness above had dissipated at some point, and a terrifying puppet, nearly 10 meters tall, was fixed to the ceiling by many threads. It stared with blood-red eyes, drooling as it looked at the people below. In its gaping, blood-red maw were sharp, pointed teeth, and indistinct, dense blood and shredded flesh. The threads binding its arms seemed ready to snap at any moment. The puppet kept shaking its two hands, trying to grab the people below, but the restraint of the threads always made it just miss. However, it was only just a little bit off. If the threads loosened even a little more, the people below them would be caught. And the sound just now was made by the threads loosening and the puppet giant's arm dropping. How could this happen? Lu Meng was in utter panic. Remembering the tragic deaths of her teammates, she immediately rushed under the iron table. The remaining few followed suit. Fortunately, the iron table was large enough to barely cover them all. They waited for a full 2 minutes, and when no further movement came from above, they cautiously peeked out. The terrifying giant puppet thrashed and clawed wildly, but indeed couldn't reach them. Did we trigger some death rule again? Su Gang frowned. Ning Qiushui stared at the alarm clock on the iron table and shook his head slightly. It's time. This dungeon has a time limit, although it's not explicitly stated in the mission. The changes in that thing above our heads have revealed everything. The blood door is using this method to force us to make decisions quickly. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. Looking at the terrifying arm less than half a meter above their heads, everyone felt a chill down their spines. No one knew when this thing would suddenly drop down and randomly snatch a lucky person. Then what do we do? How should the next letter be delivered? Fatty Chuliang was completely flustered, his mouth trembling so much he couldn't speak clearly. No need to deliver letters anymore. I know. Who should be identified as the killer? Ning Qiushui spoke, a deep look in his eyes. Chapter 72. Delivering Letters Identification. What, you've already found the way out? Hearing Ning Qiushui say this, everyone's expressions brightened with joy. Holy crap! Young man, you're amazing! Lu Changfeng was beaming with delight. He got to lie down through another blood door. Being the big boss is certainly great, but passing by lying down is also pretty great. Su Gang looked at Ning Qiushui, complex emotions in his eyes, both envy and admiration. Of course, a hint of regret also flashed through. He really hoped Ning Qiushui was in the same ghost dorm as him. That way, he could keep learning from a capable person and grow together. Su Gang knew clearly that once chosen by the Mist World, one had to rely on oneself to live long. Then let's quickly make the identification now. The fat on Chu Liang's face trembled. His eyes constantly darted towards the terrifying puppet above, and one hand gripped the central iron table tightly, seemingly ready to duck underneath at any moment. He truly didn't want to stay in this place for another second. Ning Qiushui scanned everyone. I still have something I need to confirm. This might carry some risk, though not much. But if I die, you can identify the deceased's parents as the killers. Ning Qiushui's tone was very calm. So calm it was as if he were recounting a very ordinary matter. But everyone felt a thrill of fear hearing it. Young man, what are you going to do? Lu Changfeng who was standing nearby, couldn't stand still when he heard Ning Qiushui was about to do something risky. Ning Qiushui explained, "There shouldn't be any problem. I just want to clarify something." After he finished speaking, under everyone's gaze, he walked straight to Iron Door 2. Then he gently knocked on the door. Thump, thump, thump. As Ning Qiushui knocked, the flap of Iron Door 2 was pulled open. A little girl's face appeared in Ning Qiushui's eyes. Ning Qiushui was also startled. He suddenly understood why Xianxia had paused like that when delivering the letter earlier. Because the little girl's face was covered in hideous scars. Some were from knives or blunt objects like fists, while others were burns and scalds. The little girl's eyes were full of fear. Unlike the other people behind the doors, she seemed afraid of something. Ning Qiushui leaned closer to the iron door's flap and softly asked the little girl inside, "Are you scared?" The little girl stared blankly at the person outside the door, a bewildered look appearing in her eyes. She neither shook her head nor nodded. After a moment of silence, she somewhat stiffly tried to hand a blood-stained letter to Ning Qiushui. But Ning Qiushui actually reached his hand into the iron door and grabbed her wrist. This scene completely stunned the people behind him. They all avoided the people inside the iron doors like the plague. But Ning Qiushui, on the other hand, actually took the initiative to approach them. He must be tired of living. Just as Lu Chengfeng was about to step forward, Ning Qiushui stopped him. "Everyone stay where you are. Don't move." The former hesitated for a moment, then stopped. At this point, Ning Qiushui turned his attention back to the little girl. He leaned close to the iron door and whispered, "I know you killed your brother, but I won't tell." The little girl's body first trembled violently, but soon returned to calm. She again raised her bewildered eyes, showing 3 parts fear and 7 parts confusion. Perhaps sensing the sincerity in Ning Qiushui's eyes, she actually nodded gently. The little girl hummed in affirmation. "But I need to know. Why did you kill your brother?" As Ning Qiushui uttered these words, blood-red tears actually slowly streamed from the little girl's eyes. She reached out her small, scarred hand, haphazardly wiped away her tears, and said a few words that made Ning Qiushui freeze in place. "Daddy and Mommy don't like children. Every time they hit me very hard. It hurt so much. So much. I was scared my little brother would end up like me, getting beaten by Daddy and Mommy every day. So I strangled him." After listening to the little girl's fragmented narration, Ning Qiushui's throat felt as if it were choked by a stone. For a long while, he couldn't utter another word. It was only then that he finally understood why the hospital director, the doctor, the nurse, and an informed patient all didn't want the police to uncover the truth. Because they all wanted to protect this poor, innocent girl. She had indeed strangled her own brother. But not out of jealousy, but fear. This little girl had no idea her parents treated her this way because of their preference for sons. In her innocence, she simply thought her daddy and mommy didn't like children. Fearing her brother would suffer the same inhumane torture and beatings day and night as she did, she chose to kill him. From her fearful eyes, Ning Qiushui knew the little girl understood the grave consequences of murder. Yet she still did it. Although her actions were wrong, what led to all of this wasn't the little girl herself, but her parents. Having learned the truth, Ning Qiushui stood stunned in place for a long time. He didn't feel relieved. Instead, it felt as though a heavy boulder was pressing on his chest. making it almost impossible to breathe. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. I understand. After being stunned for a full 2 or 3 minutes, Ning Qiushui finally came back to his senses. He released the little girl's arm and gently wiped the bloody tears from her face. You didn't kill your brother. Your parents killed him. Ning Qiushui said only that one sentence, then stood up and silently returned to the center of the hall, watched by the little girl's bewildered gaze from behind the iron door. Little brother. What did you say to him? Lu Chengfeng, relieved to see Ning Qiushui was all right, was the first to approach. Ning Qiushui shook his head. I'll tell you later. Let's go identify the killer first. He didn't tell Lu Chengfeng immediately because he knew Lu Chengfeng's righteous hatred for evil. Everyone went to a corner of the room where a special box lay, containing a red button. Inside this box, there was also a note. Press the button, and all iron doors will open. Identify the killer in front of the police superintendent. If there are more than 3 witnesses, the superintendent will immediately arrest the killer. Previously, everyone's attention had been on the letters outside. They hadn't expected there to be another note inside this box. Looking at the bloody words on the note, Ning Qiushui knew this was also a hint. But it didn't matter. They already knew where the way out was. He abruptly pressed the red button in the middle of the box. Amidst a series of grating friction sounds, everyone saw the 8 rusted, mottled iron doors open. 8 people, radiating a chilling aura, slowly emerged from behind the doors. Some of them wore eerie and sinister smiles, silently staring at Ning Qiushui and the others. P.S. 4 chapters are out now, with 4 more coming around 6 or 7 p.m. I'll go back and correct typos and minor errors. Chapter 73. Delivering the letter the killer. Seeing the people who emerged from behind the iron doors, Ning Qiushui and the others all stood rooted, not daring to move rashly. The oppressive feeling from those entities was truly terrifying. Rather than saying these people behind the iron doors were awaiting judgment, it was more like they were the scythe of judgment for everyone present. The nurse's legs had been sawn off, so she couldn't stand. She was crawling on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood as she emerged from behind the iron door. All 8 of these people were, without exception, extremely pale, devoid of any human color. They stood silently before everyone. Who is the killer? The victim's father spoke first. His cold voice devoid of any emotion, combined with the strange smile on his lips, truly sent shivers down one's spine. Attentive people noticed that after the victim's father spoke, the little girl was trembling. Actually, Ning Qiushui had one more thing he hadn't fully explained to everyone. That was, earlier, he had specifically asked Su Gang to take the letter to see the little girl's mother. The purpose of delivering this letter wasn't for Ning Qiushui to get a new blood-stained letter from the little girl's mother, Wen Liang, but rather to see if the little girl's mother had any injuries on her body. This was a very important piece of information. If the little girl's mother, Wen Liang, had injuries, it would indicate that the father was committing domestic violence, and the mother had either protected the little girl or, like the little girl, was an object of the father's aggression in this family. But in fact, the little girl's mother had no injuries, which meant that the person who abused the little girl included her. If not a victim, then most likely an abuser. Thinking a step further, even if the little girl's mother hadn't physically abused her, her unblemished body naturally meant she hadn't pleaded for the little girl either. Otherwise, the little girl's father would surely have attacked her. Therefore, in this family, the only victim was the little girl. This further convinced Ning Qiushui that the little girl harbored jealousy and hatred towards her brother, and thus vented all her resentment on him. But he was wrong. Even Ning Qiushui himself hadn't expected that the little girl's original intention in killing her brother was to protect him. This brought him immense shock. He hadn't imagined such a terrible family could raise such a gentle and innocent girl. At this moment, when the victim's father asked that question, it signified that the final judgment was about to descend. The killer would pay the price. Everyone remained silent, none of them speaking, because Ning Qiushui, who stood at the very front, was also silent at this moment. Then, the victim's mother also spoke, letting out a mournful wail and screaming, "Who killed my child? Who was it?" That scream almost pierced everyone's eardrums. They covered their ears, and several even bent over in pain. Ning Qiushui then first looked at the silent nurse, Yun Wei, and the doctor, Wang Yu, who kept his head down, then turned to patient No. 5. Guangzhou, who was also quiet. He seemed very satisfied with the reactions of these three people, so he turned his head and asked Superintendent Dong Ke, who was the tallest and most robust, "If we identify the killer, will you protect our safety?" Dong Ke, with a cigarette in his mouth, showed a cold expression on his cracked face. "No, but I will arrest the killer immediately." With his answer, Ning Qiushui finally felt relieved. He raised a hand and pointed, first at the victim's father, then at the victim's mother. It was this couple themselves who killed their child. Hearing Ning Qiushui's words, the victim's father and mother immediately showed extremely ferocious expressions on their pale faces. Their eyes filled with murderous intent. They lunged forward, seemingly wanting to twist Ning Qiushui's head from his neck. Ning Qiushui stepped back half a pace, his gaze fixed on Dong Ke. The latter calmly pulled out the baton from his waist, and the victim's father and mother immediately calmed down. They slowly retreated, their eyes fixed on the baton, showing immense fear. Clearly, these two evil spirits were terrified of the superintendent. "No attacking witnesses," the superintendent spoke indifferently, then turned his stiff neck, his hollow eyes fixed on Ning Qiushui. "You say the couple are the killers. Do you have witnesses?" Ning Qiushui raised his hand, first pointing to the nurse Yun Wei, who was lying on the ground, then to the Dr. Wang Yu, and finally to patient No. 5. Guangzhou. "They all saw it. I have 3 witnesses. You can ask them." Superintendent Dong Ke nodded, pointed a finger at the 3 people, and then said what he said. "Is it true?" These 3 people exchanged glances, their eyes then inadvertently sweeping over the trembling little girl. A subtle emotion flickered in their hollow eyes, and finally, these 3 people actually nodded. It was them, the 3 people stated with certainty. Seeing this scene, the victim's parents panicked. "No! No! They're lying! They're lying! How could we kill our own child?" Ning Qiushui looked at the 2 people's terrified expressions and felt utterly disgusted. Perhaps in their eyes, the little girl wasn't their child at all, but merely a byproduct of uncontrolled lust. This subchapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. He recalled a time when he was dealing with a similar domestic violence case outside, and washing machine had told him something. In this world, No matter what you do, you need certification. Whether you're a student, a teacher, a police officer, a driver, a chef. Even if you work in a factory screwing in bolts, you need your own ID card. But ironically, being a parent doesn't require one. At this moment, Ning Qiushui finally deeply understood washing machine's state of mind back then. And this was true for these ghosts. The two people were still desperately trying to exonerate themselves. But Superintendent Dong Ke still took out the handcuffs from his person and cuffed the two people. Immediately after, a ninth door appeared on the ground. The superintendent directly led the two people down. Only after watching these three people disappear did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's over. A smile suddenly appeared on Chu Liang's sweaty, plump face. The previously tense group also relaxed slightly at this moment. In their view, the ghost that wanted to kill them had been taken away. However, just a moment later, a strange sound from above made them involuntarily look up. Just one glance sent shivers down their spines. Everyone saw the giant puppet, bound by threads to the ceiling, gradually breaking free from their control. No! No! The fat man, who had thought he was safe, was suddenly grabbed by the puppet's long, slender arms from above. He screamed, then was crushed directly in front of everyone. Blood and crushed flesh practically sprayed out from between the puppet's fingers. Run! The one who spoke was the doctor, Wang Yu, wearing a white coat. Watching the puppet's palm descend once more, he actually dodged, pulled a pair of surgical scissors from his pocket, and fiercely stabbed them into the puppet's palm. The puppet cried out in pain and began to thrash wildly. Dr. Wang Yu didn't buy them much time. This terrifying puppet strength was simply too immense. Soon, Wang Yu was torn to shreds, his severed limbs scattered around. Only then did everyone awaken as if from a dream, immediately running towards the ninth door, which had opened in the center of the ground. Chapter 74. Delivering the letter the tunnel. Since the area wasn't very wide, Lu Meng, being the closest, entered the iron door on the ground almost within a second. Next were Xiechang and Su Gang. When it was Lu Chengfeng's turn, he was about to step in with joy, but was suddenly pulled back by a hand from behind. Watch out, Ning Qiushui warned him, and almost at the same instant, a giant hand stained with blood slammed down fiercely at the entrance. Thud. A massive collision sound rang out. Lu Chengfeng, drenched in cold sweat, looked at the hand, thinking that if Ning Qiushui hadn't pulled him back in time, he would probably be a flattened mess by now. However, although they had evaded the hand's attack, the problem they faced next left them helpless. That was, how could they escape this place? The terrifying puppet had two hands, and as the threads gradually unfurled, his blood-red maw, filled with steel teeth, was constantly drawing closer to the two of them. Feeling the waves of foul stench emanating from the terrifying puppet's mouth, Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng were about to run aside when they suddenly saw the nurse crawl onto the puppet's hand, which was pressed against the exit, and begin to bite wildly. Seeing this, a flash of inspiration struck Ning Qiushui. He picked up the pair of feet belonging to the nurse from the table and threw them into the terrifying puppet's mouth. The next moment, Patient No. 6, with a twisted smile on his face, lunged directly towards those feet. With a biting, living thing appearing in its mouth, the puppet subconsciously retracted its hand, and Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng seized this opportunity to escape into the 9th survival door. Whoosh! That terrifying puppet, for reasons unknown, swung its arm fiercely once more behind the two just as they left. The chilling, putrid, terrifying gust of wind it created made their scalps tingle. They knew that if they had been even a fraction of a second slower, they would have been smashed flat by a single slap from the terrifying puppet. Fortunately, they had finally escaped into the survival door. Lu Chengfeng gasped for air, leaning against the wall with one hand. After resting for a while, he barely managed to suppress the pounding in his heart. "Let's go," Ning Qiushui spoke, and the two walked towards a long, dark tunnel behind the door that led underground. This tunnel was quite long, utterly dark, with no light, so the two could only grope their way forward. The darkness and dead silence filled them with unease. Had this blood door trial truly ended? If it had ended, why arrange such a long passage for them? And why wasn't the bus that could take them back to the ghost dormitory nearby? The doubts that surfaced in his mind made Ning Qiushui's heart gradually sink. "Be careful. Something's not right," he said to Lu Chengfeng, who was ahead. And Lu Chengfeng, at that moment, told Ning Qiushui something that made his scalp crawl. "Little brother, I need to tell you something. Don't be scared." Ning Qiushui replied, "Tell me." Lu Chengfeng took a deep breath, stopped, and lowered his voice to Ning Qiushui behind him. "We've been going in circles." Ning Qiushui frowned. "Are you sure?" Lu Chengfeng replied with certainty. "I'm certain. In the past 10 minutes, we've already circled this tunnel 3 times. This circling is somewhat similar to the principle of a ghost wall. Ordinary people can't discern it with just a simple sense of direction. Without some special method, even the best sense of direction is useless. This tunnel has a problem." To prove his point, Lu Chengfeng took off his shoe and threw it on the ground. The two continued forward, and in less than 3 minutes, Ning Qiushui kicked the shoe Lu Chengfeng had just taken off on the ground. Scratch. As the match was lit, a small flame barely illuminated the surroundings. "Damn! You still have matches. Why didn't you use them earlier?" Seeing Lu Chengfeng pull out a box of matches, Ning Qiushui was somewhat speechless. The former smiled sheepishly. "I just remembered them. You know, many things from outside can't be brought into the blood door, so I didn't pay much attention. Who knew matches could be brought in? Last time I brought a small fruit knife, and the blood door confiscated it." At this point, Ning Qiushui was stunned, because he suddenly remembered that back in Qiu village, Bai Xiaoxiao had taken out a sharp small knife. Could it be a ghost artifact? Ning Qiushui shook his head again. Never mind. Now wasn't the time to think about that. How to get out was the immediate priority. But that's not right. If this place is going in circles, why haven't we run into the people who went down before us? Where did they go? Lu Chengfeng mumbled, his eyes filled with intense bewilderment. In the world outside the fog, his master had once told him about ghost walls. This strange illusion affects more than one person, and anyone who enters that area will be affected. If the tunnel they were in was a ghost wall, then the people who entered before them should have encountered them quickly. But in fact, they had waited a long time here and hadn't seen anyone around. Using the faint light from the match, the two saw that they were surrounded by copper walls and iron barriers. They walked a short distance forward when they suddenly discovered a pile of crimson bloodstains ahead. This glaring red instantly put them on high alert. Dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading for more exciting content. Strange. It disappeared. Lu Chengfeng, beside Ning Qiushui, whispered. What disappeared? That strange power. We were just going in circles. But now it seems normal again. The two looked at the fresh bloodstains on the ground, knowing that something must have happened here earlier. They advanced cautiously, little by little. Not far in front of the blood, in an open space, lay a black, stick-like object. But the light from the match was too faint. They couldn't see it clearly. So they walked a bit further. Is that Superintendent Dong K's baton? When they clearly saw the black, stick-like object, a chill spread from their feet all the way to the top of their heads. This was clearly Superintendent Dong K's baton. So why was it here? Could it be that he met with an accident while escorting the prisoners? If the superintendent had an accident, did that mean the two people being escorted were now out of control? The thought of the couple's venomous expressions, as if they wanted to slice them into 1,000 pieces before leaving, made both of them skin crawl. Just then, the match in Lu Qingfeng's hand burned to its end, flickered twice, and then completely extinguished, becoming a small wooden stick with red embers. Lu Chengfeng tossed the extinguished match aside and lit a new one. But as the new match cast its faint light, the two suddenly froze. Goosebumps quickly climbed up their spines. They saw that the baton, which had been not far in front of them just a moment ago, was gone. P.S. I'll only write 6 chapters today. My apologies, everyone. I still need to save 2 to 3 chapters for tomorrow's draft tonight. Otherwise, I won't be able to update on time tomorrow. Writing 8 or 9 chapters a day is really a bit difficult. Chapter 75. Deliver the letter return. This terrifying discovery immediately made both their hearts clench tightly. Could it be that there was some person around them? Lu Chengfeng pushed through his inner fear, holding the match in his hand, and walked forward step by step. He felt his steps were very heavy. He couldn't explain the strange feeling. It was as if every cell in his body was resisting his movement. But Lu Chengfeng knew he had to move forward. And so, after he had taken about 3 or 4 steps, his foot kicked something. He handed the match to Ning Qiushui. The latter struck a new light source, slowly squatted down, and under the match's struggling illumination, they saw that the object on the ground was none other than Superintendent Dong K's corpse. He was covered in wounds from head to toe, ragged and torn, like a rag doll. Ning Qiushui took just a quick glance and confirmed that all the wounds were made by fingernails and teeth. Qiushui. Lu Chengfeng suddenly spoke. He no longer called Ning Qiushui little brother, as he usually did, but called him by his full name, and his voice stammered, as if with some fear. Ning Qiushui looked up and immediately understood why Lu Chengfeng was acting this way. Under the illumination of the small match, already half burnt in his hand, 2 pale and terrifying faces appeared before them. They were precisely the couple that Superintendent Dong K had been escorting. Their mouths were covered in blood, and when they smiled, fragments of Superintendent Dong K's flesh still clung to their stark white teeth. Especially with the fragile, flickering flame of the small match, these 2 faces appeared particularly eerie. You killed my child. I want you to pay with your lives. The father, standing closest, roared loudly, his crimson eyes glaring, and he raised his hands, about to grab Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng wanted to retreat, but his body seemed to disobey him. As the father's terrifying face drew closer, and just as Ning Qiushui was about to try slapping the ancient book directly onto the father's face, a little girl's clear voice came from behind them. "I strangled my little brother." This voice made the father, who was about to strangle Lu Chengfeng, stop dead in his tracks. The two noticed that after hearing this voice, the man's crimson eyes slowly lifted and looked into the dark passage behind them. It was a cold, resolute killing intent. Without the slightest hesitation, the mother also stepped forward at this moment. The two people kept staring at the passage behind them, cruel and eerie smiles on their faces. "You killed your little brother, so pay with your life for his." After their words fell, they surprisingly ignored the two of them and ran straight towards the back. "Run! Don't look back!" From the darkness behind them came the little girl's final, childish voice. Ning Qiushui glanced back, but there was only pitch-black darkness where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. How could he see the little girl? He gritted his teeth and pushed Lu Chengfeng forward. "Run!" The two had no energy to spare for anything else and ran forward without looking back. On the way, they saw another corpse, although they couldn't make out the details. Judging by the corpse's clothing, it was Lu Meng, who had entered the passage first. Could it be? They're all dead. When this thought surfaced in his mind, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately, without the ghost wall obstruction, the two ran for less than 2 minutes before arriving at a wide platform. The surroundings were covered in thick fog, and in the center of the platform, a dilapidated bus was parked. Without thinking, the two rushed onto the bus, and only after entering did they finally let out a breath. The bright lights on the bus finally eased their tense hearts. They knew they had survived. "You're finally here," a familiar voice came from inside the vehicle. The two looked and then realized that Xiachang and Su Gang were also sitting in the very back corner of the vehicle. "Damn! You guys actually survived. That's awesome." Lu Chengfeng gave a thumbs up. Su Gang shook his head. "We should be saying that to you. How did you guys survive?" Lu Chengfeng recounted everything that had just happened, from beginning to end. There was nothing to hide. After listening, the expressions of the two subtly changed. It turned out they had also survived the terrifying couple thanks to the little girl's help. When they were lost, it was the little girl who led them here. Sigh, the four, having learned the truth, didn't feel much joy. They looked towards the darkness at the end of the passage, their hearts heavy. Such parents, after knowing their daughter was the killer, would certainly not reflect on their own mistakes. Perhaps they would kill their own daughter? Looking at the entire incident, the baby shouldn't have died. Nor should the little girl. It was the couple who deserved to die. Yet not only did they escape legal punishment, but they were even prepared to carry their evil deeds to the end. Lu Chengfeng slapped the seat hard, raging in impotent fury. Damn it! What kind of situation is this? If this were outside, I'd definitely kill that couple. The bus started moving, giving them no time to linger, and disappeared directly into the fog. You're back. This chapter is not over. Please click next page to continue reading. Seeing the two push open the door to the ghost den, Tianxun, who was playing Ludo with Meng Jun in the living room, excitedly called out. The two nodded. What's wrong? You don't look very happy. Curiosity was written on Tianxun's young face. Aren't you happy to be alive? Lu Chengfeng walked to the sofa, grabbed an unopened bottle of soda from the coffee table, opened it directly, and chugged it down. "Don't even mention it," he sighed. After he recounted everything they had encountered in the instance, the smile on Tianxun's face also vanished. Encountering such a story behind the blood door is indeed quite unsettling. "Are you hungry? There's leftover food in the kitchen." Lu Chengfeng shook his head. He had no appetite. He turned to look at Ning Qiushui, and just as he was about to ask Ning Qiushui if he wanted to eat, he noticed that Ning Qiushui's gaze was fixed on Meng Jun. Meng Jun also noticed Ning Qiushui's gaze. He looked down and saw that a button on his chest was undone, and the gauze wrapped around his chest was already soaked with blood. "What happened?" Ning Qiushui asked. "None of your business," Meng Jun said indifferently. "I remember that injuries sustained after the blood door, no matter how severe, would quickly heal as long as one returned alive to the ghost Denver. Did you get these injuries outside?" Facing Ning Qiushui's question, Meng Jun did not answer. He stood up and left directly. After Meng Jun left, Ning Qiushui turned his gaze to Tianxun again. "What's going on?" Tianxun smiled awkwardly and didn't say much more. "A grievance between us and another ghost Denver. Uncle Mang's death before. It was related to them." Chapter 76. Hiring. Ning Qiushui was a bit confused. He walked over and sat opposite Tianxun. "No offense, but I'm curious about one thing. Why are you so sure Uncle Mang was murdered and didn't just die in an accident behind the blood door?" Tianxun was silent for a long time. Perhaps he was reluctant to answer the question. Or perhaps he was thinking of something and organizing his thoughts. Ning Qiushui didn't press further. He just quietly waited for the young man to speak. Finally, Tianxun said one sentence. "That was a low-level blood door. Uncle Mang had a very powerful ghost artifact on him. With that ghost artifact, it was impossible for Uncle Mang to die in a low-level door. Moreover, Uncle Mang and Uncle Yen are both famously strong individuals in our ghost den, having already reached the 9th blood door. Without interference from outsiders, it's impossible for them to fail in a low-level blood door. That time, Uncle Mang was introduced by an outside friend to take a newcomer through the 4th blood door. However, the newcomer didn't die, but Uncle Mang died inside. Afterward, people from the ghost den had been searching for that newcomer outside, but there was no news, as if this person had vanished from the face of the earth. The facts are already very clear. Someone set up a trap and deliberately killed Uncle Mang. Ning Qiushui understood roughly at this point. Later, when Sister Bai and the others were investigating outside, they discovered that all of this might be related to another ghost den. "So you understand." Just then, Bai Xiaoxiao's lazy voice came from the back door behind them. "You don't need to think too much about it. This matter is a grievance among our older generation. It won't involve you newcomers." Everyone looked back. Bai Xiaoxiao was wearing a tracksuit, with some glistening beads of sweat on her face, clearly having just exercised in the equipment room. The equipment room was to the west of the bungalow behind the ghost den villa. Ning Qiushui had visited it once, but the equipment there was too childish for him and couldn't satisfy his inhuman self-torment. "Do you need help?" Ning Qiushui still asked. "I have a friend who's quite good at finding people." Bai Xiaoxiao smiled slightly, walked towards them with a somewhat alluring gait, and opened a bottle of beer for herself. "Thank you. But it's not necessary. We've already basically identified the other party. Last time Meng Jun went to find someone, he suffered a loss and almost didn't make it back. Later, We contacted a very capable person in the industry to help us handle this matter. Ning Qiushui didn't lift his head, casually asking, "Who is it?" Bai Xiaoxiao shrugged. "A very, very formidable person in the industry. You don't know him. That guy's codename is Coffin. I heard he's been in the business for 7 years and has killed over 600 people. We paid a hefty price to hire him, and it's also thanks to Meng Jun's connections with the military. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have been able to find this person." Ning Qiushui froze for a moment when he heard the name Coffin, then frowned. "What's wrong?" Bai Xiaoxiao sensed that Ning Qiushui's expression was a little off. The latter shook his head slightly. "Nothing. Sister Bai, how much did you spend?" Bai Xiaoxiao swallowed a mouthful of slightly bitter beer and held up 2 slender fingers. "Exactly 2 million. Ning Qiushui was a little surprised. He had indeed taken on many private jobs as Coffin before. Some jobs were very expensive, while others he didn't charge for. But paying a 7-figure sum in one go, and not one starting with a 1, was indeed rare." From Bai Xiaoxiao's nonchalant tone, Ning Qiushui could tell that this woman was very wealthy outside. In Xia country, 2 million is no small sum. Many people have assets worth more than 2 million. But if you ask them to produce 2 million in cash balance at once, most of them wouldn't be able to. Assets and cash balance are 2 different things. "All right. It's getting late. You two should get some rest. You'll have 6 months to recuperate. In about 5 months, you'll receive a Blood Door notification, so you can prepare in advance for the next Blood Door World instance. Also, if you don't mind, I'll go with you to the next Blood Door." As soon as he heard this, Lu Chengfeng exclaimed, "Oh," and laughed. "There's such a good thing? Sister Bai, you're still taking us to the next door?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "It's not really taking you. After entering the 4th Blood Door, puzzle fragments might appear, though the chances are quite small. I'm just going in to farm for puzzle fragments myself. So you should also keep an eye out then. That I hope you don't waste these 6 months. Later, I will send you an invitation to join a special organization. In that organization, you'll meet some newcomers. You can appropriately select some suitable newcomers to enter the first 3 Blood Doors with them, and also familiarize yourselves more with the survival rules of the Blood Doors. This will be a great help for you when you enter the Blood Doors beyond the 4th. Perhaps you might even acquire 1 or 2 ghost artifacts. I'll tell you the specifics tomorrow. I'm going to take a shower first. I've been exercising for so long. I'm covered in sweat." After Bai Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she chugged down the beer in her hand and left without looking back. "Do you play Ludo, Tianxun?" This night owl seemed to have boundless energy. Winking at the 2 of them, Ning Qiushui said to him, "I don't. But Big Beard is a master at it." After saying that, he also got up and left, leaving Lu Chengfeng looking utterly bewildered. "When did I become a master at Ludo? Why don't I know about it myself?" Lu Chengfeng looked confused. A night passed. Because Lu Chengfeng and Tianxun had played too late the previous night, they didn't wake up until after 12 p.m. After a quick wash and lunch, Bai Xiaoxiao sat in the hall, took out her laptop, and led them to a very special website. This website was very special. Those not chosen by the Mist World could not enter it. Even with an insider's recommendation, it was useless. It was more like a communication platform designed specifically by the Mist World for people like them. After filling out their identity records on the website, the 2 would then be able to access it freely, whether using a mobile phone or a computer. Seeing the current number of people on the website, both were greatly shocked. There were tens of thousands of people chosen by the Mist World. Originally, they thought such things only happened in Xia country, but later they discovered that not only Xia country, but the entire world had cursed ones dragged into the mist world. Chapter 77, S-Level Killer. On this website, all posted information had to go through review. Veterans couldn't pretend to be newbies to play the pig, to eat the tiger. Everyone's identity would be verified. There were numerous help-seeking posts published by newcomers, a dazzling array of them. And there were always many such posts. The reason was, people in the mist world died far too quickly. Few could survive beyond the 6th blood door. The death rate for the first 3 blood doors remained high. Just when they barely survived to the 4th door, thinking they had adapted, they found the difficulty of the blood doors suddenly soared. Ning Qiushui and Lu Chengfeng had a deep understanding of the difficulty of blood doors beyond the 4th. Bai Xiaoxiao told them that the overall difficulty of the 2nd blood door they encountered was probably not much different from the 5th. That blood door. If Ning Qiushui hadn't had a blood jade in his hand, if Bai Xiaoxiao hadn't risked her life to go in and lead them, if that unlucky guy hadn't happened to come down the mountain with Guangchuan's memorial tablet back then. Too many ifs. Even with a veteran like Bai Xiaoxiao leading them, and with both of them being quite capable, especially Ning Qiushui, who was even more cautious and meticulous than most veterans, they still almost didn't make it back. And in that door, a total of 13 people entered. 1 was a monk in disguise. But only 3 survived in the end. Don't harbor even a shred of wishful thinking. This was Bai Xiaoxiao's advice to them. The later the blood gate, the lower the story's logical coherence. The more rules of slaughter will increase. The story system will be simplified. And finding a way out will become even more difficult. After understanding everything, Bai Xiaoxiao left the eerie dormitory and took a bus back to the outside world. Ning Qiushui, surprisingly, stayed here. After dinner, he returned to his room and continued browsing that website. Finally, his gaze settled on a girl named Yuru. She was about to pass her 3rd blood gate. Since the big shots in the eerie dormitory were busy farming puzzle pieces and had no time to spare for newcomers like them, she posted a plea for help online. In 5 days, she would enter her 3rd blood gate. The reason Ning Qiushui noticed this girl was because she posted a photo. It wasn't because the girl in the photo was particularly graceful or charming, but rather, he knew her. She was the daughter of a wealthy merchant. Speaking of which, the two of them had quite a connection. 3 years ago, Ning Qiushui killed both her parents. She became an orphan, and Ning Qiushui received top honors from the authorities. The reason the girl was still alive was that she was studying abroad at the time and was not involved in her parents' drug trafficking syndicate. Of course, Yuru didn't know Ning Qiushui, and no one knew her parents had been killed by him. All the truth was buried in the chaotic battle between the army and the drug trafficking syndicate at that time. This was one of the few official duties Ning Qiushui had ever performed. He sought out Yuru and signed a contract with her. After completing all of this, he took a bus and left the fog world. Returning to his apartment, Ning Qiushui took out his key, about to unlock the door, when his gaze suddenly fell upon the keyhole. Outside the keyhole was a small metal ring that could rotate 360 degrees. To confirm no one had broken into his home, Ning Qiushui would always turn the small ring to form a 60-degree angle with the inner keyhole after removing his key. But now, this small metal ring was at the same angle as the inner keyhole. This proved that someone had been in his home, and that person might still be there. Ning Qiushui knew clearly that usually only 2 people would come to his home. The first was Mole. and the other was washing machine. But neither of these two would directly break into his home. Ning Qiushui, who was about to open the door, suddenly stepped half a pace forward, jingling the keys in his hand, producing a crisp clinking sound. His door wasn't particularly soundproof, especially for such sharp sounds, which could easily penetrate through it. Jingling his keys, Ning Qiushui pressed his ear against the door, quietly listening to the situation inside. Sure enough, as soon as they heard him seemingly preparing to open the door, hurried footsteps came from inside. As they approached the door, the other party suddenly slowed their steps, lowered their voice, and walked towards the door little by little. At about 5 paces away, they stopped moving. But Ning Qiushui, with his keen hearing, caught a slight sound of clothes and trousers sliding. He guessed that the other party had likely crouched down and was lying prone on the ground. Professional killer. Ning Qiushui identified the other party almost instantly. A moment later, he found a spare key on his keyring and inserted it directly into the neighbor's door. There were a total of 3 rooms on this floor. One of the rooms belonged to his neighbor, Aunt Muchui. As for the remaining room, although someone would stay there for a few days every now and then, it actually belonged to Ning Qiushui as well. After entering this room, Ning Qiushui skillfully went to the walk-in closet, opened a secret compartment, pulled out 2 nail guns, then put on a bulletproof vest and thermal goggles. Immediately after, he opened his computer and checked the surveillance footage of his home. There were 2 normal surveillance cameras in his home, and 108 pinhole cameras. This was why Ning Qiushui could live safely until today. Besides keeping a low profile and leaving no traces in his daily work, his sense of precaution had always been very high. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. After checking the home surveillance, Ning Qiushui realized there were actually 3 killers in his house. The opponents were equipped with full bulletproof vests, smoke grenades, flashbangs, silenced assault rifles. Looking at their silenced assault rifles, Ning Qiushui then glanced at the nail gun in his hand, falling silent for a moment. Then, he took off his bulletproof vest, tossed the nail gun aside, picked up the phone, and directly dialed 110. Hello, is this the police? Yes. There are 3 killers in my house trying to kill me. They have full bulletproof vests, smoke grenades, flashbangs, and silenced assault rifles with plenty of ammunition. I'm not joking. My home is at. 20 minutes later, Ning Qiushui watched as the 3 killers, arrested by SWAT, were put into the police car. One of them looked frantic, pounding the bars inside the police car, roaring savagely at Ning Qiushui. Eyes bloodshot. Coffin, you have the guts to call the police. But do you have the guts to fight us head-on to the death? As a top killer, what kind of skill is calling the police? Arrest him. He's also a killer. He has more lives on his hands than I do. Arrest. Before he could finish, a SWAT officer beside him, annoyed by his incessant shouting, reached in with a taser and stunned him unconscious. Then, he shook hands with Ning Qiushui, expressing his gratitude. Mr. Ning, thank you again for helping our city get rid of 3 beasts. The police have been looking for these 3 guys for a long time. Ning Qiushui smiled faintly. It's nothing. When you see air conditioner later, say hello for me. The SWAT officer respectfully assented, then got into the armored police car with the other riot control members and drove away. Ning Qiushui watched them leave when he suddenly received a message from Mole on his phone. There's a job. I've taken it for you. The client is paying a lot. 2 million. And the assassination target meets your criteria. Details have been sent to your email. Check it later. Also, regarding Red Bean, whom I helped you investigate last time, there's a lead. The information has also been sent to your email. P.S. 3 updates today. Chapter 78, Murder. Back in his room, Ning Qiushui opened his computer and checked the emails Mole had sent him. There were 2 emails in total. Ning Qiushui prioritized checking the information about Red Bean. He was very curious about the person who, like him, had received a mysterious letter. Through Red Bean, he might be able to trace some clues about the person who sent him the mysterious letters. However, after opening the email, only an internet cafe address and a blurry surveillance video appeared. Red Bean was a very cautious person. His communications with Osprey always took place in small internet cafes. Fortunately, the owner of that internet cafe had just installed a surveillance camera that day, which captured Red Bean. Mole had gone to great lengths to obtain this surveillance footage. But regrettably, the surveillance footage was too blurry, and due to the angle, the video was essentially of no substantial use. Mole had confirmed with the internet cafe owner and some regular staff that the ID card Red Bean used to go online at the time was not his own, but a temporary card. Ning Qiushui rubbed his temples, then suddenly opened his eyes, opened Osprey's computer, and sent a message to Red Bean. The source of the mysterious letters hasn't been found yet, but I've discovered someone just like you. If you're interested, I can arrange a meeting for you too. After doing all this, Ning Qiushui waited for a while. Seeing that Red Bean hadn't replied and his avatar was still gray, he shut down Osprey's computer and then checked the second email Mole had sent him. The second email was much simpler. It gave Ning Qiushui by Xiaoxiao's real-life contact information, as well as some terms they had previously discussed, and the beasts Ning Qiushui needed to help deal with. Ning Qiushui looked at the contact number, hesitated for a moment, but still added by Xiaoxiao as a friend. This time, the request was accepted quickly. By your coffin? Ning By, have you seen the terms we discussed earlier? Ning By, any problems? Ning no. But what? Ning, I can do it for you for free once. Seeing Ning Qiushui's message. By Xiaoxiao, sunbathing in a bathrobe by her private pool, was somewhat surprised. She adjusted her sunglasses, confirming she wasn't seeing things. An inexplicable sense of absurdity arose within her. 2 million was no small sum in Xia. She had never met or known the other party, yet they offered to do it for her for free once. Strange. Too strange. Her fingers tapped a few times on her laptop keyboard. Bai Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip, her eyes flickering as she wondered what was going on with this guy. I've met many killers, and they're all driven by profit. Why don't you want money? Do you think it's too little? Ning, no. Just some personal reasons. Is it convenient to tell me? Ning, it's not convenient. Alright. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. When are you free for us to meet? Ning, no meeting. Looking at the resolute reply on the computer, Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle. This guy really has character. He clearly seemed like one of those cold, emotionless men who kill without batting an eyelid. Ruthless and a man of few words. She had thought such people only existed in novels, but she never expected to encounter one in real life. But human curiosity is often piqued this way. The more hidden something is, the more one wants to see it. After thinking for a moment, Bai Xiaoxiao sat up straight and began typing on her keyboard again. Bai, the person you need to kill this time is very troublesome. It's a group. I can provide you with a lot of useful information. Ning, okay. Send it to me. Bai, it's too much. Let's discuss it in person. Bai, what do you say? Bai, hello? Bai? Bai Xiaoxiao, in front of her computer, was getting a little frantic. Damn it. This guy. He's completely unyielding. He refuses to meet no matter what. Is he afraid of exposing his identity? As expected of a top killer, he's cautious enough. But the more he acted this way, the more Bai Xiaoxiao wanted to see what he looked like. A killer who doesn't like money? Does he like women instead? Bai Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, pouted, and took a beauty-filtered selfie. Then another photo of her waist and legs. Her features were already delicate, and with the beauty filter, she instantly looked like a glamorous celebrity seen only on TV. Just like that, she sent all 3 pictures. Bai, see? I'm a rare beauty. Won't you come out and chat? Ning, anything else? Bai, no. Ning, logging off. Bye. The brief chat ended there. Bai Xiaoxiao's thoughts were a bit scattered. She took several deep breaths before she could barely calm herself down. A moment later, she made a phone call. Hello. Yes. I'm Mountain Ghost. The client who contacted you last time. Didn't you tell me? That coffin was easy to talk to? Yes. He absolutely refuses to meet me. Meanwhile, listening to Bai Xiaoxiao's somewhat dejected voice on the phone, Mole suddenly couldn't help but laugh. He was Ning Qiushui's friend, so he naturally knew Ning Qiushui's personality. Dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Ning Qiushui was different from normal killers. Strictly speaking, he belonged to a secret organization in Xia Nation called Xitagarba. Mole knew very little about this organization, because he wasn't a cold-blooded killing machine. Ning Qiushui's personality wasn't aloof, even towards strangers. There were usually only 2 types of people who could make Ning Qiushui act so cold. First, people he disliked. Second, people whose identities Ning Qiushui found troublesome and didn't want to get close to. In Mole's opinion, Bai Xiaoxiao clearly belonged to the second category. It's alright. Just send him the important information, and he'll complete the mission. Mole said dismissively. In truth, whether or not he had the other party's information didn't matter, because he had already gathered all the information here. Night fell. In the outskirts of Pomegranate City, an old man dragging a burlap sack walked by. His face was covered in a beard, and he walked with a stoop. He would rummage through every trash can he passed, taking out any bottles or cans, emptying them, and tossing them into his sack. Late at night, there were few people on the streets. The old man walked for a long time before arriving at an abandoned car shed. He casually tossed the sack aside and entered the corrugated iron shack. As soon as he entered the shack, The old man's gaze and posture instantly changed. His previously hunched body straightened, becoming remarkably tall. With a gentle tug, the dense, messy beard on his face came off completely. Then he went to a corner of the room, pulled aside a draped gray cloth, and revealed surveillance monitors. This person watched the monitors intently, reviewing the footage repeatedly, until at one point, he spotted a figure. A person who, though seemingly not following him, coincidentally appeared on every single surveillance point. The person watching the surveillance footage's expression subtly changed. He quickly took out his phone and sent a short message to an unfamiliar number. "Help me, afterward." The other party quickly replied, asking about the situation on his end. Just as this person was about to continue typing, the door behind him was pushed open by a hand. He turned his head, his face filled with terror, only to see a nail gun pointed at his forehead. Thwack! 3 iron nails were consecutively shot into his brain. The person's body convulsed on the ground for a moment before falling still. Ning Qiushui retracted the nail gun in his hand, quietly looked at the corpse on the ground, then walked over to the surveillance footage. He tampered with the surveillance footage, then took the man's phone and began to clean up the scene. Ning Qiushui, having been in this line of work for years, understood that in most cases, killing was often the simplest part. How to approach the target silently, and how to erase one's traces after the kill, these 2 points were the most difficult. How formidable a killer wasn't determined by how sophisticated his weapons were, nor by how agile he was, but by how meticulous his database was and how covert his actions were. Ning Qiushui had repeated the process of body disposal many times. He knew what needed to be done for different scenarios. Finally, he took photos of the deceased, then turned and vanished into the night. Chapter 79, Bloodgate Changchun High School. The next day, Bai Xiaoxiao had just woken up from her comfortable, soft bed that morning when she saw a message from Coffin. The person she wanted killed had already been dealt with. The body was dismembered. The head was in cold storage. Other parts had been ground into minced meat. The bones corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid. And finally, the minced meat was flushed down the sewer, and the sulfuric acid poured into the river. If Bai Xiaoxiao needed it, the head could be sent to her. Bai Xiaoxiao stared at the video coffin, sent her, remained silent for a moment, then replied, "Give me an address. I'll retrieve the head myself. I need to confirm this person's identity." Upon seeing this message, Ning Qiushui didn't say much and directly sent Bai Xiaoxiao an address. In fact, he had already anticipated Bai Xiaoxiao's reply, so he had placed the head, mixed with ice packs, at that location beforehand, though the message he sent Bai Xiaoxiao stated it was in cold storage. If Bai Xiaoxiao didn't go to retrieve the head, then someone else would go, take the head, and dispose of it safely. After dealing with the matters at hand, Ning Qiushui had a satisfying sleep. When he woke up again, Mole had already dug up the identities of the assassins who had tried to kill him earlier. These assassins belonged to an organization called Halfway Up the Mountain. Their motive for killing him was unclear, but it was definitely not for revenge or some assassin's honor. Mole investigated and found that these 3 assassins had large sums of money transferred in and out of their accounts not long ago. But they hadn't taken any other jobs apart from assassinating Ning Qiushui. Someone was targeting him. Ning Qiushui frowned. He had always been very careful in his actions. Logically, he shouldn't have been exposed. But it didn't matter. He still had time to go find the mastermind behind halfway up the mountain and have a good talk. Just as Ning Qiushui was pondering, a knock on the door sounded once again. Your letter. The person was a middle-aged man who simply said these 3 words and then left. This was a very strange behavior. So strange that Ning Qiushui froze in place for a few seconds. It was as if the sender outside was very certain Ning Qiushui was in the room. After a moment of silence, he went to the door, confirmed there were no issues outside through the peephole, and then opened the door. The letter, which had been inserted into the door crack, simply fell inside. Looking at the letter, Ning Qiushui's mind went blank for a moment. His door was a security door. How could this letter have been inserted into the door crack from the outside? Picking up the letter from the ground, Ning Qiushui finally reacted and immediately chased after him. Wait, he shouted loudly. But when he chased to the bottom of the stairs, he found that the person who had delivered the letter was long gone. Ning Qiushui stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking around for a long time. Finally, he sighed. Looking down at the letter in his hand, Ning Qiushui's fingertips twitched slightly. The 3rd letter had arrived. He opened the letter. This time, there were no photos, only a simple line of text. Beware of the iris. Looking at these 5 words, Ning Qiushui frowned. Iris? What was that? He asked Mole to investigate Iris. But in the end, Mole couldn't give him a clear answer. Could it be that this Iris was related to the Bloodgate world within the mist? Ning Qiushui recalled the contents of the previous 2 mysterious letters, both of which were related to his Bloodgate. It seemed this Iris was likely also related to his upcoming Bloodgate, but he didn't know if it was his 4th gate, or related to Yu Ru's gate. Ning Qiushui once again carefully examined the letter, and he suddenly noticed something amiss. He immediately returned home and took out the previous 2 letters. Comparing the handwriting on these 3 letters, Ning Qiushui's brows furrowed. He noticed that the handwriting on the 3rd letter was already somewhat inexplicably messy. The person who sent him the letter seemed to be in a great hurry while writing it. Why would someone be in a hurry? Because external factors were pressing them. And that factor was often time. Like a student taking an exam, the handwriting at the beginning of the paper is neat and tidy. But once they realize they're running out of time towards the end, they start scribbling. Comparing the handwriting on the envelopes, it was also clear that the person who sent him the letter was running out of time. He's about to die, or is he currently in some kind of critical situation? A sense of crisis inexplicably arose in Ning Qiushui's heart. This also deepened his resolve to find this person as soon as possible. As for Bai Xiaoxiao, to Ning Qiushui's surprise, after she confirmed the head, she still transferred money to him. A total of 2 million. No more, no less, was transferred to the account Mole had previously given Bai Xiaoxiao. Of this, Mole took 500,000 as agreed, and the remaining 1.5 million was dispersed through various channels, ultimately flowing into Ning Qiushui's account. The sudden addition of 1.5 million to his account gave Ning Qiushui an indescribable feeling. He had done many missions, but never once had he earned so much as he did today. With this 1.5 million, he wouldn't have to take on any more jobs for a long time. Time quickly arrived at the day he and Yu Ru were to enter the Bloodgate together. As the mist rose, Ning Qiushui took a bus all the way to the ghost abode, briefly greeted his companions there, and then went to the third floor. In front of the blood gate on the third floor, Ning Qiushui saw the mission and hints for this blood gate. Mission: survive 5 days in Changchun High School. Hint: Smiling Man. Chapter 80. Changchun High School Laughter. Outside the gates of Changchun High School, Ning Qiushui, dressed in construction worker clothes, found Yu Ru, who looked somewhat flustered. She carried a pleasant feminine scent, appearing delicate, frail, and refined. Their identities this time were construction workers here to demolish the school. The demolition team consisted of 11 people in total. Everyone chatted briefly outside the school, exchanging names. Everyone was a ghost guest who had come from the mist world to carry out a mission. Ghost guest was what they called themselves, but Ning Qiushui thought the name was rather Chinibu. At the appointed time, the school security guard walked into the guard booth to open the gate for them. For some reason, Ning Qiushui always felt that the security guard's gaze towards them was a bit strange. Moreover, the other party had a serious expression. Rather than looking like a security guard, he resembled a soldier on duty. After everyone entered the high school with their tools, the security guard led them on a right turn, walked them down a long path lined with apricot trees, and arrived at an empty, silent dormitory building. This dormitory building was located west of the school gate, quite far from the other dorms. As everyone looked on from below, Ning Qiushui quickly scanned it and found that there was no one in the building, including the dorm supervisor. There were many weeds by the entrance, and a considerable amount of dust, with many details indicating that this dormitory building had been uninhabited for a long time. The security guard led everyone to the front of this dormitory building, pointed at it, and said to them, "There, that's the dormitory building. You've all seen the contract, right? You have 1 month to carry out the demolition here. During this period, the school cafeteria is open to you free of charge. Besides breakfast, lunch, and dinner, the school cafeteria also provides late-night snacks from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. As for accommodation, you'll have to sort it out yourselves. If you don't want to rent a place nearby or make your own arrangements, you can stay directly in here. The school has no other vacant rooms for you. Also, it's best to keep noise down at night. Students will soon be taking their college entrance exams, and they need good sleep." After the security guard finished speaking, he lit a cigarette for himself. Ning Qiushui had been observing the security guard's expression. He noticed that every time the guard's gaze inadvertently swept over the dormitory building, he would immediately look away, as if there was something terrifying inside that made him extremely wary. Any other questions? He took a few puffs of his cigarette. His eyes became calmer, but the expression on his face remained very serious. Ning Qiushui, feeling a bit curious, asked the security guard, "I have a question. Although this dormitory building looks a bit old, its overall structure seems fine. If there were issues with pipes or something, a simple repair would suffice. Why demolish the entire building?" When asked this question, the security guard's face visibly stiffened for a moment. But soon, he gave a clever reply. "This is the school's decision. I'm just a security guard. I don't know why." Ning Qiushui's eyes flickered. "I'm just a security guard." A very slippery way of speaking. If he had said, "It has nothing to do with you," it would have proven that he knew something and might have invited further questions later. But this sentence directly precluded the possibility of further questioning from the group. Even so, Ning Qiushui was still able to glean an important piece of information from the security guard's response. Something bad had once happened in the dormitory building before them, and it was a significant incident that made the school's higher-ups very wary, even willing to spend a large sum of money to directly demolish the entire building. All right, I still have duties to attend to. If you have any issues, you can report them to Director Wang of the school. He's in the finance building, room 3-04. After speaking, the security guard tossed his cigarette but carelessly stomped it out and then hurried away. As everyone watched the security guard's retreating figure, a shadow fell over their hearts. Anyone who wasn't foolish could tell that the security guard was hiding something from them. After the security guard left, someone in the crowd took the lead and walked into the abandoned dormitory building. Let's go. Let's take a look first. Staying here is useless anyway. With someone leading the way, the rest of the people also entered the abandoned dormitory building one by one. The ground was littered with trash, discarded clothes, and various daily necessities were scattered everywhere. This dormitory building had 5 floors and no elevator. Everyone basically first checked the first 3 floors. Ning Qiushui walked down the first floor corridor with Yu, who subtly pressed close to Ning Qiushui's side, seemingly a little scared. She was indeed very close. So close that Ning Qiushui could both smell her fragrance and feel her softness and body temperature. As someone who had long been involved in special work, Ning Qiushui never touched women. He had his own strict social circle. This was very important for his safety. However, since they had signed a contract to enter the Blood Gate together, Ning Qiushui was naturally not so demanding of Yu. This was also a fair transaction. He would guide Yu through the 3rd Blood Gate, and Yu would provide him with opportunities for experience. It was daytime, but due to shoddy construction of the dormitory building, the interior lighting was very poor. Coupled with the security guard's earlier behavior, it inexplicably added a few points of eerie gloom to the place. No wonder Yu, this young girl, felt scared. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Watching Ning Qiushui walk towards the increasingly dark end of the corridor, she gently tugged at his sleeve. Brother Qiushui, are you sure you want to go to that room over there? I think it looks a bit dark there. Ning Qiushui's gaze swept over the cracked blood jade in his palm, and he smiled. It's fine. Let's go take a look. If you're scared, you can wait for me outside the dormitory building. Those familiar with Ning Qiushui knew that the smile on his face at this moment was very formal. He didn't care what this girl named Yu did, as long as she didn't cause him trouble. Sensing the resolve in Ning Qiushui's tone, Yu still gritted her teeth and shook her head. I'll go with you. If we encounter anything, 2 people can look out for each other. It's too dangerous for you to be in there alone. She followed Ning Qiushui to the room at the end. The reason they chose to check here was that all the other rooms had open doors, while only this one was tightly shut. Since there were now 11 people in this dormitory building, dispersed across the first 3 floors, with basically 3 or 4 people on each floor, everyone wasn't particularly scared and was seriously inspecting the environment here. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, they would be sleeping in this place for the next 5 days. Ning Qiushui twisted the doorknob. It was strangely cold. As he twisted it, the door quickly opened, but the scene inside the room was no different from the other dorm rooms. Perhaps a student just casually pulled the door shut when they left? Or was it blown shut by the wind? Ning Qiushui felt a bit disappointed, but he still walked into the room, observing and searching for anything that might be a clue. After all, they still hadn't understood what smiling man in the blood gate hint meant. However, after Ning Qiushui and Yu Ru entered the room together, they heard a boy's clear laughter. Hee hee. The voice was very young and high-pitched, rather than sounding like it came from a boy. It was somewhat gender-neutral. Hearing this laughter, both of them felt a chill down their spines. For no other reason than that this laughter was coming from inside the wardrobe in the room. The two exchanged glances, and Ning Qiushui saw the blood jade in his hand glowing faintly. He took step after step to the wardrobe, then suddenly flung it open. But looking at the scene inside the wardrobe, both of them froze, because it was completely empty. But then, that eerie laughter appeared once again. Hee hee hee, this time. It was behind them. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss our latest episodes.